Chapter 8:12. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and death were the 8 elemental energies, while fate, space, life, and destruction were the 4 elemental energies. The majority of the people on Elysium cultivated in the 4 elemental energies. Among the 12 elemental energies, the edictal forces were the most unique. Among the edictal forces, fate and space were the most mysterious. Han Shuo had rarely fought against gods of these 2 elemental energies. Therefore he wasn't familiar with their attack patterns. It was only when he fought Baum that Han Shuo discovered that Baum, a cultivator of the edictal of space, was a real headache. The space around Baum was constantly twisting and changing. Baum was standing right in front of Han Shuo, but under the influence of the edictal of spacetime, Han Shuo had the illusion that Baum was on different material planes. The feeling was so real that Han Shuo found it extremely difficult to accurately target Baum with his attacks. One after another, spacetime fissures were torn open, creating a strange and blurry space turbulence. The 17 flying swords accidentally fell into the spacetime fissures. Had it not been for Han Shuo's quick reflexes and the extremely mysterious connection he had with his flying swords, the 17 flying swords would have been devoured by the spacetime fissures. The distorted spacetime also hindered the probing of Han Shuo's consciousness. Under normal circumstances, as long as Han Shuo's consciousness had locked onto a person, no matter how hard the person tried to conceal their aura, they would not be able to escape Han Shuo's detection. But Baum was different. The distorted spacetime was constantly changing. Han Shuo's consciousness could clearly lock onto Baum, but he would immediately lose track of Baum after a burst of spacetime fluctuation. Sometimes Han Shuo could clearly see Baum standing right in front of him, but his consciousness could not detect Baum's existence. It was as though Baum was just a hazy illusion, giving him the feeling that it was unreal. Naturally, the attacking power of the 17 flying swords was greatly reduced when they failed to lock onto Baum. Layers of spacetime barriers and spacetime fluctuations kept Han Shuo at bay. Much of the demonic yuan energy that he had infused into the flying swords had been consumed, making it impossible for him to truly harm Baum. This was a very depressing matter. Han Shuo clearly had surging energy, but he could not find a way to vent it. He could not unleash his powerful attacks on Baum. Cauldron Spirit's energy was frantically circulating within Han Shuo's body. His consciousness was split into many strands to track down Baum's existence. The 17 flying swords whizzed past Han Shuo and were obstructed by spacetime fissures. The spacetime barrier distorted the flying swords, and the flying swords were forced into the correct trajectory. It was as though Han Shuo and the 17 flying swords were lost in the boundless starry sky. Han Shuo was extremely sullen, but City Lord Baum of Ethereal City wasn't having a good time either. The 17 flying swords wreaked havoc in the distorted space he had released. Every time they whistled, they would release a powerful corrosive power and cold poison. He had no choice but to use his divine power to affect the laws of space and forcefully tear a crack in space to block the 17 flying swords. Just as Han Shuo was feeling extremely dejected, Baum was also feeling the same. Generally speaking, when he released his distorted space and used his divine energy to tear open spacetime fissures and pull any living beings into them, the creatures that fell into the spacetime fissures would forever be lost at the edge of the boundless universe. They would never be able to return to Elysium, the prime material plane. However, the 17 flying swords had broken this rule. Baum clearly saw the 17 flying swords falling into the spacetime cracks time and time again. Yet, every single time they would fly back. It was simply inconceivable. Even if a mighty god were to fall into a spacetime crack, he would not be able to find his way back, let alone a lifeless weapon. However, the 17 flying swords under Han Shuo's control had done it. Time and time again the flying swords would fly back into the spacetime cracks. They would spare no effort in attacking Baum. Baum had no choice but to constantly use his divine energy to distort and tear the spacetime to prevent the flying swords from approaching him. Baum did not have it any easier than Han Shuo. What shocked Baum even more was that in the spacetime discontinuum he had created, Han Shuo seemed to always be able to detect his position. The 17 flying swords would chase after him again and again, forcing Baum to shuttle through the spacetime cracks to evade the attacks. This was yet another anomaly that made Baum turn pale with fright. In this spacetime discontinuum he had created, Baum had connected a dozen or so spacetime tunnels that overlapped with each other, allowing him to shuttle through spacetime cracks in a short period of time. Baum might appear to be in the spacetime discontinuum, but as soon as he entered a spacetime crack, he would be separated from Elysium by an unknown distance. Baum found it inconceivable that Han Shuo was able to lock onto him so quickly. Baum was becoming more and more apprehensive of Han Shuo. While Han Shuo and Baum were in a state of despair, Rose had found Verone as instructed by Han Shuo. Verone had fought Rose before and naturally knew that she was much stronger than him. When he saw that Han Shuo had not been defeated by Baum in an instant, he decided to retreat. Unfortunately for him, Rose did not give him the chance. The moment Han Shuo made his move, Rose had gone all out. Verone was only distracted for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, Rose had already arrived beside him. Before he could react, he found himself in boundless darkness once again. Rose's ferocious attacks were about to land on him. It was at this moment that Verone started regretting his decision. He thought to himself, why didn't I take the opportunity to escape? Why did I have to stay and watch the show? I'm done for. I'm once again trapped by this terrifying woman. It was obvious that Verone was no match for Rose. This time Rose had gone all out in her attacks. She had even disregarded her own injuries to kill Verone. With that, Verone had no chance of surviving. In just a few moments he had suffered multiple injuries on his body. Han Shuo, who had been attacking for a long time but was unable to make any headway, was extremely frustrated. He had fought against so many experts but never once had he been so powerless. Even when fighting against Hafs, who was also a late-stage high god, Han Shuo was able to fight to his heart's content. He even managed to gain a slight advantage by relying on Cauldron Spirit's energy. But when fighting against Baum, who cultivated in the Edict of Space, Han Shuo's 17 flying swords were unable to form the Avici Hell magic formation. He would even lose track of Baum if he was distracted for a moment. He could not sense any trace of Baum's aura. This made Han Shuo feel very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Han Shuo was about to curse in frustration, he received a message from Cauldron Spirit. Master, let me help you. You can break this annoying space barrier? Han Shuo was stunned. There are a dozen or so smaller spacetime tunnels that have been forcibly merged together. That guy is constantly changing his position in each spacetime tunnel. Every spacetime tunnel that he enters will be cut off from Elysium. That is why your consciousness will suddenly lose track of him, explained Cauldron Spirit. Then it transmitted, Master, don't forget that the interior of my cauldron is also an independent space. In the largest space of the cauldron, there are also smaller spaces that I have opened up for demon generals. My understanding of the profound Edict of Space is not inferior to his. Back then, the exalted demon lord also relied on my understanding of the profound Edict of Space to forcefully blast open the interplanar tunnel between the two universes. Breaking this space barrier shouldn't be a problem for me. Alright, give it a try. Han Shuo was overjoyed and hastily transmitted. Then I will have to withdraw the energy I transferred to you first. Otherwise, I might run out of energy. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately felt the energy in his body rapidly flowing back to Cauldron Spirit. It was only when Han Shuo sensed the feeling of exhaustion that Cauldron Spirit suddenly flew out of Han Shuo's body. It turned into a streak of dark radiance and shot into the space barrier created by Baum. Suddenly hundreds of pitch-black shadows fluttered out of the cauldron of Myriad Demon like a swarm of bats. They dispersed in all directions within the distorted space. Even the 17 flying swords were manipulated by the cauldron of Myriad Demon. They turned into 17 whizzing shadows and shot in 17 different directions. Baum, who was feeling extremely gloomy, immediately sensed that the space he had created was violently fluctuating. The layers of fluctuations filled all the interplanar tunnels he had created using his divine energy. In a miraculous manner, the fluctuations arrived at the trigger point of the interplanar tunnel he had created. Baum, who was shuttling through the interplanar tunnel, was aghast. He knew that only someone who cultivated in the Edict of Space and possessed strength equal to his own could find the trigger point of the interplanar tunnel he had created. But that person clearly didn't cultivate in the Edict of Space. How is this possible? Baum turned pale with fright. It was only now that Baum started to panic. A person who could accurately pinpoint the trigger point of the interplanar tunnel meant that when he tore apart the interplanar tunnel and left this place, that person could also locate and destroy the trigger point of the interplanar tunnel he had created, cutting off any chance of escape. In other words, if Han Shuo gained the upper hand in this battle, Baum might not just be injured, he might even die. Baum began to regret. He regretted putting himself in such a disadvantageous position because of a trivial matter. It was at this moment that he suddenly sensed a force bombarding all the trigger points of the interplanar tunnels. Before he could react, a violent rumble came from all directions. One after another, the interplanar tunnels collapsed. Baum's mind was in a mess. He hastily walked out of the interplanar tunnel he was temporarily residing in. He did not want to be dragged to the edge of the universe by the shockwaves. He was not the overgod of space. He did not have the ability to travel through interplanar tunnels at will. When his interplanar barrier completely collapsed, Baum heard a blood-curdling scream. He hastily lowered his head and saw that Varone had been killed. Baum knew that all his efforts were in vain when he saw Varone's lifeless body collapsing to the ground. For some unknown reason, Baum secretly rejoiced. With Varone dead, there seemed to be no need for him and Han Shuo to continue fighting. Chapter 8:13. As soon as the space-time barrier was broken, Han Shuo could clearly sense Baum's location. However, as Cauldron Spirit had left his body, Han Shuo, who could not borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy, was in no hurry to attack Baum. It was at this moment that Han Shuo heard the blood-curdling screams of Varone's death. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. After seeing that Varone was dead, Han Shuo began to consider if he should continue fighting Baum. There was no enmity between him and Baum. There was no reason for him to fight Baum to the death. Therefore, Han Shuo was somewhat apprehensive of Baum because even if the space-time barrier was broken, he was not confident that he could kill Baum. Therefore, Han Shuo began to hesitate. It was at this moment that the cauldron of myriad demon flew back and instantly disappeared into Han Shuo's body. It immediately transmitted, "Master, the space-time barrier has been broken. This fella's strength is extraordinary. I wonder if he has any other tricks up his sleeves. Should we make a move?" Rose, who had killed Varone, silently returned to Han Shuo's side. She looked at Baum vigilantly, waiting for Han Shuo's order. She would lead the charge and fight Baum to the death. Varone is dead. I don't think there's any need for us to fight to the death, right? To Han Shuo's surprise, while he was hesitating, Baum spoke first. Baum's attitude was much friendlier than before. He even squeezed out a somewhat forced smile. It was obvious that Baum was not used to this kind of forced smile. It was as though his smile was forcefully pulled out of his skin and flesh. It looked very awkward no matter how one looked at it. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He stared at Baum in silence. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. Baum was startled. He thought to himself, is this fella really going to fight me to the death? When the space barrier was broken, he knew that not only could Han Shuo fight him for real, but he also had the means to threaten his life. He was extremely wary of Han Shuo, and did not want to form an irreconcilable grudge with Han Shuo just because of Varone. Baum's imagination ran wild while he was secretly on guard. He was afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly launch a sudden attack and catch him off guard. That's right. We have no enmity between us. There's no need to make a big fuss over a small character. While Baum's mind was in turmoil, Han Shuo suddenly put on a faint smile. He took the initiative to withdraw the 17 flying swords that were hovering in the air, indicating that he had no intention of continuing the battle. This was Ethereal City. Han Shuo had to stay in the city to wait for the arrival of the other 4 little ones and Little Skull. On the other hand, Baum was the city lord of Ethereal City. If Han Shuo were to fight recklessly, he would not be able to stay in Ethereal City any longer even if he won. Even if he won, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. If the battle were to continue, the most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. If Baum were to be injured at this moment, his plan to head to the fringe would be postponed indefinitely. It was obvious that this was not in line with Han Shuo's original intention. Therefore he did not recklessly attack. Baum secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shuo had voluntarily withdrawn his magical weapon. He also withdrew his defensive measures as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After taking a few deep glances at Han Shuo, Baum explained, "I've met the city lord of Red Earth City once. We can be considered to be friends. I did intend to protect Varone just now. However, I did not expect that you would possess such strength. My friendship with the city lord of Red Earth City has not reached the point where I would risk my life for him. Now that Varone is dead, I have nothing else to say." Han Shuo thought to himself, this person is being honest now. Although Han Shuo did not have a favorable impression of Baum, he did not have a bad impression of him either. He calmly nodded and gently replied, "Yes, there was some misunderstanding. I hope that the city lord will not take it to heart." Suddenly, a large company of divine guards flew over from the distance. There were 3 high gods among them, 2 early-stage high gods and 1 mid-stage high god. When the company arrived, the mid-god leader hastily asked, "City lord, what's going on?" The battle between Han Shuo and Baum had generated intense energy ripples. Experts who had attained a certain realm of strength would be able to detect the unusual energy ripples in the air. This company of divine guards happened to be patrolling in the vicinity and came over after hearing the commotion. After they arrived, they naturally surrounded Han Shuo, Rose, and Earth Elite Zombie in the middle of the battlefield. Each and every one of them acted as though they were facing a formidable foe. It was obvious that Han Shuo and the other two were enemies who had disrupted the order of Ethereal City. As soon as Baum gave the command, they would charge at Han Shuo and the other two without hesitation. The situation that had just eased up was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. With the demon generals scattered around, the company of divine guards was right under Han Shuo's nose. Given Han Shuo, Rose, and Earth Elite Zombie strengths, it would not be difficult for them to leave this place. Therefore Han Shuo did not pay any attention to them. All he did was look at Baum with great interest. Baum, who had just fought against Han Shuo, knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Han Shuo's strength was. Baum was startled when he saw that the company of divine guards appeared at such an untimely time and surrounded Han Shuo and the other two as though they were enemies. He hastily said, "Don't attack. This friend of mine and I had a small misunderstanding. The misunderstanding has been cleared up." The divine guards were puzzled when they heard Baum's words. Before they arrived, they had sensed intense spacetime undulations. From the familiar spacetime undulations, they knew that Baum must have used his full strength. Furthermore, Veron's corpse was still in the city lord's mansion. Yet, under such circumstances, Baum claimed that everything that happened was just a misunderstanding. This was too illogical. After hearing Baum's words, Han Shuo knew that Baum really did not intend to fight him to the death. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "City Lord Baum, if there's nothing else, can we leave now?" Of course, Baum hastily nodded. But after staring blankly for a moment, he suddenly said, "Wait." Han Shuo's face turned solemn. He slightly bunched his brows and looked at Baum in puzzlement. "Don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else," Baum hastily explained when he saw that Han Shuo seemed displeased. "I just want to know who you are. An expert as young as you would not be a nameless character in any dominion. I just want to know the identity of the person who fought me. Is this request too much?" Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and said, "I see. My name is Brian. I am from the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion." Brian. Baum softly mumbled to himself as though he was pondering about Han Shuo's identity. After a long while, Baum cried out in surprise and asked, "You are the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows?" This time it was Han Shuo's turn to be shocked. The City of Shadows was very far away from Ethereal City. He did not expect that the City Lord of Ethereal City would know about him. That's right, I am the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Han Shuo frankly admitted that he had nothing to hide. Upon hearing those words, the surrounding Ethereal City divine guards were shocked. It appeared that they had all heard of Han Shuo's name. Their gazes were completely different from before. They seemed to be anticipating something. "I did not expect the rumors to be true. Heroes are born from youth." Baum was greatly astonished. He had never believed the rumors from the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion. He thought that the rumors had exaggerated Han Shuo's true strength. But after today's battle, Baum realized that the rumors were wrong. Not only did the rumors not exaggerate Han Shuo's strength, but they also belittled his strength. After thinking for a moment, Baum suddenly said, "Brian, I wonder if you are interested in opening a branch of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City? If you are willing, we can have a good discussion. There are many people from the Darkness Dominion who visit Ethereal City and all of them, without exception, have praised the miraculous medicines you refine. I believe that no matter which city you are in, as long as there are gods, they will be looking forward to your medicines." Those Ethereal City divine guards who were eyeing Han Shuo and his party covetously a moment ago, upon hearing Baum's words, their eyes were filled with excitement. Their faces were filled with obvious amazement. They had heard far too many miraculous medicines refined by Han Shuo from the Darkness Dominion. But unfortunately, Ethereal City was thousands of miles away from the City of Shadows. Even if they wanted to purchase the medicines refined by Han Shuo, it would be impossible for them to travel across multiple dominions to reach the City of Shadows. This was especially true for the gods cultivating in the energy of life, light, and water. It was impossible for them to enter the dominions of death, darkness, and destruction no matter how many crystal coins they had. Those who purchased the medicines refined by Han Shuo treated them like treasures and refused to sell them. Therefore, although there were many praises about the medicines refined by Han Shuo, there were only a few who actually bought them. How could those divine guards not be excited when they heard that Han Shuo was the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that Baum, who he had been locked in a fierce battle with just a moment ago, would take the initiative to invite him to set up his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City. After carefully thinking about it, Han Shuo felt that Baum's suggestion was only beneficial to him. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City, not only would he be able to earn more crystal coins, he would also be able to expand the influence of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to all the dominions on Elysium. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, Han Shuo only hesitated for a short moment before he nodded and agreed, of course. In that case, I must thank the City Lord in advance. You're welcome. It is my Ethereal City's honor. Baum hastily replied courteously. He was obviously pleasantly surprised. He took the initiative to ask, if you have nothing else to do, shall we talk somewhere else? I guarantee that I will help you find a suitable plot of land. If you need it, I can find you all the manpower you need. The Space Dominion is different from the dominions of death, destruction, and darkness. The environment here is freer and more suitable for all kinds of goods. You don't have to worry too much about interacting with cultivators of different energies. Alright, let's have a good talk. Han Shuo readily agreed. He did not expect that he would gain such a huge benefit from the fight. Chapter 8:14. At the City Lord's mansion in Ethereal City. Baum treated Han Shuo as an honored guest and treated Han Shuo with the utmost courtesy. Some of the people in the City Lord's mansion of Ethereal City who didn't know what was going on were secretly amazed. They couldn't understand why the City Lord would treat a young man in such a grand manner. When those people learned of Han Shuo's identity from the divine guards around him, they looked at Han Shuo with excited gazes. It appeared that those gods who had purchased Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the City of Shadows had done much to promote Han Shuo. Baum was different from those large and ancient family clans in the City of Shadows. Although he was the City Lord of Ethereal City, he did not establish any family clan. He did not even have a single relative. His City Lord's mansion was very simple and crude, but it gave off a solemn and dignified feeling. One could tell that those divine guards very much loved and respected him as the City Lord. Although he did not establish any family clan, the few divine guards under his command were enough for him to firmly control the city. After arriving at the City Lord's mansion, Han Shuo and Baum quickly settled on the details of the collaboration. Baum very straightforwardly ceded a shop in the most flourishing area of Ethereal City to Han Shuo and enthusiastically said that he would help Han Shuo with everything. Han Shuo was not used to Baum's sudden change in attitude. After listening to Baum's arrangements, Han Shuo asked, "Thank you for your generosity, City Lord. I will give you 30% of the profits from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. What do you think?" Back then, Bolton and Li Wei traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to look for Han Shuo to establish a branch of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in their family clans. Their intention was to cooperate and make a fortune together. From Han Shuo's point of view, Baum must have some ulterior motives for being so enthusiastic in helping him with everything. Therefore, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he proposed such a method. To Han Shuo's surprise, when Baum heard Han Shuo's straightforward method of dividing the profits, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. All you have to do is to follow the rules of Ethereal City and pay 10% of the taxes. This is the rule of Ethereal City. I won't ask for more from you." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He was a little puzzled. The shop that Baum had given him was not a small one. Baum was even willing to help Han Shuo recruit manpower and settle all the paperwork. As long as Han Shuo refined the medicines, he could sell them directly. Baum was so enthusiastic in helping Han Shuo with everything, but he did not ask for any extra benefits. Wasn't this a little too strange? Under Han Shuo's astonished gaze, Baum explained, "You don't have to be so surprised. I have just told you that the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion are different from the other dominions. No one is forbidden from entering and living here. As the managers, we are just helping to maintain the basic operations. The environment here is completely free. Under normal circumstances, we will not interfere with your business. I only need to use 10% of the taxes from the shops in Ethereal City to maintain the Divine Guard in the city." Han Shuo was astounded. He could tell that Baum was not putting on an act, and he had a rather favorable impression of Ethereal City. Seeing that Baum really had no intention of collecting more benefits, Han Shuo naturally would not force him to pay. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said, "Ethereal City is truly a great place. I'm starting to like it here. To Ethereal City, the existence of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will benefit all gods. Therefore, I will spare no effort in helping you get everything done. Said Baum, in 5 days at most I will get everything ready for you. You can put out a notice that you are looking for clerks and pharmacists. I will have the Divine Guard announce it later. There are all kinds of talents in Ethereal City and there is no lack of genuine pharmacists. Here you can get anything you want. That's great. Han Shuo put on a delighted face. He did not expect that Baum would still treat him in such a manner after their battle. This city lord who did not have any family background had piqued Han Shuo's curiosity. If you don't have a place to stay for the time being, you can stay in the city lord's mansion. There are many empty rooms and gymnasiums here. As long as you don't mind the shabby conditions, you can stay as long as you want, said Baum. Then I'll have to trouble you. Han Shuo didn't stand on ceremony and agreed with a smile. Baum did not continue exchanging pleasantries with Han Shuo. He arranged for Han Shuo, and Han Shuo to stay in a relatively quiet 7-story building. Except for the gymnasium on the lowest floor, the upper floors of the building were fully furnished with all kinds of living facilities. After such a long and arduous journey, Rose, who loved cleanliness, immediately took a bath and changed her clothes. Han Shuo and Earth Elite Zombie arrived at a spacious living room on the 3rd floor. Earth Elite Zombie started to narrate what happened after Han Shuo left Ethereal City, as well as the details of his dispute with Verone. From Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shuo learned that Earth Elite Zombie headed straight for the Earth Dominion after leaving Ethereal City. As the Earth Dominion had the most people cultivating in the energy of Earth, it had the most information and divine weapons on the energy of Earth. After arriving at the Earth Dominion, Earth Elite Zombie started trying to communicate with the people around him. It was only after Earth Elite Zombie left Han Shuo and prepared to assimilate into this world that Earth Elite Zombie realized how wonderful and complicated this world was. Interacting with all kinds of people had allowed Earth Elite Zombie to grow rapidly. He had met both good people and those with ulterior motives. In just a few short years, Earth Elite Zombie had experienced friendships and also experienced betrayals. He had found himself in extremely perilous situations several times. But in the end, by relying on his instinctive understanding of the energy of Earth, he managed to burrow deep underground and survive. During this process, Earth Elite Zombie's strength rapidly increased. Earth Elite Zombie was born from Han Shuo's body formed from the Yuan energy of Earth in the place of Extreme Earth. As a favored child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie's understanding of the energy of Earth was much faster than anyone else's. In countless battles of life and death, Earth Elite Zombie repeatedly made breakthroughs and cultivated to mid-stage mid-god realm in just a few decades. In the Earth Dominion, Earth Elite Zombie quickly made a name for himself with his ability to burrow deep underground. Following that, Earth Elite Zombie encountered many incidents and offended several young members of large family clans in Red Soil City. After experiencing so many troubles, Earth Elite Zombie grew bolder and bolder. Relying on his ability to travel deep underground, Earth Elite Zombie wantonly slaughtered those young members of large family clans. The matter was soon exposed. The few bigwigs of Red Soil City who lost their sons were enraged. They sent their men to hunt Earth Elite Zombie. By this time, Earth Elite Zombie had arrived at Ethereal City at the appointed time with Han Shuo. Along the way, Earth Elite Zombie would occasionally emerge from the ground and be recognized by others. That was how Verone came to hunt him down. In the past few decades, the Earth Elite Zombie had experienced so much of the ways of the world and matured rapidly. Whether in terms of speech or intelligence, he had clearly matured a lot. Listening to him talk about his experiences, Han Shuo knew that he had truly become a highly intelligent being. He was no longer the simple-minded Earth Elite Zombie that would only listen to Han Shuo's orders and do whatever he wanted. I didn't expect you to experience so many things after leaving me. It seems that you made the right decision back then, remarked Han Shuo. When Earth Elite Zombie and the others were with Han Shuo, they were completely reliant on him and followed his orders. The creatures they encountered in the netherworld were creatures with relatively low intelligence. As a result, their growth was very slow. After arriving on Elysium and moving to other dominions, they came into contact with those who were adept at playing dirty tricks. It was only natural that they would grow faster in such an environment. Yeah, this world is wonderful, much more interesting than the netherworld. However, the people here are all very powerful and cunning. After spending some time with them, of course I've grown up. Hehe, father, you seem to have grown much stronger than before. You have even tamed this woman. Earth Elite Zombie asked smilingly. He was still as charmingly naive as ever in front of Han Shuo. All of you are making progress. Of course I can't remain stagnant. Otherwise, I will have to rely on all of you to protect me in the future. Han Shuo was very gratified. Talking to Earth Elite Zombie was like talking to a very good friend. It made him feel very comfortable. Han Shuo and Earth Elite Zombie chatted about the past. Before he knew it, it was already midnight. After taking a bath, Rose changed into a dark purple robe and walked to Han Shuo in a relaxed manner. Her long silvery white hair was hanging loosely over her shoulders. She still had the faint fragrance of a bath on her body. You have promised the soul of the Holy Grail that you will communicate with him after coming to Ethereal City. Rose walked to Han Shuo and casually sat down before she softly reminded Han Shuo. Han Shuo only recalled the matter after hearing her words. He smilingly replied, "Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise I wouldn't have remembered." Han Shuo was worried about the safety of Earth Elite Zombie and the others. He had been searching for them as soon as he came to Ethereal City. After the battle with Baum, he was so happy that he forgot about McKinley's existence. After taking out the Holy Grail, Han Shuo started communicating with McKinley's divine soul. "I've arrived at Ethereal City. What should I do for you next?" Finally. McKinley seemed rather excited. He must have thought about his plan carefully. After jumping for a while, he said to Han Shuo, "Find me a person named Baum. If he is still in Ethereal City, it shouldn't be difficult to find him. He used to be my best friend. He should be a late-stage high god." "Baum?" Han Shuo immediately replied, "Haha, it's Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City. Haha, what a coincidence. I am in Baum's mansion right now." "What? He has become the city lord of Ethereal City?" McKinley was astonished. "That's right. The current city lord of Ethereal City is our nanny. He possesses late-stage high god strength and cultivates in the Edict of Space just like you. That should be the case, right?" asked Han Shuo smilingly. "It's him, it must be him. There's no doubt about it. That wretched bastard. He must have betrayed me to become the city lord of Ethereal City. The position of city lord of Ethereal City should have been mine." To Han Shuo's surprise, McKinley's divine soul was abnormally enraged when he heard the news. It seemed that he had a deep grudge against Baum. Chapter 8:15. From McKinley, Han Shuo learned the truth of the matter. It turned out that the city lord of Ethereal City wasn't Baum. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Space and Time, after reaching a certain realm, would often need to wander the vast universe to sense the energy of space. Back then, the city lord of Ethereal City possessed late-stage high god strength. In order to pursue greater power, he had to leave the Elysium and travel to various material planes to increase his divine energy. Before he left Ethereal City, he wanted to find a new city lord for Ethereal City. Back then, McKinley and Baum had the best chances of becoming the next city lord. As McKinley had a good relationship with the former city lord, he should have had a higher chance of becoming the next city lord. However, it was at that time that McKinley became enemies with one of the three keepers of the light, Jar. As Jar possessed late-stage high god strength, McKinley had no choice but to hide for a period of time. As he had a good relationship with Baum, he told Baum where he was hiding. Little did he expect that not long after he hid, Jar would accurately locate him. Although Jar's strength was greater than McKinley's, he cultivated in the Edict of Space. Originally, he should have had a chance to escape by tearing a rift in spacetime. But just as he was about to leave, he discovered that his spacetime tunnel had been destroyed by Jar, causing his divine soul and divine body to be split apart. The person who could destroy his spacetime tunnel must have also cultivated in the Edict of Space, and that person's realm must not be low. McKinley recalled the fact that Baum was the only one who knew where he was hiding. Naturally, he knew who had betrayed him. It was because only with his disappearance could Baum become the new city lord of Ethereal City. Then why are you still looking for him? Han Shuo was rather puzzled after hearing Baum's explanation. "If I don't look for him, I won't be able to get my divine body. He was the one who sold me out. He must know where Jar hid my divine body," replied McKinley helplessly. "Once Baum learns that your divine soul is in the Holy Grail, he will surely destroy your divine soul to prevent future troubles." "Aren't you just throwing your life away?" asked Han Shuo in astonishment. "Baum wouldn't dare to kill me. My divine soul has a divine seal bestowed upon me by the Overgod. As soon as my divine soul completely dissipates, the Overgod of Space will be able to sense it no matter how many material planes I am in. With the Overgod's ability to turn back time, he would immediately know who killed me. Back then, when I was in Ethereal City, I worked diligently for his lordship for many years. He would definitely pursue this matter. This was also the reason why Jar only sealed me and did not dare to kill me directly." Now that things had come to this, McKinley no longer concealed his secrets from Han Shuo. he frankly told Han Shuo the reason why Baum dared not attack him. I've been hesitant to meet Baum because I'm worried that Baum will seal the Holy Grail like jar and send me to another low-level material plane far away, McKinley explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was rather surprised to hear McKinley's explanation. He did not expect that Baum's divine soul would contain a divine seal left behind by the overgod of space. It seemed that McKinley was deeply trusted by the overgod of space. Having stayed on Elysium for so long, Han Shuo naturally knew some of the rumors about the overgods. Once a powerful overgod leaves a divine seal in the divine soul of a follower, he or she would be able to sense the follower's location through a unique method. They would be able to sense the follower's death. As the overgod of space had obtained the quintessence of the Edict of Space, his ability to sense the follower's location should be even more terrifying. However, Han Shuo also knew that only those followers who were highly regarded by the overgods were qualified to receive an overgod's imprint. This was because the imprint was separated from the overgod's body and would consume some of the overgod's divine energy. Gods who were bestowed with an overgod's imprint would be able to cultivate and comprehend that particular energy much faster than ordinary people. Han Shuo did not expect McKinley to be such a prominent figure in the Space Dominion. Han Shuo was rather surprised. After a series of thoughts flashed through his mind, Han Shuo said, "If I were Baum, I definitely wouldn't help you find your divine body and create a huge problem for myself. Is there any other way? I've prepared some conditions. I hope they can move that traitor." McKinley's heart was filled with hatred as he said, "I'm not 100% sure either. Under such circumstances, I have no other choice but to give it a try. I've had enough of the boring days inside the Holy Grail. I don't want to stay in there forever. You should stay in the Holy Grail for the time being. I'll think of a way to help you. I'm with Baum anyway. I'll help you search around Ethereal City. If I can't find anything, I'll try to get information about your divine body from Baum," transmitted Han Shuo to McKinley after he bunched his brows and thought for a moment. "You? What do you have in mind?" McKinley said helplessly. After transmitting the message, McKinley kept silent for a while. Then, as though he suddenly recalled something, he asked, "Oh right, why are you in Baum's mansion? How did you get to know him? Logically speaking, you shouldn't be in contact with a character of Baum's level, right?" "I had a fight with Baum. He has now treated me as a distinguished guest." Han Shuo's lips curled into a smile as he explained to McKinley. What? McKinley's transmission was intermittent. It was obvious that he was very surprised. McKinley took a while to calm himself down. He asked anxiously, "How is it possible for you to fight Baum with your strength? Brian, you're joking, aren't you?" It was no wonder that McKinley would be so surprised. Back when McKinley was on Profound Continent, he had fought with Han Shuo indirectly. He knew that Han Shuo only possessed low-god strength. As a cultivator of the Edict of Space, even though he was sealed inside the Holy Grail, McKinley was still very sensitive to the passage of time. He knew that it had been less than 100 years since then. 100 years might be a long time for an average person. But for a high god like McKinley who had a long lifespan, it was not even worth mentioning. Who could leap from low god to late-stage high god in less than 100 years? To McKinley this was simply unimaginable. "I did have a fight with Baum. I guess it's a draw." When Han Shuo saw that McKinley's transmission was intermittent, he dared not continue to provoke him. Therefore he did not mention that it was Baum who gave up on his own accord. "Brian, you aren't joking with me, are you?" McKinley replied after a long while. "I'm not joking." Han Shuo briefly described the fight between him and Baum. He also mentioned the peculiarities of Baum's space-time barrier and boundary. He believed that McKinley would be able to tell that Han Shuo was telling the truth. After another long period of silence, McKinley's voice became visibly agitated when he transmitted again, "I believe you now. If you had not fought Baum before, you would not have been able to describe the characteristics of the space barrier and the boundary in such a detailed and accurate manner. How is this possible? How could you have become so powerful?" McKinley spoke incoherently for a while before he excitedly said, "Brian, it seems that I really have to rely on you for this. I'm counting on you. If you can find any information about my divine body, I will be sure to thank you properly." "All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Just stay in the Holy Grail with peace of mind." Han Shuo knew that McKinley needed time to digest the shock he had given him. Therefore he took the initiative to cut off the connection. Although Han Shuo knew about the grudge between McKinley and Baum, it did not affect his current cooperation with Baum. He would still take advantage of Baum as much as he could. He thought that once McKinley found his divine body, he would be able to take over Ethereal City. Wouldn't that be even more beneficial to him? With one thought, Han Shuo sent out a high-level demon general. He planned to keep an eye on Baum and observe him for a while before making any further decisions. Han Shuo was now on guard against Baum. After listening to McKinley's words, Han Shuo felt that Baum was a scheming person. Therefore, he had a different opinion about Baum's friendly offer. Han Shuo vaguely felt that Baum must have some ulterior motives for treating him so kindly. 5 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The high-level demon general that was secretly observing Baum's every move did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Baum had been very busy for the past 5 days. Not only had he sent people to clean up the shops he had selected, he had also made an announcement that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be opening a branch in Ethereal City. He was looking for employees and competent pharmacists to meet Han Shuo at the City Lord's mansion. Baum's actions were not inappropriate at all. However, Han Shuo had a knot in his heart. The more Baum worked so hard for him without asking for anything in return, the more he felt that something was amiss. The demon general that was keeping an eye on Baum did not dare to relax at all. As a spirit demon refined from high god souls, its stealth ability was even more miraculous. Having fought against Baum, Han Shuo knew very well how terrifying Baum was. His demon general always maintained a safe distance of 100 meters from him. Whenever Han Shuo entered an area protected by a spacetime boundary, his demon general would stay even further away from Han Shuo, fearing that Baum would detect him. As expected, Ethereal City had no shortage of manpower. Soon after Baum's recruitment notice was sent out, a crowd of excited people swarmed to the City Lord's mansion. To Han Shuo's surprise, there was an endless stream of applicants. Among them there were many who were truly capable. The few pharmacists who came were all genuine talents. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Han Shuo personally selected the candidates. Given Han Shuo's powerful consciousness, ordinary low gods and mid-gods would not be able to escape Han Shuo's fiery eyes of gold. He would be able to detect those with ulterior motives just by circulating his consciousness. Only those who did not have any ulterior motives were selected. One day, while Han Shuo was still selecting candidates in the City Lord's mansion, an Ethereal City Divine Guard hastily rushed over and asked, "Mr. Brian, there's a man who claims to be your son. He is fighting with someone in the city west. His name is Han Hua. Do you want to go and have a look?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he came to his senses. He smilingly replied, "What's wrong with these youngsters? They have just arrived in the city and they already want to cause trouble. He actually caused trouble for me. I'll go and take a look." Chapter 8:16. When Han Shuo arrived at the west side of the city and met with Fire Elite Zombie, he discovered that Han Shuo's intelligence had evolved to a whole new level after he left. Han Shuo's quarrel was with a divine weapon shop. After entering Ethereal City, Han Shuo discovered that there were all kinds of shops all over the city. Instead of looking for Han Shuo started roaming around the divine weapon shops. Han Shuo got into a fight with a shopkeeper over the price of some ores. Fire Elite Zombie, who cultivated in the elemental energy of fire, had reached the acme of perfection in the utilization of the energy of fire. There were not many powerful experts in the shop. 5 or 6 shop assistants ganged up on Han Hua, and yet they were all covered with cuts and bruises. If it weren't for the Ethereal City Divine Guards nearby, Han Hua would have burned the shop down. When the Ethereal City Divine Guards learned of Han Shuo's identity and learned that he was Han Shuo's son, they did not dare to act rashly. They immediately dispatched their men to the City Lord's mansion to inform Han Shuo, fearing that attacking Han Shuo would incur Han Shuo's wrath. Those Divine Guards knew about Han Shuo. From the way the City Lord of Ethereal City treated Han Shuo, they knew that Han Shuo was not a person to be trifled with. On top of that, Han Shuo was a genius pharmacist. Once the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy opened in Ethereal City, they would have to maintain a good relationship with Han Shuo if they wanted to purchase suitable medicines. Therefore they dared not offend Han Shuo. When Han Shuo and Han Tu arrived at the shop, they discovered that the front door of the shop was charred black. Han Hua was standing at the entrance, glaring at the few shopkeepers. "Father, you have arrived first." Han Hua immediately cheered as soon as Han Shuo appeared. He came over and gave Han Tu a big hug before turning to look at Han Shuo smilingly. "What's wrong?" Han Shuo was also very happy. However, the Ethereal City Divine Guards around him were wearing awkward faces and the few shopkeepers were looking at them furiously. Han Shuo felt that it was better to get to the bottom of the situation first. Mr. Brian, your son didn't pay for the things he bought. The divine guard who was in charge of this matter recognized Han Shuo and put on an embarrassed face. Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at Han Hua suspiciously and asked, "You really didn't pay?" "They're talking nonsense. It's just a fire obsidian. How dare they ask me for 50 black crystal coins? They're clearly trying to rip me off." Xiao Jin said that the fire obsidian is worthless and he can get as many as he wants. "I'm already giving them enough face by giving them 5 black crystal coins for such a cheap stone." Han Hua was enraged. He pointed at the few shop assistants and said irritably, "You bastards, do you think I won't tear down your shop? How dare you run a scam in broad daylight? How dare you scam me? You've gone too far. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death." A beautiful female shop assistant, who cultivated the power of water, was so angry that her face was red, and her body was trembling. It seemed like she was about to charge forward and fight to the death. The shop assistants were also enraged. If they weren't afraid of the ethereal city divine guards, they would have charged at Han Hua and fought him to the death. "Don't buy it if you don't have black crystal coins. It's not like we have to sell it to you. You're just robbing us and leaving after paying 5 black crystal coins. Do you think you're in the right?" The female shop assistant bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Han Hua. "Crazy woman, you're allowed to run a scam but I'm not allowed to buy anything?" Han Hua said disdainfully to the female shop assistant. He put on a disdainful face and said, "What are you shouting for? If you keep shouting, I'll burn you to death." "I'm going to kill you," shrieked the female shop assistant. She broke free from an ethereal city divine guard and charged at Han Hua. "Let's talk this out." The divine guard in charge of the scam shouted. He hastily formed a wind energy barrier to stop the charging female shop assistant. He put on a bitter smile and explained to Han Shuo, "Fire obsidian, no matter where it is sold, will never be sold for less than 45 black crystal coins. There's no problem with this shop's price of 50 black crystal coins. This is not a good deal for us. If Little Gold says it's worthless, then it's worthless. Don't spout nonsense." Han Hua glared at the divine guard and rolled his eyes. He said, "You must be helping them. He paid you, didn't he?" "Fool, Little Gold never spends money to look for stones. What kind of stone can't he find? If he says it's worthless, then it really is worthless." Han Tu chuckled and teased Han Hua as though he found the scene rather amusing. Metal Elite Zombie possessed extraordinary senses when it came to metal ores. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find the right ores. But for Han Hua to judge the price of an item by his standards, it was, of course, a huge mistake. Han Hua would not have believed the words of others. But after hearing Han Tu's words, he was greatly astonished. He scratched his head and softly cried out, "So that means I've really made a mistake. That woman, forget it. I'll give you this stupid stone. What's so great about it? Go, don't bother me." A piece of Firespark stone flew out and accurately landed at the female shop assistant's feet. The Firespark stone that was supposed to be glowing with red light had, for some reason, turned dull and dull. It was grayish-white like any other stone that could be found anywhere. "This isn't a Firespark stone. Who are you trying to fool?" The shop assistants behind Han Hua looked at the Firespark stone beneath their feet and immediately glared at Han Hua in anger. They felt that they had been insulted. Even a blind man could tell that the stone was different from the one before. They felt that Han Hua was purposely making fun of them. It's a Firespark stone, but the energy inside is gone. Suddenly, a skinny old man walked out of the shop. He picked up the ordinary-looking stone and looked at Han Hua in amazement. He asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Even a great alchemist would need the help of a magical matrix to extract the energy inside a Firespark stone. Moreover, it would take at least a few days. But you managed to extract all the energy from the stone in less than 10 minutes. How is this possible? Grandpa Miles, why have you come out? The shop assistants were shocked to see the skinny old man. Their attitudes became respectful. Even the female shop assistant who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws quietened down. Miles gestured for the shop assistants to quiet down. He looked at Han Hua as though he was waiting for a satisfactory answer. "Isn't it just a piece of Firespark stone? It's too easy to extract the energy from it. What's so great about it?" said Han Hua disdainfully. He didn't seem to care about the old man who suddenly appeared. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that Miles actually possessed high god strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell which of the 12 fundamental forces Miles cultivated. "I'll give you another piece of Firespark stone. I won't charge you any black crystal coins. Can you do it for me?" Miles put on a faint smile. He took out an even bigger fire spark stone from his space ring and handed it to Han Hua. This old man is quite interesting. Ah, take a good look. Han Hua took the fire spark stone and held it in his palm. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, the fiery red radiance of the fire spark stone gradually dimmed. In less than a minute, the fire spark stone had lost all its red radiance and turned back into a plain and ordinary stone. This is amazing. Miles softly cried out. He looked at Han Hua in astonishment and said, I didn't expect that you could really do it. Haha, I know many people who cultivate in the energy of fire, but I have never thought that someone could extract energy from a fire spark stone so quickly. The fire spark stone was a type of energy crystal. It was not the kind of divine essence of fire that could be directly absorbed. Even those who cultivated in the energy of fire would not be able to extract energy from a fire spark stone. Miles wasn't the only one who was astonished. The few young clerks and the ethereal city divine guards who were in charge of this were all wearing faces of disbelief. Ordinary cultivators of the energy of fire would not be able to do this. However, Han Hua was different. His entire body was forged from the yuan energy of the place of extreme fire. Back when he was on Profound Continent, the place of extreme fire had formed naturally for tens of thousands of years. He had also obtained the fire lotus. Absorbing energy from a fire spark stone was as easy as flipping his palm. Now you have nothing to say, right? Han Hua was immensely proud of himself. He raised his head to the sky and said, If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Brat, how long has it been since we last met? Why are you getting so cocky? Han Hua couldn't help but mock Han Hua when he saw Han Hua's arrogant face. Of course not. Hee father, it's not easy for us to meet again. Let's not waste any more time here. Let's go, let's leave this shady shop and have a good reunion. Han Hua shrunk his head and hastily tried to curry favor with Han Hua. He was not afraid of anyone except Han Hua. Han Hua threw a bag of black crystal coins that landed right in front of the shop. Han Hua put on a faint smile and said, Here are 1,000 black crystal coins as compensation for the loss of your shop. I hope you don't mind. 1,000 black crystal coins. To Han Hua's surprise, Han Tu and Han Hua shouted in unison. Before Han Hua could react, the two rushed to the shop's entrance and added up the bag of black crystal coins that Han Hua had thrown down. Han Tu grabbed the bag of black crystal coins, took out 100 black crystal coins and placed them on the ground. He put on a silly smile and said, My father must have taken the wrong bag. 100 black crystal coins is more than enough to compensate for the loss of your shop. Han Hua had clearly said 1,000 black crystal coins. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Han Tu's words were just too shameless. Han Hua hastily nodded and said, It's more than enough, more than enough. Han Hua's eyes widened and he said fiercely, I have already given you face by giving you 100 black crystal coins. Don't be so shameless. The divine guard in charge put on a bitter smile. Han Hua was greatly embarrassed. He did not expect that his two sons would be so stingy as to give such a huge discount on the black crystal coins he had offered. It was beyond Han Hua's expectation. Father, you are too extravagant. Crystal coins are good stuff. You can buy anything in this world. How can you be so wasteful? Han Hua looked at him bitterly and let out a long sigh. If I had enough black crystal coins, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking with them. You, on the other hand, threw away 1,000 black crystal coins without batting an eyelid. What a good-for-nothing. Han Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw his two stingy sons. To him, a few thousand black crystal coins were nothing. It appeared that although his two sons had made astonishing progress in strength and intelligence, they weren't very good at making money. Chapter 8:17. Father, you have no idea what I have been lacking the most these years is black crystal coins. Ever since I left you, I realized that everything I do in this world requires black crystal coins. Han Hua wore a deeply sentimental look as he complained to Han Hua about the benefits of crystal coins. It seemed that he was really troubled by the lack of crystal coins. This time it was Han Tu's turn to nod his head. Like a miser, he clutched the bag of black crystal coins tossed out by Han Hua tightly, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. Well, Miles wore a bitter smile as he looked at the wealthy Han Hua and the stingy Han Tu and Han Hua. He could not understand why a wealthy father like Han Hua would have two stingy sons. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He was very puzzled and curious about the relationship between the three. Han Hua glared at Han Tu and Han Hua and said angrily, What a disgrace. It's just crystal coins. I will give you however much you want in the future. Han Shua turned around and said to Miles with a smile, My apologies, my apologies. My sons have never seen the world. Han Tu and Han Hua exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at Han Shua with silly smiles on their faces. They said in unison, Father, did you strike it rich? How did you get so many crystal coins? Ah, this is great, this is great. I have never been poor. Han Shua harumphed and said, You two brats, let's go. Don't embarrass me here. I will give you however many crystal coins you want when we get back. This is great. Han Hua cheered. He immediately looked at Miles with disdain and said proudly, Old man, did you hear that? My father has crystal coins. Don't look down on me in the future. I didn't. Miles shook his head and forced a smile. He felt very depressed. He thought to himself, You are the one who took my things like a robber. Why are you making it sound like I am in the wrong? Young Master Han Hua, young Master Han Tu, please give us some face and don't cause too much trouble in the city. The ethereal city divine guard who was in charge of this matter could not stand it any longer. He put on a bitter smile and begged the two, fearing that the two would cause even more trouble in ethereal city. None of your business. Han Hua rolled his eyes at him and said carelessly, You are all in cahoots with each other. Do you think I can't tell? You? The divine guard was completely speechless. Seeing that he couldn't get through to Han Shua, he could only look at Han Shua helplessly. Before Han Shua could speak, the old man called Miles stared blankly as though recalling something. He looked at the Earth Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie in amazement and asked, You, what are your names? I am Han Hua. Is there a problem? The Fire Elite Zombie turned fierce again and shouted, Old man, don't be unappreciative. I've already given you 100 black crystal coins. What more do you want? If you piss me off, I'll really burn your shop down. Go ahead and burn it down. If you burn this shop down, someone will come after you. Miles suddenly burst into laughter. He seemed rather happy and looked at Han Hua with great interest. He didn't seem to be worried at all. Old fart, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Han Hua stared blankly for a moment. He turned to look at Han Shua and gestured that it wasn't his fault. He said, Father, as you can see, he's the one who is looking for trouble. Haha, if you burn this shop down, you will be the one suffering the loss. By that time, you won't have the guts to fight back even if the person who comes after you hits you. Miles wasn't the least bit fearless. He stared at Han Hua with great interest. Grandpa Miles, are you sick? The few shop assistants were stunned. They felt that Miles was acting rather abnormally today. Who is so powerful that I won't have the guts to fight back after hitting me? Other than my father, whoever hits me, I will return the favor tenfold. Han Hua was truly enraged by Miles. He wore a face that seemed as though he wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Miles ignored the astonished shop assistants. Under Han Hua's furious stare, he pointed at the shop's name and smilingly said, I'm not the owner of this shop. I'm only in charge of managing it. Take a look, what's the name of this shop? Goldstone. Is there a problem? Han Hua groaned. Energy Goldstone shops are not only located in Ethereal City, but also in the Fire Dominion, Life Dominion, Destiny Dominion, Wind Dominion, Earth Dominion, and Lightning Dominion, explained the divine guard who was provoked by Han Hua in a deep voice. So what? Han Hua wasn't afraid in the slightest. He did not look at the divine guard but stared at Miles. Nothing. Haha, it's just that my master's name also has the word Han in it, said Miles smilingly. But when he said that, his eyes turned to Han Shua. He seemed to be even more curious about Han Shua. Han Shua's eyes turned serious and he softly asked, What's his name? My master's name is Han Jin. Miles laughed heartily. After taking a short pause, Miles stopped smiling and said in a low voice, Not many people know this name. But I believe you all should be familiar with it, right? Han Hua and Han Tu exchanged glances with each other. They were dumbfounded. After a long while, Han Hua shouted, Little Gold, that brat. So it's him. Ah, this brat. Ah, no wonder. Han Hua's anger was instantly extinguished. He walked over and patted on Miles' shoulder in a friendly manner. He smilingly said, I was wondering why I found you so pleasing to the eye. So you are one of us. Miles put on a wry smile. He thought, since when did you find me pleasing to the eye? Weren't you planning to burn down the shop? Little Gold is really something. He even has his own shop. Haha, if I knew that he is the owner of Goldstone, I would have asked him for crystal coins long ago. Han Tu scratched his head and put on a regretful face. There were Goldstone energy shops in the Earth Dominion, but he did not expect that the owner of the shop would be Metal Elite Zombie. My master has instructed that those whose names start with the word Han, namely Han Shua, Han Tu, Han Mu, Han Hua, Han Shui, and Han Hao, are free of charge as long as they come to the shop. You can have as many crystal coins as you want. Miles chuckled and explained, "Would you like to come in and have a private chat?" Han Shua too was astonished. He did not expect that the owner of the shop would be Metal Elite Zombie. From the Divine Guard's tone, it seemed that Goldstone was not only a branch in Ethereal City but was also doing very well in other dominions. It seemed that this youngster was much more promising than the others. But after giving it some thought, Han Shua felt that it wasn't that hard to understand. Given Metal Elite Zombie's marvelous ability to detect ores, as long as there were ores on Elysium, it wouldn't be difficult for him to locate them as long as he had the time. Ordinary people would have to excavate for years or even decades to find energy ores in some famous mountains and rivers. But Metal Elite Zombie, on the other hand, would know what kind of energy ores were produced in those mountains and rivers. With Metal Elite Zombie's marvelous ability, it was only natural that his shop would have energy ores that ordinary shops could not. With such a unique advantage, it would be a wonder if the shop didn't flourish. Having stayed in the City of Shadows for such a long time, Han Shua was very proud of his Celestial Pro Pharmacy. But when he compared it to Metal Elite Zombie's Goldstone and Energy Stone shops all over the Divine Dominions, Han Shua suddenly felt that his son had surpassed his master. "Come, let's talk inside," said Han Shua smilingly. He nodded at Miles and entered Goldstone. At the same time, in a vast forest outside Ethereal City, a battle was going on. A group of cold-looking gods emanating the aura of death were attacking a small family clan. They were obviously god hunters and all of them cultivated in the energy of death. Each and every one of them was ferocious and valiant. They worked in perfect coordination with each other and seemed to know some kind of marvelous formation. Under their attacks, the members of this small family that came to Ethereal City were killed one after another. Their valuables were all plundered. Those who cultivated the energy of death had their divine energy of death devoured, and their life force was drained away bit by bit. "Your family clan has besieged us so many times. You didn't expect such an outcome, did you?" said a one-eyed god hunter whose face was covered in scars as he stared coldly at the last late-stage mid-god. "I didn't expect that you would become so powerful. But it is only a matter of time before you all die in the hands of our patriarchs. That leader of yours is dead for sure." This person was a tough character. He was not afraid even though he knew that he was going to die. He suddenly shouted, "Let's die together." It seemed that he had prepared a means to take his enemies down with him. A 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly streaked across the sky. Wherever the bone spear passed, all the element of death in its path would be sucked dry. Before the last patriarch could use any means to take his enemies down with him, the bone spear had nailed him to the ground and killed him instantly. This patriarch possessed late-stage mid-god strength. But he was instantly killed by a bone spear that came out of nowhere. It was obvious that the attacker's strength far exceeded his. A youngster wearing a tranquil face walked towards him unhurriedly. His eyes were sinister and cold. The 7 snow-white bone spurs on his back looked as though they were inserted into his body. His entire body was emitting an intense domineering aura. He extended his hand and moved his fingers. The 3-meter-long bone spear flew back to him and landed accurately in his jade-white palm. The youngster bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "Next time don't talk nonsense. Just kill." When the god hunters in the surroundings saw the young man, they respectfully bowed and saluted him. The one-eyed god hunter with a face full of scars looked at the young man with reverence and lowered his head as he said, "Yes, chief." The youngster nodded and instructed, "Stay in the vicinity and move about freely. I'm going to Ethereal City. Without my command, do not step into Ethereal City." "Chief, when will you be back?" the one-eyed god hunter asked cautiously. "I don't know. Be careful while I'm away." "Without me, do not touch any party with high gods," said the youngster in a cold and indifferent face. He left the group of fiendish gods and headed for Ethereal City alone. Chapter 8:18. In the Energy or Goldstone store, Miles led Han Shua, Han Tu, and Han Hua to a secret warehouse. After entering the Goldstone store, Han Shua discovered that the scale of Metal Elite Zombie's store wasn't small at all. There were counters of all sizes displaying all sorts of bizarre ores. Many of the ores were sparkling. Even without any magical lamps, the store was still brightly lit. Miles instructed a few shop assistants to stand guard outside the store while he led Han Shuo, and Han Hua into the warehouse. Dazzling fire spark stones, skyfire stones, earth shatter stones, terra stones, translucent water soul stones, water jade, and all sorts of divine essences were piled up in the fairly spacious warehouse. All the ores in the warehouse were very precious. They were especially useful to Earth Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie. Over the past 10 years, Master has been sending all the special ores collected by various shops to Ethereal City. He has also assigned me to oversee the city so that I can take good care of these ores. Master has said that these ores are all prepared for you, Miles said to the astonished Han Hua and Han Tu in a faint smile. The various ores displayed in the warehouse were very useful to Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie. There was also a considerable amount of divine essences. Most of them belonged to the energy of fire, life, water, earth and death. It was obvious that everything was prepared for Han Tu and the others. The warehouse was filled with a dazzling array of ores. Just the pile of divine essences alone would cost at least several million black crystal coins. There were also ores of various types, all of which were rare. To Earth Elite Zombie and the others, they were just as useful as divine essences. That youngster is truly amazing. Han Hua's eyes were glowing brightly. He squeezed himself into a pile of fire elemental energy ores and greedily absorbed the energy contained within them. Han Tu did not stand on ceremony. He giggled and said, "Little Gold is truly a good friend. He has found so many good things for us." Just like Han Hua, he grabbed a handful of Terra stones and started absorbing the energy of the earth contained within the stones. Upon hearing Miles' words, Han Shuo remarked, "It seems that this youngster has been very considerate all these years." Han Shuo understood that Metal Elite Zombie must have known that they were about to gather in Ethereal City. That was why he had moved all the special crystals from the various shops to Ethereal City. He had even sent Miles, his right-hand man, to look after everything in Ethereal City. Metal Elite Zombie had done all that to wait for their arrival and hand over all the crystals to them. Master has instructed us that if you arrive at Ethereal City, everything here will be at your disposal. Miles bowed at Han Shuo and explained, "It's just that the name Master gave you was Han Shuo. After you arrived in Ethereal City, you did not use that name. Therefore we did not know that you were the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." "You know who I am?" Han Shuo looked at Miles with furrowed brows. Miles nodded smilingly and said, "You are Master's father." "Ah, of course I know who you are." After hearing Miles' words, Han Shuo was certain that Miles was Metal Elite Zombie's trusted aide. Otherwise, Miles wouldn't know so many things and Metal Elite Zombie wouldn't have entrusted so many ores to Miles. Han Shuo then asked, "Where is he now?" Metal Elite Zombie had arranged everything in Ethereal City. Naturally, he knew that Han Shuo would be arriving at Ethereal City at the appointed time. Master should be on his way here. It won't be long before he arrives at Ethereal City. Just as Han Shuo expected, Miles replied smilingly. After taking a short pause, Miles nervously asked, "May I know what instructions do you have for me?" "You can take everything in Goldstone. If you need crystal coins, I can prepare a few million for you." Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and said, "Everything here is fine. Just do as I have always done. For the time being, I don't need you to do anything for me. Besides, I don't lack crystal coins." "Alright then. You can continue the discussion after Master returns." Ever since Miles learned that Han Shuo was the owner of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he knew that Han Shuo wouldn't lack crystal coins. "I do need some of the ores in your shop." After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo put on a faint smile. The variety of ores in Goldstone was more abundant than any other shop. Han Shuo had noticed quite a few extremely rare refining materials. Since the shop belonged to Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo didn't mind. As long as the shop has it, feel free to take it. As Han Jin's trusted aide, Miles, of course, knew about the relationship between Han Jin and Han Shuo. In addition to the fact that he had been instructed to do so in advance, Han Shuo readily agreed. Han Shuo had no qualms about taking all the items that belonged to Metal Elite Zombie. Without saying anything else to Miles, he first picked out some ores and divine essences that caught his fancy. After that, he left Han Hua and Han Tu and went outside with Miles to pick out a few dozen more bizarre ores. After everything was done, Han Hua and Han Tu waited for a while before they walked out from the secret warehouse. The two wore satisfied faces as they constantly stroked the space rings on their fingers. They reckoned that all the ores suitable for them in the secret warehouse had been stored away by them. "Alright, we will take our leave first. We will tell him what happened today when he returns." Han Hua and Han Tu said their goodbyes. After Han Hua and Han Tu walked out of the secret warehouse, Han Shuo smiled and bade farewell to Miles. "Don't worry, I will report what happened today to Master," said Miles as he bowed and sent off Han Shuo and the other two. "Grandpa Miles, who are they? I saw them taking a lot of things but they didn't pay a single black crystal coin. Who are they?" After Han Shuo and the other two left, the female shop assistant who nearly got into a fight with Han Hua asked with a bitter face. Not just her, the other shop assistants in Goldstone were also puzzled. They had seen with their own eyes how Han Shuo swept through every counter and put all kinds of ores into his space ring. Not only did Han Shuo not pay a single crystal coin after the transaction, he even acted as though it was only natural for him to do so. Even Miles had to bow to him. Everything that happened was beyond their understanding. The small shop assistants didn't know about the existence of the Metal Elite Zombie. Only the core members of the Goldstone store knew that the Metal Elite Zombie was the true owner of the Goldstone store. Those who knew about the relationship between the Metal Elite Zombie and Han Shuo were few and far in between. It was normal that they didn't know. In a solemn face, Miles said to the few in a deep voice, "Remember, do not tell anyone about what happened today. Do not know anything that you are not supposed to know. If one day you are able to gain Master's trust and become a supervisor of one of the dominions of Goldstone, you will have the opportunity to learn these secrets." Miles scanned the young shop assistants with his eyes. He lightly groaned and said, "If I find out that any one of you has leaked what happened today, don't blame me for being impolite. Alright, do what you need to do." The shop assistants were all shocked. They all knew that Miles rarely treated them so seriously, and they knew that the identities of those people must be extraordinary. One by one, they obediently agreed and continued to stand at their respective counters in silence, not daring to continue asking questions. Inside the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Baum slightly bunched his brows as he listened to the report from the Divine Guard in Goldstone. His face was filled with bewilderment. "You are saying that Han Hua is also his son?" asked Baum puzzledly when the Divine Guard was halfway through his report. Just like Han Tu, Han Hua was quite a notorious character in the Fire Dominion. Han Hua had a fiery temper and would often get into fights with people over the slightest disagreement. He had offended quite a few people in the Fire Dominion. His mastery of the energy of fire had reached the acme of perfection. With the Fire Lotus in hand, he was not afraid of challenging opponents of higher realms. He was quite famous among the youngsters in the Fire Dominion. To Baum, it was already rather surprising that Earth Elite Zombie Han Tu was Han Shuo's son. He was even more astonished to learn that Han Hua of the Fire Dominion was Han Shuo's son. Baum grew more and more curious about Han Shuo. He wondered what this person was up to in Ethereal City. The Divine Guard nodded and respectfully said, "Not only that, even the owner of Goldstone seems to have a close relationship with Han Shuo. Goldstone is the largest energy stone shop in Ethereal City. They have branches in every dominion. Their influence is even greater than his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." However, when the owner of Goldstone heard Han Shuo's name, his attitude immediately changed. "What?" Baum was even more astonished. He could accept Han Tu and Han Hua's relationship with Han Shuo, but this matter was rather frightening. Although Earth Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie possessed decent strength and some marvelous abilities, they were just two people. They were not high gods. No matter how powerful they were, Baum would not give a damn about them. But Goldstone was a different story. The Goldstone shops that could be found in every dominion were extremely wealthy and their owners were mysterious and unfathomable. For Han Shuo to have such a close relationship with such a person, Baum started to feel terrified. Han Shuo wondered if it was the right decision to invite this person to stay in Ethereal City. Baum was a little uncertain. After thinking for a moment, he instructed the Divine Guard, "Keep a close eye on that Goldstone shop. Try to find out what those clerks are talking about after they enter the shop." "My lord, should we keep an eye on Brian and the others?" The Divine Guard bowed and asked. Baum shook his head, put on a somewhat grave face and said, "He is not someone you should get close to. Don't worry about him and don't send anyone to keep an eye on him. I have my own plans." "Yes, my lord." The Divine Guard immediately dismissed himself and was about to send someone to Goldstone Pharmacy to ask about the situation. After the Divine Guard left, Baum bunched his brows and muttered to himself, "Brian, oh Brian, what are you up to in Ethereal City?" Baum did not notice that Han Shuo was perched on a large tree 100 meters away from him and had been observing him day and night. Chapter 8:19. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Han Shua had recruited a sufficient number of employees and pharmacists. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch that Baum had prepared for him had also been renovated. With that, Han Shua no longer stayed in the City Lord's mansion but moved to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch in Ethereal City. From the conversation he overheard from the demon generals, Han Shua was certain that Baum had ulterior motives towards him and that Baum would not be wholeheartedly helping him. This indirectly proved that McKinley's guess was right. Baum was a scheming person and would not be easy to deal with. After that, Han Shua's demon generals never left Baum's side. However, they did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Baum had been cultivating in the City Lord's mansion for the past 10 days and had not seen anyone. Han Shua's demon generals roamed around the City Lord's mansion for a few days. He wanted to find McKinley's divine body, but there was not a single place in the mansion that he could hide his divine body. The demon generals had searched every corner of the mansion but did not find anything out of place. Han Shua had no choice but to give the matter further thought. As Baum had sent that divine guard to Goldstone to scout out the situation, Han Shua had secretly sent a demon general over just in case. After observing for a while, Han Shua discovered that the employees of Goldstone seemed to have been instructed by Miles to keep their mouths shut. The Ethereal City Divine Guards did not learn anything useful about what happened between Han Shua and Miles in the shop. Han Shua felt that Metal Elite Zombie was the most adept at management among the little fellas. Han Shua had never seen anyone cultivating in the energy of metal at this time. Although it might not be easy for Metal Elite Zombie to make rapid progress in his cultivation, the fact that Metal Elite Zombie was adept at using his innate divine abilities proved to be the greatest help to Han Shua. Goldstone shops could be found all over the Divine Dominions. As long as he made good use of them, Han Shua would be able to learn about the situation in every Divine Dominions. At present, Han Shua was very much looking forward to meeting Metal Elite Zombie and having a good discussion about Goldstone shop. It would be very beneficial to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's future development. With Baum's deliberate promotion, all the gods in every region of Ethereal City learned about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's branch in the city. Before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was officially opened, many gods came to Han Shua's door to purchase the medicines refined by him. From the City of Shadows to Ethereal City, Han Shua had passed by many famous mountains and great rivers. He had collected all kinds of medicinal herbs and refined them into a space ring. Of all kinds of medicines, Han Shua did not wait for too long. After all the employees had arrived, the pharmacist he recruited started refining some commonly used medicines according to Han Shua's instructions. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy officially opened for business in Ethereal City. After that, Han Shua took out 1,000 bottles of medicinal pills he refined and put them on display. Of Goldstone of the morning. Of Han Shua of business. On the first day of business, an endless stream of people bought all the medicinal pills refined by Han Shua. In total, Han Shua received about 70,000 black crystal coins. Those gods who bought the medicinal pills refined by Han Shua immediately realized the benefits of the new medicine. Without any prompting from Han Shua, they helped Han Shua promote the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for free. For a short while, everyone in Ethereal City was talking about the miracles of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After a good start, Han Shua took out a portion of his medicines and put them on sale. In just a few days, the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be packed with people. Gods from every street block in Ethereal City would flock to Han Shua's pharmacy. They would not hesitate to spend black crystal coins to buy the medicines refined by Han Shua. Every person who bought the medicines would consciously become a promoter of the pharmacy. The topic of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gradually became the main topic of conversation in Ethereal City. Han Shua, the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, also rapidly became famous in Ethereal City. At first, there were those who coveted Han Shua's medicines and tried to force him to sell them. Han Shua would only need to give Rose a meaningful glance and they would be thrown out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy by Rose. Those who tried to sneak in at night would be killed as soon as they were discovered. It was only after a few groups of people they sent went missing that they realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was not as simple as a pharmacy. After that, no one dared to look down on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy or treat them in an unruly manner. When everything was on the right track, just like in the City of Shadows, Han Shua announced that he would only sell the medicines he refined after a certain period of time. Although the crowd couldn't help but sigh, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's reputation had grown. Even without the medicines refined by Han Shua, the pharmacy's business was much better than other pharmacies. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had gradually gained a foothold in Ethereal City. However, Little Skull, Wood Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie were nowhere to be seen. This made Han Shuo rather worried. He personally went to Goldstone Market twice and asked Miles. He was told that Metal Elite Zombie was still on his way to Ethereal City. After counting the days, it would be half a year before the appointed time. And half a year was such a short period of time for them. Han Shuo started to worry. He wondered if something had happened to those people. It was only now that Han Shuo was slowly becoming aware of what it was like to be a father. He finally realized that it wasn't easy being a father. That feeling of longing for his child made him feel very uncomfortable. Han Shuo had been restless recently. He wanted to go out and look for his child, but he didn't know where to start. "Don't worry, father. They will be fine," Han Tu comforted when he saw that Han Shuo was feeling rather vexed. As they were connected to Han Shuo's mind, they could sense the source of Han Shuo's worries. Nothing will happen to them, right? Han Shuo's brows were bunched tightly and he kept asking himself, "Don't worry. Little Gold is on his way here. Little Wood and Little Water should be doing the same. As for Big Brother, I'm sure nothing will happen to him. He's the best," said Han Hua in a carefree manner. The big brother he mentioned was none other than Little Skull. As Little Skull was the first to be refined by Han Shuo, it was Little Skull who brought the 5 to Han Shuo. To the 5 elite zombies, Little Skull was without a doubt the leader. "I hope they are all right," Han Shuo sighed. Han Shuo let out a long sigh and instructed, "Be careful tonight. I'm going to the City Lord's mansion. I don't know why Baum has invited me. Don't worry. We have killed so many ambushers recently that they are afraid of us. There shouldn't be anyone who dares to cause trouble," replied Han Hua in an indifferent manner. He did not give a damn about the ambushers at all. When Rose saw that Han Shuo was looking at her deeply, she indifferently nodded and softly said, "I'll be fine here, right?" Han Shuo was slightly relieved after hearing Rose's words. He instructed Han Tu, "Be careful. If you run into an enemy you can't defend against, just take Rose and Little Hua and escape by yourselves. As for the clerks and pharmacists, bring them along if you can. It doesn't matter if you can't. They are not important to me." "Got it, father. You are so long-winded." Han Tu chuckled. It was obvious that he did not take Han Shuo's words to heart. He believed that no one would dare to come to their deaths. Han Shuo could not help but laugh after hearing Han Tu's words. He too felt that he had become more and more long-winded. Han Shuo was always worried about Han Tu and Han Hua. He would take great pains to tell them all sorts of nonsense, especially when it came to Fire Elite Zombie. Han Shuo would constantly remind Fire Elite Zombie to be more careful and not to provoke any enemies that he could not defeat at the moment. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart when he saw that the 2 brats did not take his words to heart. However, after thinking for a moment and realizing that there had been no more ambushers in the near future, Han Shuo did not continue to nag and headed to the City Lord's mansion where Baum was. Not long after Han Shuo left, night fell. The clerks and pharmacists of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy went back to their rooms to rest. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was remodeled from a small manor. At the front of the building was a shop that sold all kinds of medicines. Behind it were houses for the clerks and pharmacists to refine medicines. The main warehouse was in a separate building. It was protected by boundaries deployed by Han Shuo and Rose. The clerks and pharmacists of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had gotten used to the strange noises coming from the shop at night. They felt rather uneasy at first. But after a while, when they discovered that they were unharmed and that the screams were coming from strangers, they gradually realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was not as simple as it seemed. That night, as usual, the clerks and pharmacists refined medicines. They did not pay any attention to the strange noises coming from the shop. Rose, who was in the gymnasium, suddenly bunched her brows. She stood up from her meditative state and was about to look for Han Tu and Han Hua when she discovered that the 2 were sneaking towards her. Han Tu came to Rose's side and softly said, "There's an enemy. This time it's a little unusual. There seems to be a high god among them. God damn it, there's definitely something wrong with that Baum. Father has been in the shop for so long and nothing happened to him. But as soon as he left, the enemy came knocking. What a coincidence," cursed Han Hua in a low voice. "You two be careful. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Just leave on your own." Rose knew that Han Tu had the ability to burrow into the earth. Therefore she wasn't too worried. She knew that Han Shuo loved the 2 very dearly and would never allow anything to happen to them. "What are you worried about, woman? Didn't my father say it before he left? If there's any danger that we can't handle, the 3 of us will just leave together. Those clerks and pharmacists are everywhere. It doesn't matter if they die, replied Han Tuesday. That's right. You are my father's woman. How can anything happen to you? If you're not around, who's going to sleep with my father? Said Han Hua in a mischievous smile. Rose was greatly embarrassed by the words of the two clowns. She had an impulse to beat the two up. With that, even Rose, who was initially nervous, suddenly relaxed. When Han Tu and Han Jin saw the strange look on Rose's face, they put on a strange smile and started teasing Rose. They were not the least bit afraid of the mighty high god. Chapter 820. The clerks and pharmacists in the store had no idea what was going on around them. But Rose, Han Tu, and Han Hua did not dare to let their guard down for even a second. They quietly observed the situation inside and outside the store from the top floor of the warehouse. Rose suddenly had a strange feeling. She did not feel anything when Han Shua was always by her side. She never worried about the enemies that came to her. It was as though as long as Han Shua was in the store, no enemy, no matter how powerful, would pose any threat to her. But since Han Shua wasn't in the shop tonight, Rose couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when she had to take care of everything. Rose was shocked. She knew that she had unknowingly gotten used to relying on Han Shua. As long as Han Shua was by her side, she felt that there was nothing to worry about. But when Han Shua was not around, she felt that she had to take the leadership role. Rose smiled bitterly in her mind. She temporarily threw away her messy thoughts and focused her attention on the shadows of the buildings outside the store. She was quietly sensing the strength and number of the attackers. During this period of time, Rose had gotten used to facing these intruders with ulterior motives in the middle of the night. Starting from the first batch of intruders, the strength and number of the intruders had been continuously increasing. It was only after a high god was killed that the intruders suddenly vanished. For a very long time, no one dared to attack again recklessly. Rose had thought that the intruders had been intimidated and would never come to the store again. She did not expect that they would show up again tonight. Moreover, the attackers were led by a mid-level high god. It was obvious that they were going to face another fierce battle. The leader of the group is a mid-stage high god. I can faintly sense that he cultivates in the energy of lightning. I'll stop that guy. I'll leave the rest to you. He's not here this time, so don't make any mistakes, Rose reminded Han Tu and Han Hua with a slight frown on her face. Don't worry. Don't worry. If we can beat them, we'll fight them. If we can't, we'll just run. It's no big deal, replied Han Tu smilingly. He did not take the ambushers seriously. Han Hua nodded and wore a nonchalant face. He believed that with Han Tu around, they would be able to escape with ease. Therefore he was not worried. Rose cursed in her heart when she saw that the two did not seem to care. She did not say anything else and calmly sensed for any movement in the dark. The dark street was shrouded in a gray mist. Gradually, the intruders who had been hiding in the dark for some time approached the store. They flew towards the warehouse where Rose, Han Shua, and Han Shua were hiding. The warehouse was used to store all kinds of medicines. They believed that all the medicines Han Shua personally refined were stored in the warehouse. Moreover, these people had also sensed the presence of Rose and the other two. They knew that they had to go through Rose and the other two in order to obtain the special medicines from Celestial Pearl. Who's there? Without waiting for the shadows to approach, Lolth let out a low growl. The moment her voice left her mouth, Lolth had already launched her attack. Darkness divine power flew out, gathering the element of darkness in the night to form clusters of ink-like clouds. The clusters of thick black clouds emanated traces of darkness that gradually spread out into the darkness of the night. With the warehouse as the center, the sky seemed to be dyed with ink. The dim glimmer was swallowed up bit by bit, and the entire area was plunged into absolute darkness in a few seconds. The wisps of divine power of darkness were like a trickle of water, gently spreading outwards at a steady pace. Before the first few intruders could even get close to the warehouse, they suddenly felt as though their bodies were filled with lead. The wisps of darkness divine energy seeped into their divine bodies. Although it was not enough to kill them immediately, the wisps of darkness divine energy disrupted the normal circulation of their divine bodies. They suddenly slowed down. Those who did not cultivate in the energy of darkness had completely lost their vision. They moved forward as though they were blind. They were all on high alert, fearing that they would be ambushed under such circumstances. How could Han Tu and Han Hua let go of this golden opportunity to launch a sneak attack? While Rose was affecting the intruders with her energy of darkness, Han Tu and Han Hua quietly approached the intruders. Just like Han Shua, The two little fellas refined by Han Shuo using a special method were not affected by the boundless darkness. They did not even need to use their vision. They could launch sneak attacks just by sensing the aura of life in the vicinity. In the absolute darkness, groans of pain suddenly sounded. Those who were ambushed by Han Tu and Han Hua did not dare to shout too loudly. They hastily retreated. Two of them who did not manage to dodge in time were killed on the spot by Han Tu and Han Hua. Those who were planning to launch a sneak attack under the cover of darkness did not expect that they would be affected by Rose's darkness divine energy and become the unlucky ones who were ambushed. Come back. Just as Han Tu and Han Hua were quietly launching sneak attacks, a middle-aged man suddenly shouted from the dark. As soon as his voice rang out, all the Dark Knight guests retreated and quickly walked out of Loltha's domain of endless darkness. A tall, broad-shouldered man appeared. A crude grayish-white mask covered his entire face, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. He did not expect that there would be an expert as strong as Rose in the shop other than Han Shuo. After dismissing his subordinates who were also wearing strange masks, he immediately turned to look at Rose, who was disappearing from the dark cloud. To maintain the boundless darkness, Rose had to consume a lot of her divine energy. Seeing that the intruders had retreated, she did not continue to cast the boundless darkness around her to exhaust her divine energy. She looked at the intruders indifferently and shouted coldly, "I don't care who you are, leave now. This is no longer a simple robbery. Last time my brother was killed. Today all of you will die," said the grayish-white masked intruder in a deep voice. His tone was filled with resentment. Rose's heart sank when she heard those words. She knew that this matter would not end peacefully. If it was just a simple robbery of the shop's potions, she might have retreated because of her strength. But since the intruder's brother was killed, this battle would not end until he was dead. With Han Shuo not around, Rose was not confident that she could protect the entire shop against such an expert and a large group of ferocious mid-gods. If the intruder was willing to leave, Rose would let him go. But if he was determined to fight, Rose would have no choice but to go all out. "Who is your brother? Recently too many people have died in our shop." "Serves them right." Even though Han Hua was facing an expert with high god strength, he showed no fear and even took the initiative to provoke the intruder. "The early-stage high god who died here 10 days ago was my brother." The intruder waved his hand and gestured for the intruders to disperse before he walked towards Rose. "Oh, so it's that idiot. Why didn't he run when he was crippled?" "Serves him right." Han Hua looked askance at the intruder and laughed. "Kill?" He roared and charged at Han Hua. A thick lightning dragon shot out from his palm. As soon as the lightning dragon formed from pure lightning bolts appeared, he released his domain of divinity. Tiny lightning bolts twisted and wriggled in the air like tiny snakes. "Damn it, why are you looking for me?" cursed Han Hua. He hastily flew towards Rose. Although Han Hua was hot-tempered and reckless, he was no fool. When he provoked the intruder, he was prepared to flee at any moment. As soon as he saw that the intruder was about to attack, he immediately turned tail and ran. Rose no longer hesitated when she saw that Han Hua was about to attack. Like a dark phantom, she descended from the top floor of the warehouse. Before she arrived, clouds of dense dark aura engulfed the high god of lightning. As mid-stage high gods, the two fought with all their might. Their battle was in full swing and they had no time to pay attention to anything else. Han Hua and Han Tu ran far away from the battle between the two and engaged in battle with the other attackers. Although the two of them only possessed mid-stage mid-god strength, their understanding of the elemental energy of fire and earth far surpassed that of ordinary gods. Even though they were facing a dozen or so attackers who were a realm higher than them, the two of them showed no signs of being defeated. Instead, they were putting up a good fight. Han Hua unleashed a fire lotus. His body was enveloped by the petals of the fire lotus. His entire body was as red as a soldering iron and emitted an astonishing amount of heat. Han Hua, who was covered by the fire lotuses, felt a sense of defeat. None of the attackers dared to attack Han Hua with their bodies. All they could do was to use their divine weapons to attack Han Hua from a distance. They were unable to cause any substantial damage to Han Hua. Earth Elite Zombie, on the other hand, made them feel even more helpless. After he landed on the ground, he vanished from their sight. Following that, a pair of hands would suddenly reach out from every spot on the ground. A mound would burst out from the ground, and an earth spike would shoot out from the ground, annoying them to no end. They could not find any trace of Han Tu, so they could only passively defend themselves. The attackers were extremely frustrated by Han Hua and Han Tu's endless attacks. They couldn't even touch Han Hua and couldn't attack him while Han Tu was tunneling through the ground. How were they supposed to attack him when they couldn't even see him? Fool, come at me. Come at me. Han Hua laughed heartily as he flew back and forth among the attackers. He would throw fireballs left and right, and from time to time he would blow out a mouthful of fireballs to incinerate the hair and clothes of the attackers. He would also curse their female relatives. Suddenly, an ice arrow appeared out of nowhere and struck Han Hua's back. It was obvious that the arrow came from a high god. Han Hua, who was still proudly bragging, suddenly staggered. The cold air rushed into his body and caused him to shiver. His body was in so much pain that he could no longer greet others with profanity. Chapter 8:21. It was only after the ice arrow was shot that the attacker gradually revealed himself from the corner. He had a plain face, a tall and skinny body, and a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. He silently stared at Han Hua, who was struck by the ice arrow, and did not take any further action. His face was as flat as a wooden board. There were no bumps or bumps. There was not even a trace of a nose or lips. He was either extremely ugly or he had deliberately disguised his face. In short, it was definitely not a face that an ordinary person should have. What the fuck? It took Han Hua a moment to recover. By then, Han Tu had stopped attacking the surrounding enemies. He had dragged Han Hua deep into the ground. The attacker, who cultivated in the energy of water, possessed early-stage high god strength. Han Tu knew the gap between a high god and a mid-god. Therefore, he did not dare to attack recklessly. He immediately went forward and grabbed Han Hua, intending to escape. Where's that woman? If it were any other mid-god, their divine body would have been frozen stiff after taking such an attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be immobilized by the ice. However, Han Hua was a special case. The fire lotus covering his body was a treasure that was nurtured in the place of extreme fire for tens of thousands of years. It had neutralized more than half of the frost divine energy. Not only could he speak, but his body had also returned to normal after a short while. Let's wait for her to come down, said Han Tuesday. He pulled Han Hua deep into the ground. It was as though the two had melted into the earth and disappeared. While the attackers were cursing and swearing, Han Tu and Han Hua stealthily emerged from another area. They shouted at Rose, who was fighting in midair, "That woman, hurry up and leave. Don't dawdle." Lolth was obviously distracted by the two men's shouts, allowing the lightning elemental to gain the upper hand. A few snake-like bolts of lightning landed on Loltha's body, causing her long hair to stand up straight. It was a very strange sight. The person who trained in the power of lightning was in the same realm as her, and was even slightly more powerful than her. As soon as the person seized the initiative, the sky was filled with lightning bolts that resembled a long dragon, twisting and wriggling towards Lolth. All of them blocked Loltha's feet as she flew towards the ground, preventing her from landing on the ground. At the same time, the other high god who had silently arrived gave up on attacking Han Tu and Han Hua and suddenly shot towards Rose. It seemed that he knew that Han Tu and Han Hua were deep underground and that it was unrealistic to kill them. Therefore, he turned his attention to Rose, who was the strongest among them and couldn't fly to the ground. What should we do? Han Hua asked Han Tu anxiously when he saw that Rose was about to be surrounded by the two. I don't know either. Should I save her? Han Tu was in a dilemma. He was much calmer than Han Hua. He knew that he and Han Hua could not handle a high god for the time being. It was just that the 5 elite zombies still had the penta-elemental undead formation that could be deployed by fusing their energies. However, Han Tu did not have absolute confidence that he could succeed. He was worried that if the penta-elemental undead formation was deployed, he and Han Hua would be trapped in it. You two run. Don't worry about me. While Han Tu and Han Hua were hesitating, Rose suddenly shrieked. A white, icy aura suddenly shot towards her. Rose, who was concentrating on dealing with the high god who cultivated in the energy of lightning, did not manage to evade the attack. She took a solid hit on her back. Damn it, I'm going all out. Han Hua immediately stopped hesitating when he saw that Rose was still asking them to leave. Regardless of what Han Tu was thinking, Han Hua shouted as he charged forward. You despicable bastard. Do you only know how to sneak up on me? Come and fight me if you have the guts. You motherfucker. Han Tu let out a soft sigh when he saw Han Hua flying out of the ground while cursing. For the first time since the battle began, he emerged from the ground and flew towards Han Hua at an even greater speed. Han Tu was much calmer than Han Hua. If he wasn't completely confident that he could escape, he would abandon Rose. However, he would not leave Han Hua to bear the risk. Therefore, Han Hua had no choice but to move. As soon as Han Tu flew out of the ground, mounds started flying out of the ground. As they flew towards Han Hua shouted, "Little Hua, activate the formation." Han Hua stared blankly for a moment before he laughed mischievously as though he had just remembered that he could join forces with Han Tuesday. The mounds rose into the sky like earthen dragons. Large clusters of flames flew towards the mounds. Only unique life forms like them could fuse with the elemental energies of the 5 elements. When the flames landed on the mounds, they magically sank into the mounds. The yellowish mounds suddenly turned red as though they were made of soldering iron. They burst into raging flames and charged towards the high god who cultivated in the energy of water. The yuan energy of earth and the yuan energy of fire fused perfectly on the mounds. The mounds were baked until they were as hard as the toughest iron and stone. Moreover, they were constantly emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Even a high god cultivating in the energy of water wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if the mounds collided with them. "You're courting death." That person shouted coldly and spat out an icy breath. The icy breath condensed the water elements in the air, and with a crunching sound, it instantly froze into a sparkling and translucent ice spear. The ice spear emitted an astonishing cold air, and its speed was unexpectedly very fast. It fiercely collided with the several fiery red mounds that were coming towards it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The ice spear did not shatter the mounds but only pushed them to one side. Then it flew towards Han Tu and Han Jin. The high god who fired the ice spear let out a soft cry. He did not expect that his attack would fail to shatter the mounds. His eyes were glowing with amazement. From his point of view, although the 2 mid-gods possessed extraordinary divine energies, they shouldn't have been able to withstand his attack. But to his surprise, the mounds did not crumble to the ground as though they were made of iron and stone. He seemed to be interested in Han Hua and Han Tuesday. Instead of focusing on Rose, he focused all of his attention on Han Hua and Han Tuesday. After the ice spear, water dragons condensed from the element of water in the air and charged at Han Hua and Han Tuesday. His eyes were ice cold. He slowly walked in the air towards Han Hua and Han Tuesday. Han Tu summoned the energy of the earth and formed a wall of earth around him. The wall was imbued with Han Hua's flames to defend against the man's attack. This was to prevent the man from leaving the 2 of them alone and continuing to harass Rose. Although the intruder only possessed early-stage high god strength, he was, after all, a high god. Even though Han Tu and Han Hua had joined forces, it was still rather difficult for them to deal with him. It was at this moment that the surrounding mid-god attackers saw that they could take advantage of the situation and started attacking the walls with their divine weapons. They created even more troubles for Han Tu and Han Hua. Han Tu and Han Hua felt very helpless. They were hesitant to retreat in the face of the chaotic attacks and had no choice but to passively accept the attacks. Their calm and unruffled demeanor was nowhere to be found. The high god of water flew into a rage out of humiliation when he saw that the earthen wall created by the 2 mid-gods couldn't be destroyed even after repeated attacks. The high god of water flew into a rage out of humiliation. He launched several water dragons and ice spears at the same time and blasted them down at the same time. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded. The wall of earth did not break, but Han Tu and Han Hua were sent flying. Han Tu and Han Hua finally couldn't withstand the full force of the high god's attack. Han Tu and Han Hua were sent flying out from behind the earthen wall. Han Hua and Han Tu could no longer withstand the full force of the high god's attack. "Run!" shouted Rose. She knew that Han Tu and Han Hua had stayed behind to help her. She couldn't help but cry out when she saw that they were about to be killed. It was at this moment that many of the clerks and pharmacists in the store sensed that something was amiss. They came out from various areas and looked anxiously at the warehouse at the center of the store. In the past, although there would be sounds of fighting every night, they would only be heard within a short period of time. Most of the time, the screams were from strangers. But tonight, Rose's screams were too unusual. Therefore, they all came out from the warehouse. Unfortunately, these clerks and pharmacists didn't possess much strength. When they saw that a high god had intervened in this battle, they knew that they wouldn't be of any help even if they stepped forward. They would just be throwing their lives away. Therefore, they could only watch in the dark with worry. Han Tu and Han Hua, who were sent flying, were rather far apart from each other. Even though they had landed on the ground, Han Tu couldn't immediately bring Han Hua back to the ground. The water elemental cultivator was well aware of this. Therefore, he did not pursue Han Tu, who could use the ground to escape, but instead flew towards Han Hua at top speed. Han Hua, who was dizzy from the rebounding force, had yet to come to his senses. He continued to fall from the sky in a daze. Han Tu was the first to regain consciousness as soon as he touched the ground. He immediately realized what was going on and shouted, "Little Hua, run!" As soon as Han Tu's voice trailed off, Han Hua's body landed on the ground. Han Hua had also regained consciousness after the collision. However, Han Hua didn't have the ability to dive into the ground like Han Tu did. By this time, the water elemental cultivator was right in front of him and Han Tu was very far away from him. There was no way for Han Hua to evade the attack. Han Hua knew that he was in a very bad situation. "Run! Run!" shouted Han Tu as he desperately rushed towards Han Hua. He knew that Han Hua wouldn't be able to escape, but that was all he could say. His heart was filled with extreme fear. "Damn it, I'll kill you. If I die, my father will avenge me." Seeing that it was too late to dodge, Han Hua decided to give up on dodging. Instead, he became enraged and charged at the man fearlessly while cursing. "You're courting death," shouted the attacker with an ice-cold face. His eyes were filled with disdain. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing shriek sounded in the air. A 3-meter-long bone spear glistening with dazzling white light and carrying an earth-shattering aura of death tore through the space of 1,000 meters and stabbed straight at the attacker who was chasing after Han Hua. Chapter 822. The bone spur whizzed towards Han Hua. It drew a beautiful and sinister arc in the air and arrived before the assailant in an instant. The disdain in the eyes of the assailant who had arrived before Han Hua had vanished without a trace. It was replaced by an unprecedentedly grave expression. His pupils contracted as he stared at the 3-meter-long bone spur that was getting closer and closer. He gathered all the water divine energy in his body in his palms. He was the target of the bone spur. He could sense the terrifying energy of death contained in that dazzling white bone spur more than anyone else. Moreover, apart from the energy of death, the bone spur also contained an even more terrifying and bloody killing intent. That killing intent was not any weaker than the energy of death emanating from the bone spur. The assailant had no choice but to go all out against the bone spur. He no longer had the energy to deal with Han Hua. He stared fixedly at the bone spur. The water divine energy in his body gathered in his palms. His fair and slender arms suddenly turned as translucent as jade. Frigid air gathered in his palms, causing his arms and palms to look as though they had been crystallized. Wisps of frigid air emanated from them. His arms had instantly turned into solid ice. But if someone were to look closely, they would discover that there were streams of water flowing slowly within his crystallized palms. After cultivating the energy of water to the high god realm, one would be able to achieve a marvelous harmony between the flexibility of water and the firmness of ice. The peculiar appearance of this assailant's hands proved that his understanding of the energy of water had indeed reached the high god realm. Wisps of frigid air flew out from the fingertips of his crystallized palms. The wisps of frigid air converged and formed an ice shield at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. This assailant, who had been sneaking up on Han Hua from the moment he appeared, actually chose to defend against the bone spur that appeared out of nowhere. This meant that he was very wary of the bone spur. Just as the ice shield was formed, the bone spur arrived. Clang! The bone spur accurately bombarded the ice shield, and a dazzling white light burst out from the point of contact between the ice shield and the bone spur. Tiny rays of light shot out in all directions, and those tiny rays of light even made a strange chi-chi sound. The assailant felt as though he had suffered a heavy blow. His arm that was holding the ice shield let out creaking noises. He felt two energies wreaking havoc on the ice shield. The energies clashed with the water divine energy he had poured into the ice shield hundreds of times in an instant. The energy that was obviously formed from the divine energy of death had shattered his water divine energy. Meanwhile, the other bizarre energy that was filled with killing intent penetrated through the ice shield into the assailant's palm as though it had a mind of its own. It drilled into the depths of his divine body. Shocked, the assailant immediately retreated. The divine energy in his body flowed from his palm and arm back into his divine body. He did everything he could to stop the evil energy from invading his divine body. That one moment of carelessness had caused great damage to his divine body. By the time he gathered the divine energy in his palm and arm to defend himself, at least 3/10 of his divine body's functions had been destroyed. If he had hesitated for a few seconds, his divine body would have been completely destroyed. If he had hesitated for a few more seconds, his divine soul would not have been able to escape either. Who was the assailant? The assailant's body was drenched in cold sweat. He dared not to make another move against Han Hua, who was right in front of him. He looked at the bone spur that had shattered his ice shield into ice shards and was aiming at him again. He was terrified. A youngster wearing an indifferent face silently walked out from the depths of a dark street. One of his eyes was pale purple and he looked extremely evil. 7 slightly shorter bone spurs were stuck in his back. Each and every one of them was glowing with pure white light. In just a few seconds, the youngster had arrived at the center of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He extended his arm and the bone spur instantly returned to his palm. Then, without uttering a single word, he flew toward the assailant who had been chasing after Han Hua. His purple eyes glowed. An enormous and bewitching flower bud formed from bone spurs gathered the element of death beneath the assailant's feet. The stamen of the flower swallowed half of the assailant's waist. The bone spurs' petals firmly clamped onto the assailant. Blood instantly gushed out and dyed the spotlessly white bone spurs a bewitching crimson. The 3-meter-long bone spear shot out, forming a beautiful arc from the sky. It was thrown at the top of that person's head. The bone spear pierced through that person's skull, directly stabbing him into the huge bone flower, killing him. From beginning to end, the assailant had no chance to fight back. The indifferent youngster clenched his right hand. The bone flower brought the assailant before him. The youngster took a step forward and grabbed the 3-meter-long bone spear that was still stuck in the assailant's skull. He pulled it out forcefully. Turbid blood mixed with brain matter spurted out from the hole in the skull. A grayish mass of air also flew out from the hole. It struggled to float away but was grabbed by the youngster's left hand and stuffed it into one of the 7 bone spurs on his back. The bone spur seemed to possess a strange suction force. As soon as the grayish mass of air was sucked into the bone spur, it glowed with a gentle halo. It took a while before everything returned to normal. The strange, enormous bone flower suddenly dispersed, then disappeared in the air in a strange way. That lifeless body fell to the ground. Even the soul of the dead body would never be able to return to its original state. This series of events happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Before the weaker clerks and pharmacists could react, the high god Dark Visitor, who had been swaggering around a moment ago, was dead. Not only that, he had died in such a dubious manner. The high god of Thunder who was fighting Rose suddenly revealed a look of horror in his eyes. His movements slowed down and he no longer attacked Rose as fiercely as before. It was as though he was thinking of retreating. Rose felt the pressure on her lesson. She stealthily glanced at the youngster who wore a cold face. Her heart was in turmoil. Who is this person? What is his purpose in coming here? Is he a friend or foe? What should I do if he's an enemy? An expert who could kill an early-stage high god in such a short period of time must possess at least mid-stage high god strength. A sneak attacker who cultivated in the energy of thunder was already a huge headache for Rose. If this youngster who emitted an evil aura joined the fray, Rose would have no confidence in dealing with him. The shop assistants and pharmacists who were observing the scene were also astonished. They did not know if the newcomer was a friend or foe. If the newcomer was a foe, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. While everyone's gazes fell on the youngster who suddenly appeared, Han Hua suddenly cried out in surprise, "Big brother, why are you here? Big brother, when did you arrive?" asked Han Tu, who had finally made it to Han Hua's side. He too looked at the youngster excitedly and put on a silly smile. "I just arrived." The youngster who had been cold and indifferent all this time put on a faint but sincere smile. He looked at Han Hua and Han Tu and softly reprimanded, "The two of you are not working hard enough. You are too weak." "We have been working very hard. It's just that Big Brother is stronger." Han Hua scratched his head and said fawningly, "Big Brother, thank goodness you came in time. Otherwise I would have been finished. That's why you have to get stronger." Han Hua nodded. He shot a glance at a few mid-gods who were trying to run away. A few bone spurs whizzed out from his back and shot towards them like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts. Suddenly the shop was filled with gusts of bone-chilling cold wind. Miserable shrieks filled the air. None of the masked mid-gods managed to escape. All of them were shredded into mincemeat by the bone spurs. As soon as the 7 bone spurs moved, the person who was fighting Rose no longer hesitated. He decisively turned his head to look at Han Hua from time to time as he flew away. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as Rose was about to give chase, Han Hua suddenly flew towards Rose with his bone spurs in hand. When he arrived beside Han Hua shouted, "You stay, I'll go after him." Rose stared blankly for a moment. Initially she did not intend to listen to Han Hua. But when she took a closer look at Han Hua and discovered that he did bear a 50 to 60% resemblance to a certain person for some reason, she immediately became obedient. She let out a groan and flew towards Han Tu and Han Hua. "All of you go back and rest. There won't be anything interesting to see today. Also, pretend that you didn't see what you saw." said Rose as she swept her clear and cold eyes across the crowd. The clerks and pharmacists tactfully returned to their posts. But in their hearts, huge waves were set off. All along they had thought that the owner of Celestial Pearl, Han Shua, was the most powerful person in the world. But after what happened that night, they realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It seemed that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was hiding an extremely powerful force. They were both surprised and delighted. After they returned to their posts, they discussed what they saw in low voices. "That woman, you did well today." As soon as the crisis was averted, Han Hua immediately became arrogant again. He cast a sideways glance at Rose and said, "You didn't run away by yourself. You're a loyal friend. I won't speak ill of you behind your back anymore." The first part of Han Hua's words was rather comforting to Rose, but the latter part of Han Hua's words made Rose lose her temper. She glared at Han Hua. Suddenly something struck her. She looked in the direction where Han Hao left and asked puzzledly, "Who's that youngster?" "My elder brother, Han Hao. Didn't you hear it?" Rose had won Han Hua's trust. Therefore she did not hide anything from Han Hua. "Yes, he's also his son?" Rose was stunned. Han Tu and Han Hua were already shocking enough, but Han Hao's appearance was even more unbelievable. "Of course," replied Han Tuesday. He looked at Rose with a silly smile and said, "Woman, you like my father, don't you? If you like him, just tell us. We are very open-minded and won't care about father's messy affairs. Father has many women anyway. You won't make a difference. We are very satisfied with your performance today." "Shut up." Rose was greatly embarrassed. She cursed in a low voice and left hastily. "You idiot, how can you say such things out loud? I thought you were pretending to be naive, but it turns out that you're full of evil tricks," scolded Han Hua. Chapter 823. Han Shua did not know what was going on in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As per Baum's invitation, he arrived at the City Lord's mansion in Ethereal City. Recently, Han Shua had been using his demon generals to carefully observe Baum. Other than hearing that Baum had ordered his divine guards to investigate Goldstone Market, Han Shua did not discover anything unusual. However, that conversation was enough for Han Shua. He knew that Baum must have ulterior motives for sparing no effort in helping him set up the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch in Ethereal City. When Han Shua arrived at the City Lord's mansion, Baum was receiving him in the parlor. When Baum saw Han Shua, he very warmly welcomed him and asked if he was satisfied with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch. Han Shua put on a big smile and pretended to be courteous to Baum for a while. Then he got straight to the point. "What can I do for you, City Lord?" "I have a friend who wants to purchase some special medicines from your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I wonder if your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy can produce some?" asked Baum after hesitating for a moment when he saw that Han Shua had brought up a serious matter. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. His demon general had been secretly observing Baum from 100 meters away. According to his demon general's observation, Baum had not met any special friends. Therefore Han Shua was rather surprised by Baum's words. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua recalled that Baum cultivated in the Edict of Space. A divine weapon like the Space Mirror, which was powered by energy crystals, should be easy to produce. As Baum's demon general had to observe Baum from a certain distance. When Baum was cultivating in the gymnasium, Baum's demon general would not be able to detect his movements through boundaries and walls. If Baum had met anyone, it would have been through the Space Mirror. "May I know what kind of special medicines your friend is looking for?" asked Han Shua smilingly with his brows bunched. "My friend is in the business of hunting magical beasts. Some magical beasts have tough skin and are very hard to deal with. He needs some poisonous medicines. In other divine dominions, using poison potions is a big taboo, but in the Fate and Space dominions it's not a big deal. If you're interested, we can cooperate. If not, then forget it. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do." Baum's expression was natural and his tone was flat. Poisons were strictly prohibited in the dominions of light and life. Even in the dominions of death, darkness, and destruction, most potion shops wouldn't dare to openly sell poisons. As for those who experimented on using living people to refine poisons, just like god hunters, they were boycotted by all dominions. The more dangerous a field was, the more tempting the profits would be. These two industries were no exception. Poisons were slightly better off. Although some potion shops would not openly display their poisons on the counter, they would still sell some in secret. There were many potion shops that dabbled in this line of business. As long as Han Shuo took care of the relevant affairs in the city, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, those who experimented on living people and specialized in poisons were highly taboo. Although they weren't as notorious as god hunters, they would still be hunted down by divine guards if they were discovered. Therefore, those who dabbled in this line of business absolutely did not dare to expose themselves. Back then, it was because Han Shuo exposed the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows that the House of Saint closed it down and executed several of its key members. Han Shuo's brows were bunched even tighter. It wasn't that there weren't any potion shops that specialized in poisons. Why would Baum look for him? As the city lord of Ethereal City, Baum had specifically sought Han Shuo out to discuss this matter. As long as Han Shuo agreed to it, with Baum as the city lord, there shouldn't be any problems. What is Baum trying to do? A series of thoughts flashed across Han Shuo's mind. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly put on a faint smile and said, "This business is risky. I need to meet that friend of yours. I will only consider this matter after I have met that friend of yours and feel that he is trustworthy." Han Shuo initially intended to flatly refuse. However, when he thought about how Baum had spared no effort in helping him, he realized that Baum might be secretly plotting something in this regard. In order to find out the truth, Han Shuo decided to investigate step by step. "Just as you said, this business is risky. I need to ask for his opinion and see if he is willing to meet you." Baum thought for a moment and gave Han Shuo an explanation. "All right, let me know when you have any news." Han Shuo smiled and asked again, "If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." "That's all. However, I have some personal questions that I would like to ask you. Is that all right?" Baum asked again when he saw that Han Shuo was about to leave. "City Lord, you are being too polite. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. As long as I know the answer, I will tell you everything I know." Han Shuo politely sat back down and did not leave immediately. "I was fortunate enough to have fought against Mr. Baum and I was very impressed by your strength. However, after thinking about it, I realized that the energy Mr. Baum used is very peculiar. It is an energy system that I have never seen in my many years on Elysium. I'm very curious about it. Can Mr. Baum explain it to me?" Baum was very sincere. He was very curious about the energy Han Shuo used. Naturally, Han Shuo would not tell Baum the truth. However, it would be inappropriate for him to reject Baum outright. Therefore, he made up a series of lies describing demonic arts as an alternative form of fighting aura. He also mixed in some demonic terms that only Han Shuo knew in order to fool Baum. Baum was completely baffled by Han Shuo's words. As Baum knew nothing about demonic arts, he couldn't tell if Han Shuo was talking nonsense or not. His words were filled with lies and falsehoods. Baum couldn't tell if Han Shuo was talking nonsense or not. After explaining for a while, Han Shuo pretended to be exhausted and said, "I've told you everything I need to know. This kind of energy is rather special and even I don't know much about it. It's normal that you don't understand it. It's about time I head back." Upon finishing those words, before Baum could urge him to stay, Han Shuo bowed and took his leave. In the middle of the night, the high god who attacked the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was shuttling back and forth between remote alleys. However, he discovered that he was being followed. He kept dodging and even stopped to wait and patrol the surroundings. However, he could not find any trace of the woman. Even so, the feeling that he was being followed was still present. He was extremely shocked. He had paid a great price to get Han Shuo out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and avenge his brother. However, he did not expect that the woman would possess strength that was not inferior to his own. He thought that he would be able to get what he wanted after someone intervened. Little did he expect that an even more terrifying youngster would appear behind him and ruin all his plans. The way Han Hao effortlessly killed that early-stage high god had left a deep impression on him. He was not confident that he could defeat Han Hao, much less deal with the combined attacks of Han Hao and Rose. Therefore he had no choice but to retreat. However, the feeling that he was being followed made him afraid of returning home. He was afraid that he would expose his identity and bring even greater trouble to his family clan. He could only wander back and forth in the most remote and desolate areas of Ethereal City, trying his best to shake off his pursuer. After a few tries, he suddenly realized that no matter what methods he used, his pursuer seemed to always be there. With no other choice, he stopped at a desolate stone forest in Ethereal City. He no longer spent any effort in dodging. He surveyed the surroundings and shouted, "I won't run anymore. Come out." A moment later, Han Hao walked out from a stone forest 1,000 meters away from him with an indifferent face. Han Hao was different from the 5 elite zombies. Although he did not obtain the 5 elemental yuan energy and 5 elemental treasures like the 5 elite zombies, he was luckier than the 5 elite zombies because he had obtained a portion of Han Shua's memories regarding demonic arts. This made him different from the 5 elite zombies. In this universe, other than Han Shua, Balin's Sanguiner, and definitely not Dark Dragon Gilbert who could put demonic arts to good use. It was him, Little Skull Han Hao. Both Balin's and Sanguiner cultivated in demonic arts that were bestowed upon them by Han Shua. Neither the God-slaying demon path nor the blood god mantra could be considered as the orthodox great path of demonic arts. Other than Han Shua, only Little Skull Han Hao, who had obtained Han Shua's memories, cultivated in orthodox demonic arts. However, as his life force was different from that of Han Shua, his cultivation seemed to have deviated. Unlike Han Shua, his cultivation was mixed with the energy of death, making it very difficult to distinguish his realm. However, this deviation did not seem to be harmful to him. On the contrary, it made his strength even more bizarre and unpredictable. When the energy of death and demonic arts blended together, he became more and more powerful. Back when he separated from Han Shua, his strength was about the same as Han Shua's. 50 years later, when Han Shua's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, he was also making rapid progress. The reason why Han Hao was able to closely follow this fellow who cultivated in the energy of lightning and could not escape from Han Hao no matter what he did was that he, like Han Shua, had refined demon generals using living souls. Although the demon generals he refined were not as exquisite as Han Shua's, they similarly possessed the basic ability of stealth and peeping. Therefore, no matter how hard that person tried to evade, he could not escape from Han Hao's pursuit. "It's you?" The masked person felt somewhat helpless when he saw the cold-faced youngster walking out from the stone forest. He had fought against Rose before. If the one chasing after him was really Rose, he might not be too worried. However, when it came to Han Hao, he really had no confidence at all. Han Hao did not say a word to him. After walking out from the stone forest, he immediately charged forward with his bone spear in hand. He spread out his domain of divinity, and all the elements of death in the vicinity frantically surged into it. Within the area covered by his domain of divinity, there was also an astonishing evil chi that soared into the sky. The evil chi carried the elements of death with it, and it directly formed a violent airflow that swept towards that person. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After being chased for so long, he was also very sullen. Although he did not want to continue being entangled with Han Hao had already made his move, and he also understood that there was no way for him to escape. From beginning to end, Han Hao did not say a word. He raised his bone spear and flew behind the violent airflow, flying towards that person. The 7 bone spears on his back swayed unsteadily, as though they could fly out at any time to kill. Bolts of lightning formed in the void and spread out horizontally in front of the man. The lightning stopped in the void and stopped moving, using this to stop the violent impact of the airflow. Violent rumbling sounds exploded in this stone forest. Lightning bolts shot out like swimming dragons. The death chi and baleful chi that soared to the sky dissipated, then quickly gathered together again, shattering the stone pillars one by one. The entire area was suddenly filled with flying sand and stones, and the strange light was glaring. The two strange flows of energy tangled with each other, breaking the static electricity barrier. They scattered, gathered, and scattered again. After a while, they gathered again and again, creating the airflow that stormed forward. A 3-meter-long bone spear had pierced through the turbulent airflow, increasing the power and momentum of the airflow. With just one strike, that person knew that Han Hao's power was stronger than his, and his power Upanishad was evil. Seeing the chaotic airflow created by the death chi and murderous aura coming one more time, he felt begrudging. He had to use all of his god power to resist. One of his hands was accumulating electricity, while the other was forming the thunderbolt power. With both of his hands working together, the thunderbolt power and the thunderbolt power appeared. With him as the center, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled like fireworks. Warriors who cultivated the thunderbolt power were the same as those who cultivated the water power. They could use their god power to perform the two kinds of attacks. The thunderbolt power in their bodies only needed to be urged with a special power Upanishad to create thunderbolts and lightning attacks. When the thunderbolt and the thunderbolt powers were released together, it was the performance of the god who cultivated the thunderbolt power. Terrifying explosions echoed unceasingly. Lightning bolts flew around him. Gradually, dozens of lightning bolts gathered into one. Eventually, the lightning bolt that had gathered all the electricity in the area was like a 1,000-year-old tree that needed several people to wrap their arms around it. Every time the lightning bolt flew, it was accompanied by thunderous sounds. As soon as he attacked with all of his power, the 7 bone spears on Han Hao's back finally flew out at the same time, falling into the airflow created by the death chi and murderous aura in a mysterious trajectory. As soon as the 7 bone spears entered the airflow seemed to have a life of its own. When it crazily rolled over, it swallowed everything around it. Dozens of 10-meter-tall stone columns were dragged into it. When the airflow finally struck down from the sky, dozens of high-speed rotating stone columns struck first, counteracting half of his thunderbolt attack. Then a more powerful airflow came. The bone spears in the airflow seized the chance to shoot out. They scattered behind the stone columns and attacked the warrior. He was caught unprepared. He had to divert his energy to deal with the bone spears. He couldn't urge the power of the massive electric column to the extreme. Earth-shattering explosions sounded from the area. The energy waves generated by the tremendous commotion spread far and wide. The warrior who was passively defending himself was drenched in blood. No one knew where the blood came from. Han Hao walked out from the cloud of dust. His eyes were fixed on the warrior. The 7 bone spears were eerily hovering behind his back. A 3-meter-long bone spear was pointed at the warrior. It was at this moment that bizarre spacetime ripples suddenly spread across the sky. Han Hao, who was about to continue his attack, bunched his brows and sensed the spacetime ripples. Without saying a word, he turned around and flew into the distance. Before the spacetime was torn apart, he was already far away. Right after he disappeared, a spatial rift was torn open in the spacetime. Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City, had arrived. Baum creased his brows after taking a glance at the bloodied high god. He did not ask the warrior anything but waved his hand impatiently. Then he immediately flew in the direction that Han Hao disappeared. Chapter 824. The reason why Han Hao immediately moved away was because he did not want to meet Baum at this time. Although Baum cultivated in the Edict of Space, it would be very difficult for him to locate Baum if he couldn't pinpoint his target's location. As soon as Han Hao moved away from that area, he shrunk his body into a shadow and concealed the terrifying aura in his body. He chose to travel through densely populated residential areas and mixed his aura with the gods who were cultivating in the gymnasium to confuse Baum's senses, making it impossible for Baum to accurately pinpoint Han Hao's location. Baum carefully sensed his surroundings and teleported within his city using the power of space. But every time he felt that he had pinpointed Han Hao's location, he would discover that he was looking for the wrong person. After doing this a few times, Baum realized that he was getting closer and closer to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. To avoid being discovered by Han Shuo, Baum did not dare to go any further and promptly retreated. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy ***. When Han Shuo returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he discovered that there were a few corpses strewn across the shop. Han Hua and Han Tu were examining the corpses while whispering to each other. Among the corpses, a high god corpse with a little skull pierced through its skull attracted Han Shua's attention. Han Shua was startled and immediately landed between Han Tu and Han Hua like a phantom. What happened? Are there more high gods coming tonight? Han Shua asked in a deep voice as he bent down to examine the corpse. Tonight 2 high gods came and 1 fled. That fellow has the power of a mid-stage high god. Even that woman Rose couldn't stop him, explained Han Tuesday. Han Shua's face jolted. He looked at Han Tu and Han Hua in astonishment and asked puzzledly, then how did he die? One of you is holding off Rose. The other one isn't someone the 2 of you can handle, right? No one knew Han Tu and Han Hua's strengths better than Han Shua. Although they had a deeper understanding of the energy of earth and fire, their realms had limited the concentration of their energy. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to defeat a high god. Big Brother killed him. Han Hua said excitedly, it's been a long time since we last met. Big Brother, you have become more and more powerful. This guy couldn't even fight back against Big Brother. He was killed in an instant. Father, Big Brother went to chase after the other person. I think he will be back soon. What? He actually killed this guy in one move? Han Shua was stunned and cried out in alarm. In Han Shua's mind, Little Skull was still that skinny kid. He never thought that Little Skull would grow so quickly in just a few decades. The fact that Little Skull was able to easily kill an early-stage high god proved that his strength was at least 1 realm higher. Back when they parted ways, Little Skull only possessed low god strength. For him to reach his current realm in such a short period of time meant that his progress wasn't much slower than Han Shua's. All along, Han Shuo believed that the 5 elite zombies would have greater achievements than Little Skull because they were born from the energy of the 5 elements and they had obtained treasures of the 5 elements from the extreme grounds of 5 elements. Blessed by the heavens, they should be able to cultivate the energy of this universe much faster than Little Skull. But to Han Shuo's surprise, not only was Little Skull not weaker than the 5 elite zombies, he had been far ahead of them, and the gap seemed to be growing. "Father, those guys have arrived as soon as you left. I think there's something wrong with that guy who invited you to the City Lord's mansion." Han too knew that Han Shuo must be very surprised when he saw that Han Shuo was keeping quiet. But he still raised the question in his mind. "Tell me everything in detail." Han Shuo took a deep breath. Han Shuo took a deep breath and temporarily walked away from the pleasant surprise brought to him by Little Skull, Han Hao. He started to think about more serious matters. After Han Tu and Han Hua narrated the whole story, Han Shuo's heart sank. He had indeed grown suspicious of Baum. It was at this moment that the demon general refined from high god souls that had been watching Baum sensed an intense spacetime fluctuation from the gymnasium where Baum was cultivating. Han Shuo was startled. The demon general rapidly approached the gymnasium and carefully sensed for a moment. Through the demon general, Han Shuo discovered that Baum had disappeared from the City Lord's mansion. As the demon general could not tear through the spacetime and pursue Baum, Han Shuo had no idea where Baum had gone or who he had met. After going through Han Tu and Han Hua's description of the gymnasium in his mind and connecting it to Baum's unusual behavior, Han Shuo immediately grew suspicious of Baum. However, as Baum was missing for the time being, Han Shuo could not figure out the truth. It was at this moment that Rose walked out from her gymnasium after hearing Han Shuo's voice. She walked to Han Shuo and added a few words. Then she said to Han Shuo, "That son of yours is very powerful. He has chased after Baum. I think he might be able to find out something. These people are all dead and they look very unfamiliar. I have never seen them before. I don't know which force they are from." "Thank you." Han Shuo was rather touched when he heard from Han Tu and Han Hua that Rose had tried her best to protect them. "You are my master. I have to obey your orders." Rose was secretly delighted to see Han Shuo sincerely thanking her. However, she still put on an indifferent face. Not a single emotion could be seen on her face. "Father, this woman is pretty strong. She is much more powerful than your other women. Why don't you?" Han Hua put on a mischievous smile and stole a glance at Rose before whispering to Han Shuo. Han Hua wore a sneaky face. Although he had deliberately lowered his voice, Rose was not far away from them. Besides, she was a high god. It was impossible that she did not hear what Han Hua said. Rose's eyes flashed. She must have heard what Han Hua said. However, she pretended to be unconcerned as though she did not hear Han Hua's sneaky words. She clenched her fists tightly. She was obviously nervous. "Don't talk nonsense." Han Shuo glared at Han Hua and said in a low voice, "Our relationship isn't what you think it is. She and I are good friends. After 100 years she will be completely free. By then she can go wherever she wants. Don't talk nonsense to me." Han Hua was not intimidated by Han Shuo's solemn reply. Han Hua let out a low, creepy chuckle. His eyes moved back and forth between Han Shuo and Rose. No one knew what he was thinking. Rose had mixed feelings after hearing those words. She was both gratified and disappointed that Han Shuo treated her as a friend. She was gratified that Han Shuo did not treat her as a slave but as a friend. She was also disappointed that Han Shuo treated her as a friend. This made Rose unsure whether she should be happy or sad. After chatting with Han Tu, Han Hua, and Rose about their encounter tonight, Han Shuo's face lit up when dawn broke. He looked at the gloomy street. A young man with an indifferent face appeared silently. When he saw the surprised Han Shuo, a rare look of joy appeared on the young man's face. "Father." Little Skull Han Hao walked over and greeted his father intimately. "Haha, good. Han Shuo was very gratified. Little Skull Han Hao was the closest to him. Back when Han Shuo was still in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Little Skull would always clean up the place for him early in the morning. After so many years, whenever Han Shuo thought of Little Skull, he would always recall the scene of him carrying 2 garbage bags and stealthily making his way to the garbage dump in the early morning. This kind of feeling was even greater than Han Shuo's love for any woman. To him, that experience was truly unforgettable. After so many years, when Han Shuo discovered that Little Skull had grown into a handsome young man who bore some resemblance to him, the feeling suddenly became even stronger. "I didn't manage to kill that guy. Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City, came over. I had no choice but to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be very troublesome if Baum comes after me. Han Hao looked at Han Shuo and spoke in a very calm and somewhat embarrassed voice, as though he was afraid that Han Shuo would blame him for his incompetence. He would only reveal such an expression when facing Han Shuo. Let's talk inside. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. A flying sword flew out from his mouth and cut a few corpses. As the corpses turned into puddles of blood, he led Han Shuo, Rose, and the others to a building in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With Han Tu around, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's branch would naturally open up many secret chambers deep underground. That building was the entrance to the secret chambers. The party entered the building and immediately descended 100 meters underground. They arrived at a clean and tidy secret chamber. After listening to Little Skull Han Hao's words, Han Shuo finally understood where Baum had gone. As the city lord of Ethereal City, whenever there was a battle between powerful high gods in the city, Baum would be able to sense it using the energy towers in various areas of the city. He would then teleport to the battlefield using the power of space. However, when Han Shuo learned about the battle at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he discovered that Baum did not come to the battle. On the other hand, Little Skull Han Hao had only fought for a short while before Baum arrived. It was hard for Han Shuo not to suspect Baum. Father, Baum has always been in contact with us. He has provided us with all kinds of resources. He is also one of our leaders, explained Little Skull Han Hao to Han Shuo as soon as he entered the secret chamber. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked, "You? What do you mean?" "They are commonly known as God Hunters," explained Han Hao. After taking a short pause, he looked at Han Shuo and continued, "After we parted ways, I went to the Death Dominion. As soon as I entered the Death Dominion, I was pursued by a God Hunter who cultivated in the energy of death. That fellow was slightly stronger than me. It took me a lot of effort to kill him. From him, I learned about the existence of God Hunters and the method to increase my divine energy by devouring others. Therefore, I devoured him and immediately felt my divine energy growing." Through Little Skull Han Hao's narration, Han Shuo learned that right after he parted ways with Han Hao, he encountered a God Hunter. That unlucky God Hunter became the one who led Han Hao into this domain. After tasting the benefits of that God Hunter, Han Hao went around devouring other God Hunters of the same energy to increase his strength. In just a few decades, Little Skeleton had killed close to 100 experts. During this period of time, Little Skeleton had made a name for himself among the God Hunters. Many ferocious God Hunters willingly gathered around him. Little Skeleton, who was used to recruiting in the Netherworld, was no stranger to controlling these ferocious God Hunters. With that, the God Hunter team led by Little Skull gradually grew stronger. The ruthless and powerful Little Skull Han Hao gained the trust of his subordinates. In a very short period of time, not only did Han Hao's strength increase to high godhood, his subordinates who used to be weaker than him also advanced by leaps and bounds. They became a terrifying God Hunter force in the Death Dominion. Later on, other leaders of the God Hunter Alliance approached him and invited him to join the God Hunter Alliance. In order to better develop his forces, he joined the God Hunter Alliance. Today he had become a leader of the God Hunter Alliance in the Death Dominion and his influence was still growing. As one of the leaders of the God Hunter Alliance, Little Skeleton had the right to know some secrets. He had inquired about the cooperation between Baum and the leaders of the God Hunter Alliance before he came to the Space Dominion. However, as he had never had any contact with Baum before, the two had never met. Little Skeleton did not want Baum to know of his existence and identity. Therefore he immediately avoided Baum. "Youngster, I didn't expect you to become a God Hunter." After listening to Little Skull's narration, Han Shuo finally understood why his strength was so much stronger than the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo himself could be considered as half a God Hunter. In addition to the fact that he was the one who brought Little Skull to this world, Han Shuo would not have any other thoughts about Little Skull becoming a God Hunter. After taking a short pause, Han Shuo asked, "By the way, God Hunters have an uncontrollable desire to devour the energy of others. Can you overcome that desire?" Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Little Skull naturally nodded. He wore a puzzled look on his face as he said, "I was just about to ask Father why my subordinates would feel strange every once in a while if they don't devour the energy of others. But I've never experienced such a thing." "You've never experienced such a thing?" Han Shuo was stunned. Even Han Shuo himself had to spend quite some time to overcome that uncontrollable desire after devouring a person. "How is that possible?" "That's right. From the beginning to the end, I've never felt anything different. To me it's best if I can improve my strength. But whenever I feel that my opponent is too strong and will pose a threat to me, I will immediately retreat," Even if I don't devour another person for several years, I don't feel anything, Han Hao said regretfully. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He sized up the little guy strangely and said, "Perhaps it's because your life force is different from ours. By the way, did you cultivate in demonic arts? I sensed the presence of demon generals in the bone spear on your back. Did you refine them?" "Ever since I obtained the memories of cultivation from Father, I have been cultivating in demonic arts. Other than refining demon generals, I can also refine demonic weapons. Look at this bone spear, wasn't it refined by me? And my new body, my flesh and blood were also refined." Little Skull nodded and happily bragged to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned. He finally understood why Little Skull was stronger than the 5 elite zombies, Gilbert, Sanguiner, and Balance. It turns out that I've given him a good start. Chapter 825. In a luxurious manor in the southeast district of Ethereal City. The High God of Lightning, who was riddled with scars, had finally returned to his manor. As soon as he arrived at his manor, he hid in a gymnasium and used the divine essences of lightning to recover his divine body. The battle with Little Skull Han Hao had caused his divine body to suffer severe injuries. He would need some time to fully recover. The divine essences in his palm shone with dazzling radiance. Specks of divine energy from the divine essences of lightning slowly seeped into the damaged parts of his divine body, allowing him to gradually relax. After the battle with Little Skull Han Hao, he had developed a sense of fear. Little Skull had combined the energy of death and demonic arts to form an extremely strange and sinister energy. Although his strength wasn't much inferior to Little Skull's, he was at a complete disadvantage in the battle. In the final attack, those bone spurs that appeared and disappeared mysteriously had inflicted great damage on him. He had no time to evade and his divine body was pierced through by the bone spurs. That was why he was at a complete disadvantage in the subsequent battle. As he was quietly adjusting his breathing in the secret chamber, he suddenly sensed an unusual space-time fluctuation in the manor. With one thought, he used a large crystal ball in his hand to observe the situation. He discovered that City Lord Baum had quietly landed in a remote corner of the manor. He put away the divine essences in his hand for the time being and instructed through the crystal ball, "Bring his lordship here." 2 divine guards immediately walked out from the shadows and respectfully led Baum into the secret chamber. After the 2 divine guards left, Baum bunched his brows and asked, "Renee, what's going on?" "The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is too terrifying. That woman's strength alone was on par with mine." Then a youngster suddenly appeared. "He chased me all the way from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the Stone Forest and wouldn't let me go. After a battle with him, I discovered that I was no match for him," cried the man named Ryan. He put on a frightened face and said, "That woman and that youngster together could kill me. I finally believe what you told me back then. That Brian's strength should be on par with yours." Ryan had suffered heavy casualties in this trip to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and he himself had suffered a crushing defeat. This was a huge blow to him. He even had thoughts of retreating. It seemed that he wouldn't even care about avenging his younger brother's death. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Baum coldly snorted and said, "Ryan, don't forget how your brother died. Don't you want to avenge your younger brother?" Ryan put on a bitter smile and sighed, "I want to avenge him. But I'm afraid that if I persist, my entire family and I will be buried with him. City Lord, this Celestial Pearl Pharmacy isn't something I can handle. If you don't have absolute confidence, please don't count my family clan in. Don't worry, I know more about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy than you do. Today you have found out their true strength. The next time we take action it won't be like this. Don't worry, I will only come to you when I have the confidence to kill them in one strike." Baum comforted Ryan. After a short pause he asked, "Tell me about that youngster. His appearance, strength, energy, temperament, and so on. I want to know everything. He seems to be only 15 or 16 years old. He has a rather devilishly handsome face. He cultivates in the energy of death. However, his energy of death is rather peculiar. It doesn't seem to be pure, but its power is extremely terrifying. He is a man of few words and doesn't seem to like talking to others. It seems that he has killed many people. His attacks are ruthless and merciless. Every time he attacks he would use a killing move. This youngster is too frightening." When Ryan mentioned the Little Skull Han Hao, there was obvious fear on his face. The more Baum listened, the more apprehensive he became. As he listened to Ryan's description, he felt that he had heard of this person before. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Baum's mind. His expression changed and he softly cried out, "Could it be him?" Oh. Ryan stared blankly for a moment. He immediately asked curiously, "City Lord, do you know who he is? What is his background? I have never heard of anyone possessing such terrifying strength at such a young age. I've been on Elysium for so long. Could it be that your lordship knows who he is?" "It's nothing. Just focus on recuperating and don't leave the gymnasium for the time being." I will come to you when I have a perfect plan." Baum did not wait for Rain to ask any more questions. He immediately left the manor and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the little skull Han Hao arrived, Han Shuo was very happy. He stayed with Han Hao, Han Tu and Han Huo for a few days. They talked aimlessly about all sorts of trifling matters. Along the way, Han Shuo shared his understanding of demonic arts with Han Hao and his recent comprehensions with Han Hao. Han Tu and Han Huo were also there. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the two did not understand the essence of demonic arts that Han Shuo had taught them at all. Moreover, they did not show any interest in cultivating demonic arts. Han Shuo could not force the two to cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, he placed most of his attention on the little skull, Han Hao. When Han Shuo started to discuss demonic arts with the little skull, Han Hao, he was surprised to discover that the little skull, Han Hao, had unknowingly gained a very deep understanding of demonic arts. The little skull, Han Hao, had mastered the basic methods of refining weapons and demonic generals. Even the methods of arranging demonic formations and controlling demonic weapons with his soul were very effective. Han Shuo gasped in amazement. Han Shuo was very surprised by the dual energies in the little skull's body. He did not expect that the little skull could reach such heights just by relying on the memories in his soul and without anyone's guidance. The birth of the little skull was nothing short of a miracle. When Han Shuo explained more about the essence of demonic arts to the little skull, he discovered that the little skull only needed to ponder for a while to understand even the most complicated application of energy. From the beginning to the end, the little skull did not show the slightest expression of confusion. He was like a sponge absorbing the knowledge of demonic arts from Han Shuo. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Han Shuo and the little skull, Han Hao, were having a conversation in a secret chamber in the basement of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. Although the two did not speak passionately and intimately as a father and son should, the two knew that they were the most intimate people in the world. Such feelings did not need any warm words to set them off. No one other than the two of them could understand their feelings. Before Han Mu, Han Shui and Han Jin arrived at Ethereal City, Han Shuo began to worry. He instructed Rose to inform the divine guards in the nearby Ethereal City to keep an eye out for any newcomers to the city and to bring anyone named Han Mu, Han Shui, or Han Jin to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy immediately. "Father, I can think of a way. Perhaps I can help you get the whereabouts of that divine body from Baum." On this day, Han Shuo and Han Hao were talking about Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City. Little skull Han Hao kept quiet for a moment before he suddenly said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo naturally did not hide McKinley's existence from Han Shuo. He also explained the reason why he would not fall out with Baum for the time being. "What do you have in mind?" Han Shuo was rather surprised. He said, "That high god of lightning who escaped the last time is still alive. Baum might have learned of your identity from that guy. I believe that even if you meet Baum now, he will not trust you wholeheartedly. I can ask other God Hunter leaders. As long as the price is right, I'm sure those God Hunter leaders will be willing to do this for me." Little Skull raised his brows and explained, "In the world of God Hunters there are no friends or emotions. There is only profit. As long as the price is right, they will do anything. Anything. Crystal coins are not a problem. If you really have a way, there's no harm in giving it a try," replied Han Shuo smilingly after thinking for a moment. "Then I will be leaving Ethereal City for a while. Father, if there is no need to, we should try not to see each other in front of others. I will come to you alone in the future. My reputation in the other dominions isn't good. If your relationship with me is known by others, it might be detrimental to your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Little Skull hesitated for a moment before he said to Han Shuo, "Let's talk about this later. Be careful." Han Hao's words from Little Skull were exactly what Han Shuo was worried about. According to Han Hao, his God Hunter teams in other dominions were notorious for their misdeeds. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be greatly affected if the relationship between Han Hao and Han Shuo were to be made known. However, Han Shuo did not have a good solution for the time being. "Father, don't worry. If I want to leave, not many people can stop me. Not even Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City," said Little Skull confidently. As a cultivator of demonic arts, he naturally knew some strange escape arts. Therefore his words were not exactly arrogant. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. Ever since he learned that Little Skull possessed the strength to injure a mid-stage high god and that he cultivated in several demonic arts, Han Shuo no longer worried about Little Skull, Han Hao. Although Elysium was vast and experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky, Han Shuo believed that only a limited number of gods could truly kill Little Skull, Han Hao. Therefore, when Han Shuo heard that Little Skull wanted to leave for a while, he agreed to it without much consideration. 5 days after Little Skull left, Han Shuo, who had been bitterly waiting for news from Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Jin, finally received a piece of news. The news came from the owner of the Goldstone Trading Company, Miles. When Miles arrived, he wore an ugly face and informed Han Shuo that Han Jin had arrived at the Goldstone Trading Company in Ethereal City. However, Han Jin was severely injured. Han Shuo's face was ice-cold. Without saying a word, he left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Miles and arrived at the Goldstone Trading Company. When they arrived at the secret chamber of the Goldstone Trading Company, Han Shuo saw a weak-looking Han Jin. As a cultivator of the metal energy, Han Jin's body was limp. When he saw Han Shuo, he forced an ugly smile and struggled to sit up. Han Shuo hastily took a step forward and supported him. The demonic yuan within his body flowed into his body like a trickle. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk. Your injuries are not light. Stabilize them first." Gingerly, Han Shuo took out a handful of medicinal pellets and stuffed them into Han Jin's mouth. He made Han Jin chew and swallow them. After swallowing the golden bean-like elixir, Han Jin's complexion gradually improved. Chapter 826. Although Han Jin had mastered the Goldstone Pharmacy and was the wealthiest of the 5 elite zombies, his strength was not particularly powerful. As an energy crystal store, Goldstone Pharmacy did not have a particularly powerful military force. Therefore, Han Jin brought a lot of rare ores to Ethereal City from other dominions. When they were passing through the border of the Fringe, for some unknown reason, the news was leaked and they were besieged by a small troop of Fringe dwellers. Not only were all the ores Han Jin and his party robbed, but even the shop assistants were also severely injured or killed. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many mountains and rivers in the vicinity, Han Jin, knowing that he was no match for the enemy after he was severely injured, took the opportunity to sneak into one of the mines under the protection of his shop assistants. He might not have been able to escape the calamity. Han Jin had used his innate divine ability to sneak into the mines and escape all the way back to Ethereal City. However, the rare ores and the shop assistants that he had painstakingly brought over from other dominions had all been robbed. Other than Han Jin, none of the shop assistants had managed to return to Ethereal City alive. After swallowing a handful of medicinal pellets that were as shiny as golden beans, Han Jin's bizarre yuan energy gradually dispersed throughout his body. Strands of yuan energy flowed into his limbs and bones, healing his damaged organs and meridians. Before he came to Ethereal City, Han Shuo had collected all kinds of rare medicinal herbs from the famous mountains and rivers. He had refined some medicinal pellets specifically for the 5 elite zombies that could directly replenish the yuan energy of heaven and earth they had consumed. He did not expect that the pellets would come in handy so soon. The yuan energy in Han Jin's body slowly nourished his body. In addition to Han Shuo's careful nurturing of his body with demonic yuan, Han Jin's pale face regained some color. Half an hour later, Han Jin violently coughed and vomited a few mouthfuls of filthy and smelly blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. He forced a smile on his face and said to Han Shuo, who was wearing a worried face, "Don't worry, father. I'm fine now." Han Shuo did not reply but continued to examine Han Jin's body condition with his consciousness. After a long while, Han Shuo heaved a long sigh and said in a slightly tired voice, "Your injuries are not light. Fortunately, I was worried that you would be injured and refined a few cauldrons of medicinal pellets imbued with the 5 ultimates yuan energy. Otherwise, your injuries would have been permanent." "Aha, I knew that father must be in the city. That's why I came to the city at all costs," Han Jin said with a weak smile. He struggled to sit up against the wall and refused Han Shuo's help. "Do you know who it is?" Han Shuo frowned, his eyes cold. "If I ever see them again, I will definitely recognize them. However, I am not familiar with the Fringe and I don't know who they are." Han Jin closed his eyes and thought for a moment before describing those people to Han Shuo. Just like Han Jin, Han Shuo did not know much about the people in the Fringe. After listening to Han Jin's description, Han Shuo was also confused. "Rest well. Here are 100 golden yuan pills. Take 5 every day and don't stop midway. Recover from your injuries first and then we'll talk about other matters. Han Shuo cautiously took out a large bottle of glittering golden pills and instructed the metal elite zombie. Thank you, father. I know I will be fine, replied Han Jin smilingly as he kept the bottle of medicinal pellets. Before Han Jin could say anything, Han Shuo waved his hand to stop Han Jin. He walked up to Han Jin and lifted him up. Come, follow me back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It's safer there. You should meet Little Earth and Little Fire. Wait for my instructions, replied Han Jin. Exclaimed Han Jin. Then he summoned Miles, who was waiting outside the door, and gave him a series of orders. He instructed Miles not to inform the other branches of his injury and to keep an eye on the situation in the fringe. He also instructed Miles to keep an eye on the situation in the fringe. In a remote valley in the northwest of the fringe, a burly man with a rough appearance was pressing a charming woman against a tree trunk. A group of indifferent god hunters around him were either concentrating on cultivating, studying scrolls, or polishing the divine weapons in their hands. After a series of violent thrusts, the burly man let out a long sigh of relief and pushed the dying woman away. He then wrapped a piece of animal skin around his lower body and lay comfortably on a large stone chair at the center of the valley. He lazily looked at the cold moon above his head with his eyes squinted as though he was waiting for something. Half an hour later, a youngster with an indifferent expression appeared soundlessly in the valley. He slowly walked towards the burly man at the center of the valley. As soon as Tanai and the other fierce-looking god hunters sensed that an outsider had come to Tanai, their eyes glowed fiercely and the divine weapons in their hands glowed brightly. It was as though they were ready to tear the intruder into pieces. However, when they realized that the person who came was just a young man with a light purple eye and 7 weird bone spurs on his back, the ferocious expressions on their faces immediately disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a rare look of respect. They took the initiative to part, allowing the young man to walk straight in. Hi, my friend. I heard that you have annihilated the entire house of Rio. You have done us god hunters a great favor. What business do you have with me this time? Asked the burly man sitting at the center of the valley. He was comfortably eating fruits as he looked at Han Hao in a friendly manner. Polo, as you know, you have some business dealings with the city lord of Ethereal City. I have come to ask you for a favor, said Han Hao in a cold voice as he took out a big bag of black crystal coins and threw it at Polo's feet. He said, Here are 300,000 black crystal coins. Help me ask Baum about a high god of space called McKinley. If you can get me information about that guy's divine body, I will add another 200,000 black crystal coins. If you can get me that soulless divine body, I will add another 500,000 black crystal coins. Polo, who had been lazily squinting his eyes, suddenly narrowed his eyes when he heard Han Hao's words. He abruptly straightened his back and stared deeply at Han Hao for a while before he asked, Do you know who McKinley is? Do you know about his relationship with Baum? I do. Han Hao nodded. His purple eyes sparkled as he said, I heard that you have been in the Space Dominion for a long time. It must be because of the relationship between Baum and McKinley. You and Baum have always had business dealings. That's why I'm asking you for this favor. You must be looking for McKinley's divine body because you have his divine soul. I don't care how you obtain McKinley's divine soul, but if McKinley gets his divine body, he will definitely bring a lot of trouble to Baum. Baum and I have always had business dealings. It doesn't seem worth it to cause him so much trouble for a mere 1 million black crystal coins. Polo chuckled. He squinted his eyes at Han Hao and said, 2 million black crystal coins. Even if I have to risk offending Baum, I will get you McKinley's divine body. What do you say? Han Hao nodded and replied, All right, I will give you the rest after I get the divine body. No problem, I trust you. Polo laughed heartily and said in an intimate manner, Baum is not a pure god hunter. He is a sanctimonious and hypocritical god hunter. It's only natural that he would not be as close to us as he is to us. Let me know if there's any news. I'm in Ethereal City. Han Hao did not continue the conversation. He turned around and left with a cold and indifferent face. He did not linger in Tanai for too long. After Han Hao left, an early-stage high god creased his brows and approached Polo. He asked puzzledly, Chief, is it worth offending Baum for a mere 2 million black crystal coins? I have heard a little about what happened between McKinley and Baum. Once McKinley's divine soul and divine body fuse, he will not spare Baum. Once Baum is dead, our business dealings with Ethereal City will be cut off. The loss outweighs the gain. Look at how young Han Hao is. It took him only 50 years to become the leader of a faction in the alliance. Not only that, but he also led a team that annihilated many family clans that hunted down god hunters. Recently, Han Hao has been in the limelight in the alliance. I believe that this youngster has an immeasurable future ahead of him. For all these years, Han Hao has never failed in anything he tried. Since he wants to deal with Baum, I believe that Baum will not be able to escape. It's more worthwhile to place all our bets on him," said Polo in an unfathomable manner. "But can he really defeat Baum?" asked the follower doubtfully. "Haha, I have just received news that Baum was nearly defeated by a youngster named Brian. That youngster named Brian has two sons named Han Hua and Han Tuesday, Han Hua, Han Tu, and Han Hao. Why do I feel that there's something fishy about this?" Polo straightened his back and put on a grave face. "Your lordship, are you saying that Han Hao is related to Brian?" "I'm not sure, but it's highly possible. If that's the case, I think Baum is going to die this time. Before he dies, I'll do that fella Han Hao a favor and get 2 million black crystal coins for it. I think it's a good deal." Polo laughed heartily and instructed, "Give the 300,000 black crystal coins to Baum. Tell him that I'm borrowing McKinley's divine body for a few days. Given my relationship with him and the 300,000 black crystal coins, I'm sure Baum will be willing to hand over that useless divine body. McKinley has been missing for too long. Who would have thought that someone else had obtained his divine soul?" "Yes, your lordship." The follower immediately stood up respectfully. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Your lordship, Han Hao is in Ethereal City. Should I leave a message for him and hand over the divine body to Han Hao?" "No, Baum has deployed all kinds of energy towers in Ethereal City. He will surely leave a mark on McKinley's divine body. Don't take the risk. Just leave a message for Han Hao in Ethereal City and ask him to come here again. Remember to bring me that divine body. It's worth 2 million black crystal coins," instructed Polo. "Rest assured, your lordship. Nothing will go wrong," the follower solemnly vowed. Chapter 827. Outside of Ethereal City, in the depths of the mountains and forests, a man and a woman were exercising, panting heavily. Although they tried to suppress the sound of their lovemaking, it could still be heard from afar. 30 meters away from them, a handsome young man of about 16 or 17 years of age was rubbing his hands with water vapor. One after another, bubbles floated out from his palms and slowly rotated in the air like crystal balls. Half an hour later, the sound of panting grew louder and louder. The young man's delicate brows furrowed and he shook his head helplessly. Another 10 minutes later, the panting stopped. However, the activity in that area was getting louder and louder, as if it had no intention of stopping. "Little Moo, are you done?" The young man was getting impatient. He raised his voice and said, "Father must be getting impatient waiting for you. Can you hurry up and finish it?" "Right away, right away." The young man who was exercising inside responded with a grin. He sped up his movements and flipped the beauty who was no longer breathing. He pressed her against the tree and continued his conquest from behind. After a while, Han Mu, who was tall and thin, with a handsome face and well-proportioned muscles, slowly walked out of the tree with a satisfied look on his face. He glanced at Han Shui, who was condensing water vapor with his divine energy, and smilingly said, "Creating life is the most fun thing in life. Why are you so stubborn and uninterested in such a loving exercise? You have been creating life all along the way. Have you really created life or not?" Han Shui rolled his eyes, and the spinning water bubble suddenly flew towards Han Mu. The water bubble transformed into a torrent of water that poured down from above, washing away the lustful smell on Han Mu's body. "Oh, when I get back, I will ask my father why a good boy like me, who is full of vitality, has never created life." Han Mu was a little embarrassed. He chuckled and said, "Maybe you can. Why don't you give it a try? That woman is not bad. She has already fallen asleep. You can take advantage of her." Han Shui immediately shook his head and refused. With a disgusted look, he said, "Too dirty. Let's go. Let's go to Ethereal City. I haven't seen my father for a long time. I miss them." Han Mu knew that Han Shui was not fond of such things. He grinned and flicked his wet hair, planning to head to Ethereal City. "What about that woman?" Han Shui frowned. "You've done this with 9 women along the way. Every time you knocked them out, you left. Why don't you have any sense of responsibility? Before this, you and I were willing, but after that, we broke up. What responsibility do I have to bear?" Han Mu shrugged his shoulders and said, "This kind of thing is just for fun. Why would there be so many rules and restrictions? You're too outdated. Let's go. Han Shui was having a headache. He was afraid that the woman would wake up and pester them. He muttered, Xiaomu, don't let me stand guard for you next time. Your voices are terrible. Pedantic. After reprimanding Han Shui, Han Mu said, Why didn't you inherit father's great virtue? Look at father playing wherever he goes. How carefree he is. I learned all this from my father. Why can't you understand? Han Shui bitterly smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. Although Han Mu's words were a bit exaggerated, they were also the truth. Han Shui didn't know how to defend himself. Half a day later, Han Mu and Han Shui walked out of the dense forest and arrived at a small fort outside the ethereal city. Not long after they arrived at the fort, a young lady standing outside the gymnasium shouted, That damned Han Mu, I finally found you. Let's see if you still dare to run. Upon hearing those words, two young ladies not far from the fort came to their senses. They too glared at Han Mu furiously and shrieked, Han Mu, stop right there. Didn't you say that you would treat me well? You bastard. How dare you leave me while I'm asleep? You didn't even leave a note. The three ladies were from three different factions. One was a small family clan, one was a merchant, and the last was a divine guard squad from an unknown city. The three women exclaimed at the same time. Then they suddenly realized that Han Mu had been with other women other than themselves. The rage that they had been suppressing suddenly exploded. The three young and beautiful ladies charged at Han Mu like tigresses. They were determined to vent their anger on Han Mu. Han Mu lowered his head and put on a bitter smile. He hastily said to Han Shui, who was equally nervous, Little water, let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Upon finishing those words, Han Mu turned tail and ran. He was afraid that the three ladies would catch up to him. As he ran, he shouted, Jiao Jiao, Little Me and Tong, you don't have to be so serious, right? We're just having fun. Don't you think it's rude of you to keep pestering me? Sigh, damned Little Me, just a few days ago you said that I'm the only one you love. Why are you so ruthless? Han Mu, I'm going to kill you. The beautiful lady named Little Me charged at Han Mu with her claws and fangs bared. Rays of light shot out in all directions. Some of the gods who had just entered the fort were hit by her attacks. Little water, run. Don't let them block your way. Han Mu shouted. He hugged his head and ran around in the crowd. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. He weaved his way through the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Han Shui's handsome face was filled with helplessness. He realized that he was still not as fast as Han Mu. After running around aimlessly for a while, he found himself trapped in the middle of the three women. Han Shui was furious. He swore to himself that when he saw his father, he would definitely ask his father to discipline Han Mu. He would not be able to hold on for long if this happened every once in a while. Everyone, I have nothing to do with him. Why are you blocking my way? Han Shui smiled bitterly and quickly distanced himself from Han Mu. During this period of time, he had been dragged into this mess and was extremely unlucky. If you have nothing to do with him, why did he ask you to run? If you have nothing to do with him, why are you in such a hurry to run? The beautiful lady named Little Me shouted. If you don't find Han Mu for me, I won't let you off. She was being unreasonable. It has nothing to do with me. Han Shui hurriedly explained. I just met him on the way here. I don't know him at all. Don't take it out on me if you can't find him. I don't care. Han Mu promised to marry me. Find him for me and I won't make things difficult for you. Or else don't even think of leaving. The woman named Anton waved her hand and shouted, Surround him. Immediately, the group of divine guards closed in on Han Shui like tigers eyeing their prey and blocked his path. Damned woman, who are you? Why does Han Mu want to marry you? Who do you think you are? He said that I'm the only one he likes. Get lost. Shameless. How dare you steal my man? You're the shameless one. You're the shameless one. He's mine. Before Han Shui could defend himself, the three ladies started cursing at each other in the middle of the street. None of them were willing to back down. It seemed that they would fight each other to the death for Han Mu. There. Stop quarreling. Listen to me. Han Shui cursed Han Mu in his mind. When the three ladies turned their gazes to him, he put on a stern face and said, Other than you three, he has said the same thing to many other women. Don't be silly. He won't care about you. Friend, I don't care what relationship you have with him. I'm going to detain you today. A middle-aged man with scars all over his face walked over and stood beside the beautiful lady named Amy. He said, Since he has offended my daughter, he must take responsibility. I don't care who he is, he must marry my daughter. Otherwise, not only him, even you will suffer misfortune along with him. The middle-aged man with scars all over his face possessed early-stage high god strength. He cultivated in the energy of fire. It seemed that he was trying his best to hold back his anger. It was already a sign of his good temper that he did not immediately kill Han Mu. "Oh Han Mu, what do you want me to do, you scoundrel?" Han Shui's heart was boiling with rage. However, he was surrounded and the three parties were not weak. For a moment Han Shui looked gloomy. He racked his brains for a way to escape. Detain him first. Seeing that Han Shui did not speak, the middle-aged man did not speak any nonsense. He waved his hand and ordered his men to capture Han Shui first. "This guy is mine, don't touch him." The woman called and Tong shouted. Crackle, crackle. All of a sudden the three forces clashed. For the sake of Han Shui they started fighting on the streets. The three women cursed each other for being shameless and started fighting each other. The area in front of the fortress was thrown into chaos. The gods nearby were all dumbfounded. Who is that Han Mu? He's too awesome. Three beautiful ladies are fighting over him on the street. God damn it, if I could have such luck with women, I wouldn't mind dying for it. I've heard of him. I think he's from the Life Dominion. It is said that he is a notorious debauchee. God knows how many beautiful ladies have been ruined by him. God damn it, he actually came to Ethereal City. Everyone look after your women. Don't let that scoundrel seduce them. How did the Life Dominion produce such a scum? This world is really messed up. Why hasn't he been killed by women? That fella's goal is to create life. He preys on all the beautiful ladies. God damn it, some of the bitches are willing to fall for his tricks. How did he do it? Fat pig, who are you calling a bitch? You're the bitch. Little me, who was in the middle of fighting, suddenly rushed forward and shot light waves at the fat man without any mercy. Little water, run. At the most chaotic moment, in the midst of all the chaos, Han Mu sneakily shouted from a corner of the gymnasium. All the trees in the vicinity suddenly came to life and started waving their branches like big brooms among the crowd. With Han Mu stirring things up, the place became even more chaotic. Han Shui immediately reacted. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he hastily dived into the crowd and fled under the cover of Han Mu's trees. After reuniting with Han Mu, he didn't dare to stay a second longer in the fort. He hastily left the fort and continued on his way to Ethereal City. Chapter 828. It's all your fault. When will this ever end? Han Shui immediately blamed Han Mu as soon as they escaped from the fortress. If it wasn't for the three women fighting each other, he might have been left behind. Besides, it wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. Damn it, those women are so indecisive. They're always dragging their feet and acting all lovey-dovey. It looks like I'll have to find a married woman the next time I find a woman. They're the most straightforward. They'll just go their separate ways after the deed is done. They won't pester me at all. Han Mu, do you think you can get away? A roar sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man whose face was covered with knife scars flew towards them. Behind him, a few enraged mid-gods were hot on his trail. It hadn't been easy for them to escape from the fortress, but they had still been caught up to. Han Mu and Han Shui exchanged a helpless glance. The middle-aged man whose face was covered with knife scars possessed early-stage high god strength and cultivated in the energy of fire. Even before he arrived, he had already launched an attack. Streams of raging flames surged into the sky and engulfed Han Mu and Han Shui. The speed of the flames was much faster than the middle-aged man's. In an instant, Han Mu and Han Shui's escape route had been blocked. Although Han Mu and Han Shui had a profound understanding of the energy of various elements, there was still a huge gap between their strengths and the middle-aged man's. The two had no choice but to immediately stop and flee. Very soon they were caught up by their pursuers. Little water, why don't we work together and clear the fire with a formation? As long as we cross this wilderness and enter the forest ahead, they won't be able to catch us, said Han Mu to Han Shui in a low voice. Given his mastery of the energy of life, no one would be able to catch him once he entered the forest. I don't think there's enough time. Han Shui put on a bitter smile and shook his head. While they were talking, their pursuers had caught up in an instant. It was indeed a little too late to attack now. Damn it, this is so annoying, cursed Han Mu. He looked around and felt regret for the first time. He thought that he shouldn't have dragged little water into this mess. Han Mu, surrender now. The middle-aged man approached Han Mu with a furious face. As long as you marry my daughter, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the two of you won't get out of this alive. I don't have any feelings for your daughter. Why do you have to force me? Replied Han Mu with a bitter face. Capture them first. The middle-aged man knew that Han Mu was an expert in escaping. Seeing that Han Mu wasn't sincere, he waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to capture them. Those mid-gods had long found Han Mu an eyesore. Without saying a word, they charged at Han Mu while cursing and swearing. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing whistle suddenly sounded in the quiet night sky. A shadow as sharp as a blade pierced right into the middle of those who were preparing to attack. An evil energy exploded in the middle of the battlefield like a thunderclap. Several mid-gods were sent staggering by the energy. None of them could get close to Han Mu and Han Shui. Brother! Cried Han Mu and Han Shui simultaneously. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Little Skull Han Hao wore a cold and gloomy face. He took a glance at the mid-gods lying on the ground before turning his gaze to the high god of fire. Little Skull Han Hao pointed his 3-meter-long bone spear at the middle-aged man and said expressionlessly, "Take a step forward and die." When the middle-aged man saw that his subordinates were being beaten up by the strange power, he was about to kill them. However, he immediately felt a terrifying and evil power suddenly filling the surroundings. He frowned and carefully sensed it. Suddenly he turned pale with fright and said, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Han Mu?" Little Skull Han Hao did not answer. He looked at the middle-aged man for a moment before he turned to the excited Han Mu and Han Shui and said, "Let's go." Upon finishing those words, Little Skull, without paying any attention to the high god of fire, headed straight for Ethereal City. Han Mu and Han Shui put on a low smile and simultaneously made a disdainful gesture at the high god of fire. Then, without looking at the few people behind them, they followed Little Skeleton towards Ethereal City while talking and laughing. A few mid-gods who had just stood up were infuriated by Han Hao's arrogance. They stood up and cursed loudly. They were about to charge at Han Hao and the others and chop them into pieces. "Stop!" shouted the middle-aged man. When he saw that his subordinates were looking at him in astonishment, he shouted again, "Don't chase after them." "My lord." One of the mid-gods seemed rather wronged. The middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped his subordinates from complaining. He looked at Little Skull Han Hao with complicated eyes and said, "Don't say anything. Let's go back." Although the group of mid-gods were full of doubts, they dared not say anything. They hung their heads low and followed after the middle-aged man. "Father, where is he? Have you caught him?" shouted the beautiful woman named Little Me excitedly. "Don't ever mention that Han Mu again," shouted the middle-aged man sternly. "This person is not someone we can afford to offend. For the sake of the family, you had better forget about him as soon as possible." "Why, father? How could you do this?" She had never been reprimanded so harshly. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. "We cannot let our family suffer a calamity because of you. Little Me, remember this. Don't ever look for Han Mu again. Otherwise I'll lock you up directly." The middle-aged man shouted coldly, showing no mercy at all. "My lord, do those two youngsters have that kind of strength?" asked one of the mid-gods in disbelief. "Han Mu and Han Shui don't have that kind of strength. But that youngster who appeared later is not someone I can defeat." The middle-aged man glanced at his subordinates and said, "That youngster has a strong killing aura. He is definitely not a soft-hearted person. If we had recklessly attacked him, all of us would have died, including me." Upon hearing those words, the mid-gods were aghast. Even Little Me kept quiet out of fear. She no longer dared to blame her father for his unusual behavior. "What happened?" asked Han Hao as soon as they left the area and entered the vast mountain range outside of Ethereal City. "Why don't you ask Little Mu?" Han Shui glared at Han Mu. Under the gaze of Little Skull and Han Hao, Han Mu felt a little guilty and told Han Mu roughly what happened. Han Hao listened attentively. When Han Mu finished, he furrowed his brows and softly reprimanded, "Be more careful in the future. Focus all your energy on cultivation." "Got it, big brother?" Han Mu was a little afraid of Han Hao and obediently agreed. He dared not say anything more to Little Skull. "It's just the two of you left. Father has been waiting for you in the city. If you didn't come, Father would have gone to look for you." Han Mu and Han Shui were overjoyed to hear Han Shuo mentioned. They asked simultaneously, "How is Father?" Han Hao thought for a moment and replied, "Very well. Ethereal City, Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Baum personally visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After taking a tour around the pharmacy, he followed Han Shuo to the reception hall. He casually asked, "I heard that the pharmacy was frequently attacked recently?" "They're just a bunch of clowns. Don't worry, City Lord. They won't be able to cause any trouble," replied Han Shuo with a faint smile. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and gestured for Rose, Han Hua and Han Tu to leave. Then he asked, "City Lord, do you have any news?" Baum nodded and took out a magical mirror. He hovered it in midair and explained to Han Shuo, "That friend of mine is not in Ethereal City. I usually communicate with him through the magical mirror. If you don't mind, why don't we use this method to meet him?" Han Shuo bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he replied, "Sure." Baum said no more. He sent a stream of divine energy into the magical mirror. The energy crystals inlaid around the mirror all lit up. A blurry figure gradually became clearer. "I have long heard of the great name of the master of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, it is my honor to do business with you." A rough voice sounded from the mirror. A middle-aged man with messy red hair emerged from the mirror. "You are." Han Shuo immediately turned his attention to the man. Han Shuo could not sense the man's aura through the magical mirror and therefore could not estimate his true strength. "My name is Lehigh. I live in the realm of God of Light." The red-haired middle-aged man briefly introduced himself before he laughed heartily and said, "I am very confident in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As long as you agree, we can start our business immediately. The first batch of crystal coins will be delivered to you by Baum immediately. Brian, as long as you are willing, I can immediately deliver Lehigh's 500,000 black crystal coins to you. I have a list in my hand. All you need to do is to deliver the medicines to me according to the requirements on it." Baum interrupted. A long list of medicines appeared in his hand. Han Shuo took a glance at the list and could tell that most of the medicines on it were contraband. If Baum, the city lord of Ethereal City, could take care of this matter, there should not be any problems in Ethereal City. No matter how Han Shuo looked at it, there was no harm in doing so. However, Han Shuo was not in a hurry to agree. He smilingly took the list from Baum's hand and said, "I won't accept crystal coins for now. Let me see if those pharmacists can produce the medicines on the list first. If they feel that there are no problems, then we will discuss further." Lehigh was a little surprised. He did not expect that Han Shuo would be so hesitant even when there was such a huge profit to be gained. He looked at Han Shuo with a puzzled expression and said, "Given the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's capabilities, the medicines on the list will not have any problems. Baum is the city lord of Ethereal City. What are you worried about?" "Not really. It's just that the number of pharmacists under my command is too small. I might not be able to produce medicines worth 500,000 black crystal coins on time. I need to communicate with them first," replied Han Shuo with a very good attitude. His reason was also very reasonable. Lehigh thought for a moment before he nodded and said with a smile, "All right, I like your responsible attitude. I'll be waiting for your good news." Upon finishing those words, Leich took the initiative to cut off the communication. Baum also did not say anything else. After casually chatting with Han Shuo for a while, he bid farewell and left. Chapter 829. Han Shuo finally welcomed Han Mu and Han Shui, whom he had not seen for a long time. When he learned about Han Mu's evil deeds from Han Shui, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Especially when Han Mu claimed that he had inherited his good character, Han Shuo didn't know whether he should scold him or beat him up. Han Shuo thought that he was already very good at the affairs between men and women. But when he heard about Han Mu's performance, he immediately felt ashamed of his inferiority. Han Shuo didn't know whether to rejoice or scold Han Mu for having such a son. In short, restrain yourself in the future. Don't cause so much trouble. Also, don't mess with women that you shouldn't mess with, especially young girls. This kind of girls are always irrational. Han Shuo earnestly lectured Han Mu. Han Mu sat upright and still, with his head lowered as if he knew he was wrong. But in his heart he was cursing Han Mu. From time to time he would glance up and down at Rose. "You have brought a beauty with you, but you still want me to restrain myself? That's too much." The corpses of the 5 elemental guardians all contained the life essence of Han Shuo. Each and every one of them was personally refined by him. How could he not know what Han Mu was thinking? Seeing that Han Mu was thinking about him and Rose, and that his thoughts were getting more and more dirty, Han Shuo couldn't help but get angry. He shouted, "You bastard! What are you thinking about? Rose and I are not as dirty as you think." Rose was watching Han Shuo scolding Han Mu. She felt that Han Shuo was very interesting at this moment. But when she was startled by Han Shuo's angry shout, her face immediately darkened. She glared at Han Mu and couldn't sit still anymore. I forgot that my father knows what I'm thinking. Han Mu scratched his head awkwardly and quickly apologized to Rose. I'm sorry. With my father's usual behavior, it's inevitable that I would think the wrong things. Don't be angry. You are the one with dirty thoughts. Rose's hatred grew. I've been with him for so long, and he has never done anything improper. He is not as bad as you think. How is this possible? Han Mu made a big fuss out of nothing. He looked at Han Shuo with a wretched expression and mumbled, Father, is it because you've had too many women that you can't do that? Scratching his head, Han Mu's face was filled with doubt. He muttered to himself, that's not possible. Father is so powerful. This doesn't seem right. Rose's face turned red. She cursed in a low voice and walked far away. Brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. Han Shuo was infuriated by Han Mu's nonsense. He yelled at Han Mu, from today onwards, you are not allowed to leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy doesn't have any beauties worth looking at. She's the only one who's father's. How can this be? When Han Mu heard that he was going to be grounded, he immediately begged pitifully. He repeatedly promised that he would be obedient and would not cause any more trouble. Han Hao, keep an eye on him. Han Shuo instructed Little Skull. He knew that he could not be merciful to this little libertine. Han Hao nodded indifferently. Then he glanced at Han Mu expressionlessly and said, You'd better behave. Han Mu knew that Han Shuo was very kind to them and therefore he was not particularly afraid of Han Shuo. However, Little Skull Han Hao had been teaching them since they were in the Netherworld and had always been very strict with them. Therefore Han Mu was afraid of Little Skull Han Hao. When he heard Han Hao's words, he immediately shut up. He looked around with a bitter face, hoping that Han Shui, Han Tu, and the others would plead on his behalf. Han Shui, Han Mu, and the others turned a blind eye to Han Mu's behavior. They wore gloating faces. Since Han Shuo and Han Hao had said so, they naturally knew what to do. After reprimanding Han Mu, Han Shuo's attitude softened and he asked Little Skull Han Hao, How did it go? The God Hunter leader in the Fringe who has a very good relationship with Baum has promised that he will definitely be able to get McKinley's divine body out of Baum's hands. Don't worry, father. Although that fella is only interested in profit, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. Since he dared to accept my crystal coins, he must have some confidence, replied Han Hao. That's great. As long as Baum manages to get McKinley's divine body out, perhaps the City Lord of Ethereal City will be replaced. I was planning to go to the Fringe after all of you are here. But let's wait for a while, said Han Shuo smilingly. Father, why are you going to the Fringe? Asked Little Skull in astonishment. It was the first time he heard about Han Shuo's destination. As there were no outsiders in the room, Han Shuo had no scruples. He told them about his plan. He told them that they were being ostracized in the City of Shadows and that they shouldn't stay there for long. After listening to Han Shuo, Little Skull kept silent for a moment before he suddenly said, Father, if you prefer to stay in the City of Shadows, we can go back and help you kill people. With Father's strength and our help, it won't be a problem to take down the entire City of Shadows. That's right. Who cares if it's the City of Shadows or Hushvale City? Why should we be afraid of it? Han Hua immediately agreed. He shouted, That old bastard Wallace is courting death. We might as well go back and kill them all. Father will be the City Lord of the City of Shadows. The other little fellas immediately agreed with Han Hao and Han Hua's suggestion. It appeared that after so many years, their instincts to fight and kill had not changed at all. Instead, it had become even stronger. Han Shuo forced a smile and shook his head. He explained, That won't work. Although that Wallace is suspicious of me, I'm on good terms with the other members of the House of Saint. I can't just ignore them. Also, Little Water and Little would cultivate in special energy. It will be hard for them to establish themselves in the Darkness Dominion. After taking a short pause, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and continued, Most importantly, I feel that the City of Shadows is too small. Our Han family should have more room to grow. The Fringe is much bigger than the City of Shadows or Ethereal City. There are countless experts there. That is where our Han family should go. Han Hao and the others did not have any particular reaction to the first few reasons. But when Han Shuo mentioned that the City of Shadows was too small, other than Han Hao, the 5 elite zombies who had sparkling eyes were all smiles. They nodded in agreement with Han Shuo's last statement. All right. Han Hao nodded and said no more. All right. It wasn't easy for the 5 of you to gather together. Practice the penta-elemental undead formation underground. Han Shuo instructed the 5 elite zombies. The penta-elemental undead formation could greatly increase the offensive strength of the 5 elite zombies. As their strength increased, the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would also increase. After 50 years, the 5 elite zombies would have made tremendous progress in their strengths. Han Shuo believed that once the penta-elemental undead formation was deployed, even a high god who fell into it would have a hard time escaping death. 10 days later, while Han Shuo was quietly cultivating, he suddenly discovered through his demon generals that Baum was meeting with a high god. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately summoned Little Skull Han Hao, who was watching over the 5 elite zombies in the underground world. When Han Hao arrived at the gymnasium above, Han Shuo immediately described the high god's appearance to Han Shuo. He is Polo's subordinate. He must be here to discuss with Baum about McKinley's divine body. Little Skull affirmed after hearing Han Shuo's description of the high god's appearance. Han Shuo's expression jolted. He smilingly said, "He's finally here." Han Shuo did not waste any more time with Little Skull Han Hao. He focused all his attention and carefully observed the happenings inside the mansion with his demon general. After the high god arrived at the mansion, Baum ordered him to bring him to a secret chamber. The secret chamber in the mansion was surrounded by layers of defensive boundaries. The boundaries formed by the Edict of Space were extremely miraculous. Not even a demon general refined from a high god could sneak into the secret chamber undetected. However, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the person would definitely bring McKinley's divine body out. As long as McKinley's divine body left the City Lord's mansion, Han Shuo could use his demon generals to keep an eye on him. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to retrieve McKinley's divine body. After observing for a while with his demon general, Han Shuo sensed intense spacetime undulations coming from the secret chamber. It was obvious that Baum had torn a spacetime rift in the secret chamber and extracted McKinley's divine body from some unknown spacetime rift. Han Shuo had used his demon general to roam around the mansion many times but failed to find any trace of McKinley's divine body. Afterward, Han Shuo pondered for a while and guessed that Baum must have hidden McKinley's divine body in a spacetime rift. As a cultivator of the Edict of Space, Baum should be able to do so. This should be the safest way. Han Shuo's conjecture was proven correct. After a while, the spatial ripples in the secret chamber gradually calmed down. About 10 minutes later, that high god of Polos left through the back door of the City Lord's mansion, carrying an enormous sack. Baum landed on top of the tallest building in the City Lord's mansion. He stood behind a window and silently watched the man leave. His expression seemed a little worried. He should be leaving the city soon. Baum's energy towers are everywhere in the city. It won't be easy to take him away. "Let's leave the city too," said Han Shuo to Little Skull. "Father, we can't kill that man because McKinley's divine body is in our hands. If he dies, Polo will know that I was the one who did it." Little Skull looked at Han Shuo and said, "God hunters have their own rules. We are going to the fringe in the future. This Polo is still useful to us." Han Shuo was stunned. He chuckled and said, "I'll listen to you. It seems that you are the only one among them that can make me feel completely at ease." What Little Skull Han Hao said proved that he wasn't a reckless person. It seemed that it wasn't just luck that allowed him to thrive in the God Hunter world of the Death Dominion. Han Shuo was truly relieved to have a son like this. He started thinking that he would try his best to let Little Skull Han Hao handle everything in the future. "Father, don't worry, I will teach them well." Little Skull Han Hao was rather embarrassed to be praised by Han Shuo. He put on a somewhat awkward smile that looked very much like Han Shuo's usual smile. Chapter 830. Outside of Ethereal City, that subordinate of Polo who walked out of Baum City Lord's mansion suddenly felt extremely uneasy. His face darkened and he suddenly let out a low whistle. Not long after, a dozen or so dark shadows flew out from the depths of the forest and immediately surrounded him. He solemnly handed the big bag in his hand to one of them and said in a deep voice, "I don't know why, but I feel that something isn't quite right." "Lord Kodiak, you are being too cautious," one of the God Hunters flattered. He smilingly asked, "Should we head back immediately?" Kodiak nodded and replied, "I have left a message in the city. Han Hao will surely find us when he sees it. Everyone please be careful. This divine body is worth 2 million black crystal coins. It took me a lot of persuasion to get it from Baum. We must not lose it. I don't think anyone would want to snatch a soulless divine body, right? The god hunter smilingly replied. Maybe not. Kodiak bunched his brows and looked behind him. Little Skull Han Hao did not conceal his figure or aura at all. He deliberately let Kodiak sense his presence. He slowly walked out of the forest, threw a big bag of black crystal coins at Kodiak's feet, and said, "Here are the remaining black crystal coins. Give me the divine body." As soon as Kodiak saw that it was Little Skull Han Hao, he heaved a sigh of relief. He first respectfully saluted Little Skull Han Hao in the manner of a god hunter before he smilingly said, "So it's you." Kodiak looked at the big bag of black crystal coins at his feet and said rather awkwardly, "The divine body is supposed to be yours. It's just that his lordship told us to bring it back first. Why don't you come with us?" Han Hao shook his head and walked straight to the god hunter who was carrying McKinley's divine body. He took the divine body from him and said to Kodiak in an indifferent tone, "Go back and tell Polo that the body is in my hands. I will give you all the black crystal coins. This deal is over." Upon finishing those words, Little Skull Han Hao did not even look at them. He grabbed McKinley's divine body and left hastily. That god hunter who was fawning over Kodiak put on a bitter smile and asked, "Will there be any problems? Let's see if we have enough black crystal coins." Kodiak waited for Han Hao to leave before he immediately opened the bag of black crystal coins at his feet. He lowered his head to check the coins and said with a smile, "Sure enough, this Han Hao is really straightforward. Let's go back and report to Master Polo. Since we are out of Ethereal City, I don't think Master Polo will blame us." Tanai and Little Skull Han Hao tossed the big bag to the ground and opened the animal skin wrapping the bag, revealing an ice crystal coffin. Inside the coffin was a well-preserved divine body that had lost its divine soul. The ice crystal coffin can keep McKinley's divine body in an active state. How thoughtful of Baum. Han Shua smilingly touched the ice crystal coffin and carefully sensed for a moment before he said, "Baum has left his unique imprint on the coffin. Fortunately, we are not in Ethereal City. Otherwise, he would be able to sense it as soon as we touched the coffin." As Han Shua spoke, a stream of demonic yuan flowed into the ice crystal coffin. It looked like a black thread swimming around McKinley's divine body inside the coffin, slowly melting away the imprint Baum left on McKinley's divine body. After a while, Han Shua withdrew his hand and took out the Holy Grail that contained McKinley's divine soul. "I can feel it, I can feel it. It's been 10,000 years. Finally, I can feel it." Before Han Shua could speak, McKinley's divine soul inside the Holy Grail emitted a strong fluctuation. McKinley's mind was in a complete mess. The Holy Grail that contained his divine soul was glistening with divine light. The divine body inside the ice crystal coffin was McKinley's. Naturally, McKinley could sense the existence of his divine body at such a close distance. He was so excited that he became incoherent. His 10,000 years of waiting had finally come to an end. He no longer had to live in the dark Holy Grail. To McKinley, there was nothing more exciting than the reunion of his divine soul and divine body. The Holy Grail transmitted a message to McKinley's divine soul. Gradually, a hazy shadow floated out of the Holy Grail. Han Shua had removed the energy that imprisoned McKinley in the Holy Grail. McKinley could now fly out of the Holy Grail unimpeded. After McKinley's hazy divine soul came out of the Holy Grail, it carefully moved towards the crystal coffin. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, it smoothly melted into the crystal coffin. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from the crystal coffin. With a crack, the crystal coffin was covered in cracks. The pale skin of McKinley's divine body inside the crystal coffin slowly turned rosy. The aura of life finally appeared on his divine body. McKinley in the crystal coffin was an elderly man with sparkling white hair. His white eyebrows were so long that they reached his cheeks. However, his skin wasn't soft at all. Instead, he was as muscular and strong as a young man. When the aura of life emerged in his divine body, he discovered that McKinley's entire body was rapidly transforming. Gradually his face turned rosy. His muscles became more and more taut. His eyelids twitched and he opened his deep and bright eyes. With a loud bang, the crystal coffin finally broke into pieces. McKinley moved his limbs and shook his head excitedly. He subconsciously shouted, "Ha Baum, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm back. I'm back. Phil, I'm finally back. Just you wait, just you wait." Han Shua and Little Skull stood to the side. Their gazes fell on McKinley, watching him shouting and yelling. Both of them knew that McKinley had stayed inside the Holy Grail for God knows how many years. Now that his divine body and divine soul had been reunited, and his strength had been restored, he was no longer a pushover. It was no wonder that he was so excited to see the light of day again after holding it in for so long. After a long while, McKinley finally calmed down. He laughed heartily and hugged Han Shuo. He said, "Thank you, Brian. I really didn't expect that you would help me recover my body. This is unbelievable. I don't even know how to thank you." Han Shuo felt very uncomfortable being hugged so tightly by such an old man. He struggled a little and pushed McKinley away. He smilingly asked, "How do you plan to deal with Baum? If you are willing, I can help you get rid of Baum when we return." The position of City Lord of Ethereal City originally belonged to McKinley. Once Baum was dead, McKinley would very likely become the new City Lord. To Han Shuo, his relationship with McKinley was much closer than his relationship with Baum. Once McKinley became the new City Lord of Ethereal City, it would be much more beneficial to Han Shuo's future development. "I can help you refine many space divine weapons. You know, this is what I'm best at. Interplanar transportation matrices, magical mirrors, whatever you need, I can refine them for you," McKinley promised with a hearty laugh. He knew what Han Shuo needed the most. On Elysium, divine weapons of the space element were extremely rare. They were not something that an average alchemist could forge. Therefore, divine weapons of the space element were very expensive. Sometimes, even if one had enough black crystal coins, one might not be able to find a suitable expert in the Edict of Space to forge a divine weapon for them. McKinley had reached an extremely high realm in the cultivation of the energy of space. If he dared to make such a promise to Han Shuo, he must be really good at it. And this was precisely what Han Shuo lacked the most. Therefore, upon hearing McKinley's promise, Han Shuo was overjoyed. He smilingly said, "That's great. But not for the time being. I need to make a trip to the Temporal Temple and report my experience to the Overgod. As long as the Overgod approves, I can immediately return and deal with Baum. Since Baum is currently the City Lord of Ethereal City, I will have to seek the Overgod's permission before killing him, no matter what he has done," McKinley said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood McKinley's concerns. He nodded and said, "No problem. I am currently at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City. Come and find me after you have sought the Overgod's permission." The divine temple of the Space Overgod must be located in a secluded location in the Space Dominion. McKinley must know the way to the Space Dominion if he could obtain the mark of the Overgod. "All right, see you later," McKinley said smilingly. The excitement on his face had yet to recede. "Off you go. It's more important to take care of your business first." Han Shuo knew that McKinley couldn't wait to get his revenge and therefore urged him. McKinley thanked Han Shuo profusely and promised that he would find Han Shuo as soon as he was done reporting the matter to the Overgod. He would help him make a few of his most commonly used space divine weapons. He seemed to be very embarrassed. In the end, under Han Shuo's urging, McKinley finally bade farewell to Han Shuo. He prepared himself for a moment before he tore open a space-time rift and disappeared into it. "Father, do you think he will succeed?" Little Skull Han Hao seemed a little unsure. He asked, "Baum has been the City Lord of Ethereal City for a long time. He has become even closer to the Overgod. Do you think the Overgod will not believe McKinley's words?" Who knows? But judging from McKinley's confident look, he seems to have something up his sleeves. Maybe he has some secret trump card. Han Shuo thought for a moment and suddenly felt that what Little Skull Han Hao said made sense. 2 days later, Han Shuo, Little Skull Han Hao, and Han Hao returned to Ethereal City. While Han Hao was inspecting Metal Elite Zombie's injuries, he suddenly sensed that the entire Ethereal City seemed to shake. Han Shuo was startled. The demon general that was observing Baum suddenly saw that the City Lord's mansion was shrouded in a violent space-time fluctuation. The space-time fluctuation carried an unparalleled energy and crushed the entire City Lord's mansion into dust. All the divine guards in the City Lord's mansion were suddenly killed. "Oh, spare me, Overgod!" screamed Baum from the center of the mansion. Hundreds of space blades descended from the void and slashed at Baum's body. Baum did not let out another cry. His entire body was reduced to ashes by the space blades. Nothing was left of him. Han Shuo felt an intense stinging pain in his consciousness. The next moment, Han Shuo discovered that the demon general that was placed in the City Lord's mansion was also affected and exploded. The last image that the demon general transmitted to Han Shuo was the flattened City Lord's mansion. Not a single person was left alive in the enormous mansion. Chapter 831. The upheaval in the City Lord's mansion was very sudden. No one could have imagined that the entire City Lord's mansion would be razed to the ground in an instant. Not only were all the divine guards killed, even City Lord Baum was not spared. He was destroyed along with the City Lord's mansion. Han Shua's demon general, who had been keeping an eye on the City Lord's mansion, was accidentally caught in the shockwave and exploded to death in the violent spacetime undulations. If even a demon general in his intangible state could not escape death, there was no doubt that other living beings would not be spared. The upheaval in the City Lord's mansion plunged everyone into panic. When they discovered that the City Lord's mansion was razed to the ground, they did not know if they should continue staying in Ethereal City. Just like Han Shua, members of a few lesser family clans who lived close to the City Lord's mansion had witnessed the destruction of the City Lord's mansion. News of Baum's dying scream quickly spread across the entire Ethereal City. Everyone knew that the destruction of the City Lord's mansion was caused by the Overgod of Space. Every single person in Ethereal City kept quiet out of fear and wondered how Baum had neglected the Overgod of Space. For a time, everyone in Ethereal City felt insecure. Many shops were temporarily closed. Those lesser family clans and those from other divine dominions who had just arrived in Ethereal City did not dare to stay any longer after hearing the news. They made up excuses and left the city. All the gods in Ethereal City were terrified of the Overgod's wrath. It turned out that the few divine guards of Ethereal City were still maintaining order in the city. However, they were all trembling in fear. They did not know if they would suffer the same fate that befell the City Lord's mansion. However, they did not dare to flee. They knew that they could not withstand the might of an Overgod, especially when the attacker was the Overgod of Space. They knew that if the Overgod wanted them dead, they would not be able to survive no matter where they hid. Therefore, it was better for them to stay in Ethereal City and await the Overgod's judgment. No one in the city knew what was going on. Only Han Shua had a vague guess that McKinley must have gone to the shrine to meet the Overgod of Space, which was why the situation was like this. However, Han Shua did not know what McKinley had said to the Overgod of Space. He did not know how McKinley had convinced the Overgod of Space to kill Baum so decisively. Naturally, Han Shua did not leave Ethereal City. On the contrary, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was one of the few shops in Ethereal City that were still open for business as though nothing had happened. Han Shua urged his pharmacists to refine some commonly used medicines in order to maintain the supply of medicines that were in short supply. Han Shua believed that McKinley, who had gone to meet the Overgod of Space, would return to Ethereal City soon. As expected, 5 days later, McKinley suddenly entered Ethereal City in a high-profile manner. Many years ago, McKinley was quite famous in Ethereal City. This time, when the people were in a state of panic, McKinley came on behalf of the Overgod with a divine talisman bestowed by the Space Overgod. The talisman could prove that McKinley was the new City Lord of Ethereal City. At this moment, everyone was trembling in fear. They didn't know who the God of Space and Time would vent his anger on next. Although McKinley's arrival surprised many, more people gradually calmed down. The few remaining Divine Guard Corps leaders did not raise any objections after seeing the divine talisman in McKinley's hand. They unanimously acknowledged McKinley's identity. McKinley's arrival was like a dose of tranquilizer injected into the chaotic Ethereal City. When McKinley, representing the Overgod of Space, announced that Baum had colluded with God Hunters and other crimes, and that all the divine guards in the City Lord's mansion had betrayed the integrity of Ethereal City and should be punished accordingly, Baum's death was justified. Soon after, McKinley announced that Ethereal City would remain as it was and that the Overgod of Space had no intention of interfering with the trifling matters of the city and would not pursue the crimes of others. Without the slightest hindrance, McKinley, who had the Overgod's divine talisman in hand, became the new City Lord of Ethereal City. All the divine guards in Ethereal City immediately pledged their loyalty to him and accused Baum of all the crimes. McKinley had been busy with the affairs of Ethereal City and had not visited Han Shura. It was only after he had gained full control of Ethereal City, designated Baum's private manor as the new City Lord's mansion, met with the patriarchs of all major family clans and merchant associations in the city, and finally returned peace and stability to Ethereal City that he came to Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua wasn't quite used to McKinley's arrival. Compared to before, McKinley's realm seemed to have improved yet again. He seemed to have swept away the haze and misfortune of the past. He seemed to be in high spirits and radiating a different kind of vitality. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that McKinley was even more powerful than Baum. It appeared that McKinley had reaped great benefits in the Temple of Space. He must have received the blessings of the Overgod. Otherwise, there was no way his strength could have improved by so much. "McKinley, did you have a fortuitous encounter in the temple?" asked Han Shuo smilingly after sizing him up. McKinley smiled but did not answer. He wore a complacent face as he strolled around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After a while he said, "Baum sure is generous with his capital. I was planning to look for a new shop for you, but it seems that I won't be needing it. The one Baum chose for you is already very good." The two chatted and laughed. After they entered the shop, McKinley turned to Han Shuo and said apologetically, "It's not convenient for me to talk about the temple. Have you heard about what happened in the City Lord's mansion a few days ago? Recently, everyone in Ethereal City has been talking about the destruction of the City Lord's mansion." "Of course I have heard about it. I did not expect you to be so capable. You did not even need to lift a finger to kill Baum," said Han Shuo smilingly. Not only had McKinley regained a new life, he had also become the City Lord of Ethereal City. He appeared to be very happy. He said, "That's because Baum deserved to die. Moreover, the position of City Lord should have been mine in the first place. I'm just taking back what belongs to me." "Haha, Brian, I promised you that I would help you make a few Space Divine devices. Have you thought about what kind of Space Divine device you need?" "I don't need offensive ones. I just need something that can allow us to meet from a distance. For example, something like a magical mirror. Also, if possible, help me make an interplanar transportation matrix. I need these things." Han Shuo thought for a moment before he answered. He himself knew how to refine Space Divine devices, and they were all of the offensive kind. He only did not know how to make interplanar transportation devices. Therefore he needed McKinley's help. "Don't worry, no problem at all." McKinley agreed without hesitation. He sincerely urged Han Shuo to stay in Ethereal City, hoping that Han Shuo could continue to live in the city. Having learned his lesson from what happened to Wallace in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't dare to casually agree to Wallace's request. Although he appeared to be on good terms with McKinley and had once saved his life, it was hard to say if McKinley would still treat Han Shuo the way he did in the past if there was a conflict of interest. Most importantly, the Space Dominion, like the Darkness Dominion, was governed by two overgods. Even though McKinley was the City Lord of Ethereal City, he had to obey the Overgod of Space's orders. As Han Shuo did not cultivate in the Edict of Space, there was no way he could become the City Lord of Ethereal City. If the Overgod of Space found him an eyesore, there was nothing Han Shuo could do about it. Ever since Han Shuo witnessed Baum's fate through the demon generals, he had developed a deep fear of the Overgods. He knew that for the time being he would not be a match for any of the Overgods. Before he gained sufficient strength, it would be best for him not to provoke any of them. "You really don't want to stay in Ethereal City?" McKinley seemed to be very disappointed. He sighed and said, "Ethereal City is in need of manpower. Given your strength, if you stay in Ethereal City, it will become the most powerful city in the Space Dominion. I'm willing to govern Ethereal City with you. Given our friendship, nothing like what happened to you in the City of Shadows will happen again. After all, you are the one who gave me my life." McKinley seemed to be very sincere in his words. It seemed that he was very willing to let Han Shuo stay in Ethereal City. Unfortunately, although he was the City Lord of Ethereal City, the Overgod of Space was the one in charge. Besides, Han Shuo had his own plans. Therefore he politely declined McKinley's invitation and said, "I really don't want to stay in Ethereal City. But don't worry, I will visit you often. Haha, I will be counting on you to take care of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City." "Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City," McKinley guaranteed. "What special materials do you need to refine a Space Divine weapon? Tell me and I will gather them for you." With the Goldstone Enterprise, Han Shuo could get his hands on a lot of special materials. Now that McKinley had agreed to refine a divine weapon for him, Han Shuo naturally had to do the same. "You don't have to worry about that. As it turns out, I already have my own special material warehouse in Ethereal City. After Baum's death, I discovered that Baum had opened up a small dimension in the sky above the City Lord's mansion. There you will have no problem gathering materials. Give me a year and I will make you all kinds of special Space Divine weapons." McKinley put on a faint smile. He continued, "However, I will need you to choose a special area to use the interplanar transportation matrix. I believe you don't have any good locations for now. You can wait. Then I will thank you in advance." I will come to Ethereal City in a year's time, replied Han Shuo. Brian, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay a little longer? McKinley sounded a little sad when he heard from Han Shuo that Han Shuo was about to leave. My son is slightly injured. I need to find someone to settle a debt with. Han Shuo's face turned dark. When he recalled that Metal Elite Zombie was nearly killed by someone, he had the urge to skin that person alive. Now that the 5 elite zombies had arrived and McKinley's matter had been perfectly resolved, Han Shuo had no intention of wasting any more time. He was ready to depart for the fringe. Chapter 832. With the 5 elite zombies gathered in Ethereal City, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch was managed by a trustworthy employee. McKinley, as the new city lord of Ethereal City, would naturally look after everything in the city for Han Shuo. Even Metal Elite Zombies' Goldstone shop would not run into any trouble. With everything ready, Han Shuo, Little Skull Han Hao, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose departed from Ethereal City and headed for the fringe. Little Skull Han Hao only learned that Metal Elite Zombie was injured later on. He asked Metal Elite Zombie about the assailant but could not figure out who it was. Han Shuo asked about it and learned that although Little Skull Han Hao knew a few of the God Hunter leaders in the fringe, he did not know much about the fringe. After all, the fringe was not made up of only God Hunters. It was filled with experts from all over the fringe. The most vicious and heinous of the 12 dominions were all gathered there, making the fringe one of the most dangerous places in the world. None of Han Shuo's party were weak in strength. The 5 elite zombies all possessed miraculous energies. The journey was very fast. In just a few days they had left Ethereal City and arrived in the vast wilderness. On this day Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies arrived at the fortress where Han Mu and Han Shui were besieged. As soon as Han Mu appeared, many gods in the fortress cried out in alarm. They looked at Han Mu with gazes filled with fear. It was as though they were afraid that Han Mu would do something that would make them curse him. Damn it, you can't even look after your women. What's the point of looking at me? Han Mu looked around and saw that everyone was nervously guarding against him. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He did not think that Han Mu's deeds would have any impact. But now that he had entered the city, all the gods with wives were so fearful of Han Mu. Han Shuo was greatly surprised. He asked in a low voice, "Brat, it seems that you have made a lot of enemies." It has nothing to do with me. They are the ones who are too nervous." Han Mu forced a smile and said to Han Shui, "Little Shui, why are you so careful? With father and big brother around, no one would dare to court death. Those women are all lunatics. If they don't care about their lives and want to settle the score with you, will you kill them as well?" Han Shui glared at him and scolded snappily. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Han Mu was obviously stunned. After thinking for a moment, he immediately reacted and said to Han Shuo with a bitter smile, "Father, let's go. What Little Water said makes sense. If those crazy women really want to take revenge on me at all costs and I can't kill them myself, it will be really troublesome." Han Shuo was stunned. He thought to himself, this brat is really giving me something to do. Seeing that all the gods in the fortress were looking at them with strange gazes, Han Shuo did not intend to stay any longer. Before Han Mu's crazy women came looking for them, they quickly left the fortress. Not long after Han Mu, Han Shuo, and the others left the fortress, 4 women came looking for them. The 4 women were of different ages, but all of them were extraordinarily beautiful. When they came to the area where Han Mu had just been, they looked around and immediately shouted Han Mu's name. As they shouted, they scolded Han Mu, saying that he was heartless and heartless. It didn't take long for the 4 women to discover each other's presence. In front of the many gods in the fortress, they started cursing each other. When they heard that Han Shuo had just left the fortress, they immediately stopped cursing each other and chased after Han Mu and Han Mu. "Damn it, you little brat, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Han Shuo put on a wry smile as he listened to the lovable cries coming from the fort. He instructed, "Let's go. We need to leave this place as soon as possible before those crazy women catch up to us." "Faster, faster," Han Mu urged. He took the lead and flew in the front, fearing that he would be caught. After leaving the fortress, Little Skull Han Hao led the way and flew through the forest. After 2 days he suddenly stopped in front of a huge waterfall. The waterfall flowed straight down, and a cold pond with splashing water could be seen, forming a meandering stream that flowed into the distance. When Han Shui saw the waterfall in front of him, He immediately let out a soft cry and turned into a white shadow that dived into the waterfall like a little fish. As a cultivator of water energy, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not immerse himself in water for a period of time. Now that he had finally come across such a clean and refreshing waterfall, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. Han Tu and Han Ho did not like water very much. They stood on a tree and looked at the waterfall from a distance. Rose, Han Mu and Han Jin gathered around them. They stood on a smooth stone wall and washed their faces with some cold water. After Little Skull Han Hao led them to the cave, he said to Han Shua, "Father, my men are here. I'll go make the necessary arrangements." "All right," Han Shua nodded and gestured for his son to return as soon as possible. Han Hao's body flickered, passed through the splashing waterfall, and landed in a dark cave behind it. As soon as he entered the cave, a few god hunters who had been eyeing Han Mu, Han Shui, and the others from the dark cave immediately walked out. The leader of the group, a hideous-looking man covered in scars, softly asked, "Is that you, Chief?" Little Skull Han Hao did not answer. He released the evil aura from his body to show his identity. As soon as the burly man sensed the evil energy that filled the cave, he immediately bowed and joyfully said, "Chief, is it really you?" As soon as he finished saying those words, a group of sinister-looking god hunters gathered from all the winding caves. "Chief, did you lure those people to the waterfall? Should we get rid of them?" They did not know the relationship between Little Skull, Han Hao, Han Shua, and the others. Han Hao had never mentioned anything about it. In the past, Little Skull, Han Hao, had lured pursuers or enemies with ulterior motives to the waterfall. These god hunters thought that this time would be the same. Ever since they started following Little Skull, Han Hao, they had never seen him have any friends, nor had they seen him being friendly to anyone. In their imagination, Little Skull, Han Shua, should be an absolutely cold-blooded, heartless and ruthless person. It was only natural that he would think that Han Shua and the others who came with him were nothing but prey. They are not prey, they are friends. To their surprise, Little Skull, Han Hao replied indifferently. He pointed at Han Shui, Han Mu, and the others who were separated by the waterfall and said, "Remember what they look like. Do not attack them under any circumstances, understand?" These god hunters had never been given such a formal order before. They were all startled and tried to guess the identities of Han Shua and the others. After a while, they hastily nodded and expressed that they would obey Han Hao's orders. "You are no match for them." Little Skull, Han Hao, coldly groaned and said, "If one day you run into them and they insist on killing you, just tell them that they are my subordinates." After taking a short pause, Han Hao said, "Return to the Death Dominion and bring the others to the Fringe. From now on we will no longer be operating in the Death Dominion. The Fringe will be our new destination." "That's great, Chief. The Fringe is our playground. We have long wanted to come to this place. We can roam around openly in the Fringe. No one will do anything to us because we are god hunters. Chief, are we going to stay in the Fringe forever?" The malevolent-looking man was overjoyed to hear Little Skull's words. In the 12 Overgods, god hunters would be ostracized and hunted by all the factions. However, due to the unique geography of the Fringe, it was not under the jurisdiction of any Overgod. In addition, the people living in the Fringe were all vicious and evil people from all over the dominions. God hunters were nothing in the Fringe. As long as they did not offend anyone, no one would care about them. In the Fringe, they could even live like normal people and conduct all kinds of business in broad daylight. To the god hunters and other gods who could no longer make a living in the dominions, the Fringe was a paradise that could accommodate them. They would not have to worry about being hunted down by the dominions and could live comfortably. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to survive. Although the people of the Fringe were not bound by the 12 Overgods, there were just too many vicious people in the Fringe. Without sufficient strength, they might be killed the moment they set foot in the Fringe. "That's right, we will be staying in the Fringe from now on." Little Skull Han Hao nodded and said, "Go then. Do not delay on your way back to the Death Dominion and bring the rest of the people here. When you arrive at the Fringe, just ask Polo for news about me." "Yes, Chief." Scarface bowed and nodded. Then he led the god hunters back into the cave and left through a different direction. Before they left, they took a few deep glances at Han Mu, Han Shua, and the others, memorizing their appearances so that they would not slip up if they encountered them in the future. After taking care of his subordinates, Little Skull Han Hao walked out from the waterfall. When he came to Han Shua smilingly said, "Not bad, those people look cold and fierce. They even knew how to cooperate when they came out from the cave. It seems that they have been trained quite a bit by that person." Through his demon generals, Han Shuo had clearly seen the conversation between Little Skull and the God Hunters. In the memories my father gave me, there are some secret demonic formations that I have used on them. As a result, they are more united than your average God Hunters. They know how to win through teamwork, replied Little Skeleton. He didn't try to be modest. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and praised, "You have done well." For him to be able to do all that just by relying on demonic arts memories, it seemed that he had truly inherited the mysteries of demonic arts. After taking a short pause, Han Shuo asked, "You said that you still have subordinates in the Death Dominion. How many people do you have in total?" Han Shuo was very curious about how many God Hunters he had recruited over the past 50 years. "I have 3 companies with more than 300 people. Every single one of them has been personally trained by me and they know how to cooperate. They are much stronger than the divine guards of an average city," replied Little Skull Han Hao proudly. Han Shuo was overjoyed to hear those words. He did not expect that Little Skull could bring him such a pleasant surprise. Those people possessed extraordinary strength and were callous and bloodthirsty. In addition, they knew how to cooperate in demonic formations. They were perhaps even more powerful than the divine guards Han Shuo had trained in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. And there were 300 of them. Chapter 833. In the northwest of the Fringe, Polo, one of the God Hunter leaders, had long received 2 million black crystal coins from Little Skull Han Hao. Polo did not express any particular displeasure about Han Hao receiving McKinley's divine body as soon as he stepped out of the city. After all, he had already received the black crystal coins. One day, while Polo was torturing a beautiful woman in Tanai's prison, he received news from one of his subordinates in Ethereal City. "My Lord Baum is dead." According to the rumor from Ethereal City, the Overgod of Space razed the entire City Lord's mansion to the ground in a fit of rage. Kodiak, who was responsible for bringing McKinley's divine body out of the City Lord's mansion, bowed and reported to Polo. Polo was startled and softly cried out, "What?" "The Overgod of Space razed Baum and the City Lord's mansion to the ground." Kodiak repeated the news. Polo turned pale with fright and said, "I had guessed that Baum would die, but I did not expect that the killer would be the Overgod of Space. This is inconceivable. What's the situation in Ethereal City now?" Polo had thought that McKinley would join hands with Little Skull Han Hao to kill Baum. He did not expect that things would turn out this way. McKinley has returned to Ethereal City with the Overgod's divine talisman. He has now become the City Lord of Ethereal City. "My lord, I don't think that McKinley is a person who is willing to do business with us. Him becoming the City Lord of Ethereal City doesn't seem to bring us much benefit," said Kodiak with his brows bunched. Polo pushed the beautiful woman away and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about McKinley. What's more important is Han Hao. Since he saved McKinley and Han Hao is the leader of our God Hunter Alliance, I believe that McKinley won't be so heartless." Do you have any news about Han Hao? I'm more interested in him. Last time, he sent someone to deliver a message asking us to pay attention to the robbery of Goldstone Enterprise. We have asked around but haven't found anything yet, said Kodiak. Do your best to investigate. I think that Han Hao and the owner of the Golden Stone store must have an extraordinary relationship. The Golden Stone shop has branches in every divine realm. It is said that they have ores that other shops can never find. If we can establish a relationship with the Golden Stone shop, it will be greatly beneficial to us in the future. Tell them to keep an eye on this matter and report to me as soon as they have any news. Polo ordered. Yes, my lord. Kodiak bowed and retreated. He immediately left with his god hunters. Half a month later, Han Shuo and his party finally stepped out of the Space Dominion and entered the Fringe. As soon as Han Shuo entered the land of chaos, he discovered that it was a chaotic place. Along the way he saw corpses drenched in blood everywhere. Fights to the death were common. Some god hunters were devouring cultivators of the same energy as them. There were no rules to speak of. And this was just the outermost region of the Fringe. As Han Shuo and his party approached the Fringe, they saw more and more fights. There was no order in the land of chaos. There were no divine guards to keep an eye on things. Most people would watch and watch with interest. If there was an opportunity, they might even join the fray. Without sufficient strength, one would run into enemies at every step in the land of chaos. If one had a valuable divine weapon or a beautiful woman by his side, or if one was of the same energy as a god hunter but was weaker than the god hunter, it would become a motive for others to kill one. Along the way, Han Shuo and his party witnessed the true chaos of the land of chaos. They gradually got used to the tragic sight of corpses strewn all over the place. Among Han Shuo and his party, the high god aura emanating from Rose was the most obvious. Little Skull Han Hao wore a cold and indifferent expression. The 5 elite zombies, having roamed the dominions for many years, did not appear to be weaklings that could be easily bullied. No one dared to provoke them. Don't let your guard down. This is just the outermost region of the land of chaos. Rose was somewhat familiar with the land of chaos. She constantly explained, the deeper we go into the fringe, the stronger the gods we will run into. You have seen for yourself that those fighting in the outermost region are only mid-gods. Even those god hunters with mid-god strength dare not venture into the deeper regions. Otherwise they will become the targets of others. Given our strength, I don't think there are many who would dare to provoke us, right? Han Huo was a person who wished to see the world plunged into chaos. Whenever he saw people fighting along the way, he would shout and yell. He wished that he could rush into the fray and kill to his heart's content. Not for the time being. But it will be hard to say once we enter the land of chaos. Rose was not as relaxed as Han Shuo and his party. She seemed to be very apprehensive about the fringe. 3 days later, Han Shuo and his party entered the land of chaos. It was common to see high gods fighting in the land of chaos. Those high gods wore cold, fierce and vigilant gazes. It was as though they would immediately attack and kill the intruder the moment they looked at the intruder. Han Jin, were you robbed in this region last time? Han Shuo asked Metal Elite Zombie Han Jin after arriving at a region surrounded by mountains and rivers. When Metal Elite Zombie first came to the land of chaos, he was accompanied by a dozen or so divine guards. Every one of them possessed late-stage mid-god strength. Besides, Metal Elite Zombie had purposely chosen this region with more mountains and rivers because he thought that no powerful experts would come to the land of chaos. Little did he expect that he would still be blocked by a group of strangers. Yes, father. Last time I was ambushed in the middle of these mountains. If it weren't for the mountains nearby, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to escape. Han Jin seemed to have recalled the tragic deaths of his subordinates. He put on a somewhat sorrowful and indignant expression. He pointed at a few regions and explained to Han Shuo, there, I saw my subordinates killed with my own eyes. Not a single one of them survived. Han Shuo had seen the land of chaos for a long time. He knew that this was a place where the strong were revered and the weak were slaughtered. Those who had stayed in the land of chaos for a long time were somewhat perverted. Sometimes they would kill using all sorts of strange and bizarre methods. They would treat killing as an entertainment and torture their victims to the point where they wished they were dead. When Han Shuo recalled that Metal Elite Zombie was nearly killed in a nearby region, he became extremely angry. He released a few demon generals. Han Shuo said, let's not rush deeper into the land of chaos. Let's gather some information around here and see if we can get anything out of them. Naturally, Rose and the others did not have any objections. They nodded to indicate that they understood and stayed there for the time being. Han Shuo stood motionlessly on top of a boulder. The demon generals he released transformed into all kinds of lone roamers. Whenever they discovered a group of people in the vicinity, those demon generals would provoke them and lead them towards the region where Han Shuo and the others were. After a while, for the first time, the party of 7 were enraged by the demon generals. They chased after Han Shuo with cold faces. When the demon generals arrived before Han Shuo, they suddenly vanished. Then Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, Gentlemen, I would like to ask you about a few people. Where is that person? Asked one of the high gods coldly. Are you with him? Seeing that Han Shuo and the others didn't seem to be friendly people, the high god hesitated for a moment before he asked, What? What are you trying to do? Rose knew the rules of the fringe very well. Without saying a word, she rushed forward and killed the high god's guards. The high god had just entered the mid-stage of the fringe. As soon as he saw Rose's attack, he immediately realized how powerful Rose was. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, the fringe had no shortage of adventurers. Although the high god was somewhat apprehensive of Rose's strength, he still flew into a rage and shouted, Woman, you are dead. Whoosh! The bone spear in Little Skull's hand shot out. Terrifying evil energy filled the entire space as it came crashing down like a meteor. The high god was startled and immediately retreated. After steadying himself, his face turned pale with fright. He looked at Rose and Little Skull Han Hao for a moment before he finally calmed down and asked in a low voice, Who are you looking for? He was confident that he could deal with Rose alone. But with Little Skull Han Hao in the picture, he knew that if he dared to say another word, only death would await him. Some time ago, a group of people robbed a batch of ores here. Do you know who they are? Han Shuo asked Han Jin to describe the faces of those people. Han Jin stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he shook his head and replied, I don't know. I have not heard anything about them. Murder, replied Han Shuo with the same smile on his face. Without saying a word, Little Skull Han Hao and Rose started attacking Han Shuo ferociously. The 5 elite zombies did not remain idle either. Although they did not form the penta-elemental undead formation, they also attacked Han Shuo. In Han Shuo's opinion, since Rose had killed his subordinates, it was better to get rid of them as soon as possible in order to avoid leaving any seeds of future trouble. More importantly, there were no rules in the fringe and one would not have to bear any consequences for killing someone. On top of that, Han Shuo was a high god and his divine soul was what the Cauldron of Myriad Demon needed the most. After roaming around the fringe for a few days, Han Shuo discovered that no one in the fringe was worthy of sympathy. They were all villains from various dominions who had committed innumerable atrocities. Han Shuo would not feel the slightest bit guilty even if he were to kill all of them. Rose alone was more than enough to finish him off. With the addition of Little Skull, Han Hao, and the 5 elite zombies, Han Shuo wouldn't even have a chance to escape. In just a few moments, Han Shuo was nailed to the ground by Little Skull's 7 bone spurs. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon flew out and collected the divine soul of Han Shuo and his subordinates. The divine soul of this person would be enough to make up for the demon general that Han Shuo lost in the battle at the City Lord's mansion in Ethereal City. Han Shuo was in no hurry to leave. He repeated his old trick of sending demon generals to provoke the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Whenever someone approached him, he would kill them and collect their divine soul into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. But unfortunately, after asking many people, Han Shuo did not get any information. Just as Han Shuo was about to give up and head deeper into the fringe, Kodiak, one of Polo's subordinates, appeared. They seemed to have heard the shrill screeches of Little Skull's bone spurs and came to Han Shuo. Chapter 834. When Kodiak arrived, he was rather surprised to discover that there were many strangers around Little Skull Han Hao. After carefully observing them, Kodiak discovered that Han Shuo, Rose, the 5 elite zombies, and the others did not look like god hunters. This puzzled Kodiak. He wondered what the relationship between Little Skull Han Hao, Han Shuo, and the others was. Although he was very puzzled, when he saw Little Skull Han Hao, Kodiak respectfully greeted him. Our leader is very concerned about the matter you have entrusted to him. He has dispatched us to search for information in the vicinity. After searching for some time, we have made some headway, Kodiak explained to Han Hao. Upon learning that Kodiak and the others had been searching for information in the vicinity, Little Skull Han Hao immediately asked, "What's the situation?" Kodiak hesitated for a moment and did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at Han Shuo and the others warily and cautiously asked, "Who are these people?" He didn't know the identities of Han Shuo and the others and therefore, he didn't dare to speak his mind. Han Hao knew what Kodiak was worried about. He lightly groaned and said, "They are my friends. You don't have to worry too much. Just tell me what you want to know." Kodiak stared blankly for a moment. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Han Shuo and the others. He couldn't understand how they became Little Skull Han Hao's friends. Kodiak had heard of Little Skull's notorious reputation in the Death Dominion. As an up-and-coming god hunter, Han Hao was a character that the god hunters held in high esteem. Kodiak had never heard that Han Hao had any friends. Therefore, when he heard Han Hao's words, he was astonished. After hesitating for a moment, under the cold gazes of Little Skull Han Hao, Kodiak said in a deep voice, "I led them to a nearby region for some time and finally found out who did it." "Oh," Han Hao asked. "His name is Kage. He cultivates in the energy of darkness and possesses mid-stage high god strength. A few days ago, I heard that he was preparing to sell those ores at a low price." Kodiak didn't dare to hesitate when he saw how anxious Han Hao was. "Where is he?" Han Shuo suddenly interrupted with a faint smile. His eyes were ice-cold and his heart was filled with killing intent. After Kodiak arrived, he focused all of his attention on Rose because he could sense a distinct high god aura from Rose. Moreover, the aura was faintly stronger than his own. This made him very uncomfortable. Therefore he was very concerned about Rose. As for Han Shuo, Kodiak only took a glance at him and paid him no more attention. Han Shua's demonic art energy was as calm as still water. Those whose strength had not reached a certain realm would never be able to detect the terror of Han Shua. Kodiak did not sense any threat from Han Shua and only treated him as an ordinary mid-god. It was only when Han Shua interjected that Kodiak was somewhat surprised. He wondered what qualifications a mid-god like Han Shua had to interrupt their conversation. Kodiak looked rather displeased. He did not pay any attention to Han Shua. He explained to Little Skull Han how Kage and his subordinates had attacked the merchants of Goldstone shop some time ago. After that incident, Kage did not continue to venture out but stayed in his underground lair. It was only recently that he came out to sell those ores that he plundered. Han Shua did not mind that Kodiak was not looking at him directly. After all, Kodiak had told Little Skull Han how everything that needed to be said. Where is Kage's underground lair? How many people are there? Are they usually there? Han Hao asked with a calm face. Kage's underground lair is located in the Buckthorn Valley in the east. There are about 50 to 60 people there. Other than Kage, there are 3 or 4 high gods with early-stage high god strength. Under normal circumstances, Kage would stay in his underground lair. But recently it's hard to say. He might have gone to the Omphalos to sell the ores he plundered. Kodiak could not be sure. What else do you know? Asked Han Hao. Kage is one of Salus' subordinates. He would pay tribute to Salus every once in a while. If you are planning to kill Kage, you had better not let anyone know about it. If someone knows that you killed Kage and Salus hears about it, you will be in big trouble. Kodiak hesitated for a moment before he explained to Little Skull Han Hao. Salus? Before Little Skull Han Hao could say anything, Rose cried out in surprise. She explained to Han Shua in a low voice, I have mentioned Salus to you. He is one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe. When I left the Fringe, he already possessed over-god strength. Han Shua's heart sank. He nodded indifferently to indicate that he understood. The 5 sovereigns of the Fringe were Tyre, Log, Asura, Salus, and Wasis. All 5 of them possessed over-god strength, but none of them possessed the quintessence of an over-god. Even in any of the 12 dominions, these 5 sovereigns could easily rule over the Fringe. Each and every one of them was bloodthirsty and merciless. They represented the chaotic order of the Fringe. In the Fringe, the 5 sovereign subordinates would fight and kill all day long for the sake of profit. The 5 sovereigns were the main reason why the Fringe was so chaotic. The 5 sovereigns were the most terrifying sovereigns in the Fringe. They stayed in the heart of the Fringe. Even a god hunter leader like Polo could only flaunt his might in the outskirts of the Fringe. He paled in comparison to the 5 sovereigns. Most of the gods living in the Fringe would choose to pledge allegiance to one of the 5 sovereigns. If they wished to have a foothold in the Fringe, they would have to offer a lot of resources every year in exchange for the protection of the 5 sovereigns, lest they were killed by the 5 sovereigns. Although Kage was also a high god, his strength was far below that of the 5 sovereigns. Every year he would have to pay tribute to Salus. Correspondingly, if Kage was killed, Salus would avenge him. But if Kage's killer was a subordinate of another sovereign, a war in the Fringe would be unavoidable. In short, we must be cautious. If we make a move, do not leave any survivors. At the mention of Salus, Kodiak's voice became much softer. He said helplessly, if Kage wasn't related to Salus, our Lord might have already taken him down for you. Unfortunately, he is related to Salus. Our Lord wouldn't dare to offend Salus. My apologies. Han Hao, the Little Skull, nodded and replied, I understand. Go back and tell Polo that I will remember his help. In that case, I shall not disturb you any further. Kodiak nodded. Before he left, he looked at Han Shua with rather strange gazes. Rose's attitude towards Han Shua was very humble and courteous. It was as though a servant was talking to her master. Kodiak started to wonder about Han Shua's true identity. After Kodiak left, Rose put on a rather grave face and said, Salus is a vengeful person. He has never submitted to anyone in the Fringe. We might not be a match for him. Han Shua shot a glance at Rose, put on a calm and unruffled face and smilingly said, Don't worry. Either we don't make a move or once we do, not a single person from Kage's underground lair will escape. Father, do you think we can win against Salus? Han Hao, the Little Skull, suddenly looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to voice his opinion. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I have never tried. Back then, when Han Shua, Erebus and the others were pursuing a God Hunter leader, that God Hunter had over-God strength. Even now Han Shua could not forget the terrifying aura of that God Hunter. Although Han Shua's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he had never fought an opponent of that level. He would never know if he could handle it. It's a pity that I have yet to enter Skybreak Realm. Once I break through from Omen to Skybreak Realm, I will have the confidence to win. Han Shua felt very regretful. As his demonic arts improved, his progress in each realm was getting slower and slower. He had always felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and yet, after so long, he had yet to make any progress. Then we really have to be careful. Hearing that Han Shua was not confident, Little Skull pondered for a moment and said, "Once we attack, we cannot afford to lose anything. Let's go check out the nest over there." Although Han Shua felt rather helpless, he wasn't particularly worried. Before he came to the fringe, he had learned from Rose that the fringe was filled with experts. Therefore he had been mentally prepared. Han Shua believed that he could only achieve a breakthrough in demonic arts in the fringe. Every time he made a breakthrough in demonic arts, he had to face tremendous pressure and terrifying enemies. The fringe had experts that could help him achieve a breakthrough. That was why Han Shua had spared no effort to come to the fringe. "With Father around, we won't miss anything," said Han Ho excitedly. He was excited when he heard about killing people and arson. After releasing his demon generals, Han Shua and his party followed Kodiak's directions to Buckthorn Valley. Along the way, whenever his demon generals encountered gods that they could easily defeat, Han Shua would kill them without hesitation and absorb their divine souls into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon to enhance the power of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The number of experts in the fringe far exceeded any city in the fringe. On the way to Buckthorn Valley, Han Shua's Cauldron of Myriad Demon had gained 3 High God Divine Souls and 38 Mid God Divine Souls. It had only taken Han Shua half a day. After arriving at Buckthorn Valley, Han Shua scanned the surroundings with his demon generals. Finding nothing special, he nodded to Han Tu and instructed, "First, open a tunnel deep into the ground." Right away. It was a piece of cake for Han Tuesday. By the time he finished those words, he had already sunk deep into the ground. A tunnel leading to Kage's underground nest was soon formed under the feet of Han Shua and his party. They didn't need to waste any time to find or destroy the tunnel leading to Kage's underground nest. "Father, come on down," Han Tu said smilingly as he waved at Han Shua and the others. "Father, come on down." Chapter 835. The dark and gloomy rooms in the underground lair were like little cubicles. Some were used for storage, while others were used for cultivation. Yellowish gems were embedded in the walls, giving the underground lair a dim glow. Although the glow wasn't very bright, it was at least bright enough for people to see. The energy crystals were arranged in special arrays to form all kinds of defensive boundaries. Kage's subordinates mainly survived by looting merchants that passed through the fringe. The looted goods were stored in these warehouses. Until they found a suitable buyer, they would guard these goods in the underground lair. The underground lair had no shortage of experts. 2 high gods were stationed on both sides of the lair, responsible for the defense of the underground lair. As Kage had to pay tribute to Salus every year, most of the fringe's villains would not dare to cause trouble in this area. They might not necessarily be afraid of Kage, but they held Salus in awe and veneration. It was precisely because they had Salus as their backer that Kage and his subordinates were used to being arrogant and domineering. Other than the subordinates of the other sovereigns, they didn't give a damn about the gods of the fringe. With Salus around, no one would dare to provoke them. One demon general after another flew out from Han Shua. With Han Shua as the center, a tight net was silently spread across the entire underground lair. Every area and distribution of people in the underground lair was reflected in Han Shua's mind through the feedback of the demon generals. After a long while, Han Shua put on a faint smile and instructed Han Tu, "Seal up the tunnels leading to the surface." Han Tu put on a mischievous smile and sank into the ground. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shua instructed Little Skull, Han Hao and Rose, "Kage shouldn't be in the underground lair. But it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of his subordinates and loot their goods first." Han Shua glanced at Han Jin and said, "The ores they looted shouldn't be here. Kage might have taken them away. We can only get them if we find him." "There's no rush," Han Jin smiled and said, "Let's settle this first." Han Shua nodded and calmly instructed, "Let's do it. Don't leave anyone alive." As soon as he finished those words, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose dashed out from 2 different paths and started a massacre. Everywhere they went, miserable screams could be heard. Han Jin, Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua happily joined the battle. The four of them did not need to join forces. They could instantly kill any mid-god by relying on their miraculous energy and tacit cooperation. Han Shua stood motionless on the spot. He had materialized the demon generals that were scattered in the underground lair. They turned into dark shadows that wreaked havoc in the underground lair. There were nearly 1,000 demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon. Among them, there were a few dozen high-grade demon generals refined from high god souls. The horde of demon generals alone was enough to bathe the underground lair in blood. Even if there were twice as many gods in the underground lair, they would not be able to withstand the massacre of Han Shua and his party, much less Kage and the other experts. Amid miserable screams, one corpse after another fell into a pool of blood. Usually they were the ones slaughtering the traveling merchants. When they saw that they were easily killed, they were terrified and desperately tried to escape through the tunnels leading to the surface. Unfortunately, Han Tu had blocked their only way out. When those fleeing for their lives rushed to the entrance, they discovered that what awaited them was the earth collapsing and earth spikes attacking them. Most of them were killed in an instant. Deep underground, Han Tu's strength was several times stronger than usual. Han Tu was now confident that he could kill even a high god using the energy of the earth. As long as he was underground, he could use the omnipresent energy of the earth to attack and defend himself. There was no one better at using the energy of the earth than him. Han Tu excitedly manipulated the energy of the earth. Many of Kage's subordinates were crushed to death before they could even get out of their rooms. The few gods that survived the earth spikes were suddenly blocked by earth walls before they could even get close to Han Tuesday. Before they could break free, an earth dragon drilled out of nowhere and rammed the few mid-gods to death. Han Tu laughed heartily. Under his control, earth dragons wriggled and slithered underground. They mixed with Han Shua's demon generals and hunted down Kage's subordinates who had nowhere else to run. It didn't take long for all 40 to 50 gods in the underground to be killed. Their divine souls were absorbed by the cauldron of myriad demon released by Han Shua. They turned into lifeless corpses. Who the hell are you? We are Lord Kage's subordinates. Lord Kage is under the protection of Sovereign Salus. You are challenging Lord Salus's authority. You are courting death. Shouted a high god of water who possessed high god strength. He put on a brave front while being pointed at by Little Skull Han Hao. Where did Kage go? Han Hao didn't rush to kill him. He calmly looked at the man and asked softly, "Who the hell are you? Do we have any grudges against you?" Shouted the Little Skull Han Hao's bone spear. Little Skull furrowed his brows and thrust the bone spear forward. It broke through all of his defenses, penetrated his abdomen, and nailed him to the wall. He asked again, "Where is Kage?" With the bone spear stuck in his abdomen, the evil energy was gnawing at his divine body like hundreds and thousands of ants. He turned pale with fright. When he saw the emotionless eyes of Little Skull, he was terrified. He hastily asked, "Will you spare my life if I tell you?" The Little Skull did not answer. He gently turned the arm that held the bone spear. The evil energy that was wreaking havoc in his body suddenly surged into his brain. The inhuman pain suddenly flared up. The Little Skull started wailing miserably. He forgot to bargain with Han Hao and cried. He brought a batch of ores to Lord Salus. The bone spear pierced through the Little Skull's abdomen and through his head. BFFF. Blood gushed out. The pitch-black cauldron of myriad demon floated over like a ghost and covered the top of the Little Skull's head, devouring his divine soul that had yet to dissipate. The cauldron of myriad demon continued to float. Whenever someone died, the cauldron of myriad demon would arrive promptly and absorb all of the deceased's divine soul. 10 minutes later, the underground lair was filled with rivers of blood. All of Kage's subordinates had been slaughtered. The demon generals scattered in every corner of the underground lair gradually gathered at the cauldron of myriad demon in the center. Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies were gathering resources from the warehouses according to Han Shua's instructions. Kage had hoarded all kinds of resources in the underground lair, including some divine weapons that were not particularly valuable. These things were not particularly useful to Han Shua. He only picked some extremely rare herbs and stones, as well as special leather armor and alien skeletons that could be used to make divine armor. After a while, the group reassembled in front of Han Shua. Everyone had a few more smiles on their faces. Little Skull, Han Hao, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose were on his side. Han Shua would not rob them of the things they needed. Other than those things that were gathered according to Han Shua's instructions, Han Shuo did not want any of the resources and materials that they thought would be useful to him. How did you gather so much? Han Shuo discovered that the 5 elite zombies and Rose had gathered very little. Only Little Skull Han Hao had found 2 space rings that Han Shuo thought were of little value. This came as a surprise to Han Shuo. Father, the things that I don't need are useful to my subordinates. Little Skull scratched his head and explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. It was only then that he recalled that Little Skull had a group of god hunters under him. It seemed that Little Skull had spared no effort in gathering divine armor and divine weapons for them so that they could grow to their peak strength. It was no wonder that Little Skull would bring so many things with him. I see, Han Shuo nodded. Han Shuo nodded and instructed Han to use the energy of the earth to move the remaining items deeper underground. When we have the time in the future we can bring them out again. I'm afraid that you are the only one who can easily bring things out from deep underground. Han Shuo had noticed that Han Tu's strength in the underground base was much stronger than when he was on the surface. Other than Han Shuo, the one who killed the most people in the underground base was neither Little Skull, Han Hao, nor Rose, but Han Tuesday. Han Shuo suddenly realized that the 5 elite zombies were not only useful to him. As they were adept at using the energy of the 5 elements, they could provide much more help to Han Shuo than he had expected. Alright, I'll get to it right away, replied Han Tu with a silly smile. Although he didn't do anything special, the underground base was filled with lattice rooms. They gave Han Shuo and the others the illusion that they had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. After a short while, all the rooms that stored the resources had disappeared under the watchful eyes of Han Shuo and the others. Even if Kage comes back, he will have to dig a new tunnel to enter the underground base. When he comes back he might think that he is in the wrong place, said Han Shui with a mischievous smile. The others thought for a moment and felt that Han Shui's words were very interesting. If Kage returned to Quickthorn Vale and found that he couldn't find a tunnel to enter the underground base, he would be very confused. When he finally dug a tunnel to enter the underground base, he would find that there was nothing there. Everything that he was familiar with would have changed and he might really think that he was in the wrong place. Come, let's go to the Omphalos to take a look. I don't think anyone knows what happened here, said Han Shuo smilingly. He had Han Tu lead the way and they left the underground base. Chapter 836. The Fringe was known for its chaos throughout Elysium. However, there was one place that was relatively peaceful. The Omphalos, located at the center of the Fringe. The gods of the Fringe also needed to trade and purchase goods. If every part of the Fringe was unsafe, they wouldn't be able to carry out even the most basic of transactions. That was clearly unacceptable. The Omphalos at the center of the Fringe was a simple town that was jointly managed by the 5 most powerful sovereigns in the Fringe. The gods in the Omphalos were bound by the 5 sovereigns' rules and would not fight or kill each other. However, anyone who wanted to enter the Omphalos would have to pay an exorbitant fee. If the gods who couldn't stay in the 12 dominions had enough black crystal coins, they would be able to break through the encirclement and enter the Omphalos. With a large amount of black crystal coins in hand, they could live a good life in the Omphalos. No matter how chaotic the situation was outside the Omphalos, the 5 sovereigns would not be affected. Battles between the 5 sovereigns would also take place outside the Omphalos. Many plunderers in the Fringe would bring their goods to the Omphalos to trade. Only in the Omphalos would they be able to do so safely. Of course, this was only limited to the Omphalos. Once the traders left the Omphalos, they would have to deal with their own problems. In other words, even if one traded goods in Tanai, they would be hunted down the moment they left the Omphalos. In the Omphalos, both the 5 sovereign subordinates and outsiders would not attack because of the presence of the 5 sovereigns. However, outside the Omphalos was still the Fringe. As long as one had enough strength, one could kill anyone who left the Omphalos. This was completely in line with the rules of the Fringe. The Omphalos was a very peculiar place. It was a relatively safe area in the Fringe. However, anyone who wanted to enter the Omphalos would have to pay at least 100 black crystal coins. For every day one stayed in the Omphalos, one would have to pay more black crystal coins. In order to gain temporary safety, one would have to pay a huge amount of black crystal coins. The 5 sovereigns were willing to allow the Omphalos to exist because the Fringe really did need such a place. On the other hand, the Omphalos tax revenue was a windfall for them. They could earn more than 100,000 black crystal coins every day. After traveling in a straight line for 8 days, Han Shuo's group finally arrived at the Chaos Valley. During these 8 days, Han Shuo had encountered dozens of battles, both big and small. There were small skirmishes of 2s and 3s, but there were also large-scale battles involving hundreds of people. There were also 5 or 6 waves of people who came to attack Han Shuo, but they were all killed by Han Hao Rose and the others. During these 8 days, Han Shuo had a deep understanding of the chaotic fringe. There was no such thing as morality in the fringe. This was a special place where the most evil and vicious of the 12 dominions gathered. They believed in the truth that only the strong were respected. The people here were apathetic towards life and would often kill for the slightest disagreement. Many of the villains from the 12 dominions who couldn't survive in their respective dominions would travel thousands of miles to the fringe. Most of them would be killed by the local tyrants of the fringe before they could even venture into the depths of the fringe. Some of the more powerful gods would either join a powerful force after venturing into the depths of the Omphalos, or they would have enough black crystal coins in their hands to ensure their safety in the Omphalos. During this journey, Han Shuo was like a fish in water. He would devour anyone he came across. In the span of 8 days, more than 200 gods had perished at the hands of Han Shuo's party, including more than 10 high gods. To others, the fringe might be a nightmare, but to Han Shuo, it was a blessed land for him to improve his strength. As the number of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon increased, so did Han Shuo's strength. Every time Han Shuo devoured a high god's divine soul, he could sense the slight changes in the cauldron of myriad demon. When they arrived at the entrance of the Omphalos, Han Shuo discovered that the Omphalos was not much smaller than Ethereal City. The Omphalos occupied a vast area and was shrouded in clouds. Buildings were scattered all over the place and there were quite a number of gods walking in and out of the Omphalos. However, they all had ferocious gazes and were clearly not friendly people. There were 5 checkpoints to enter the Omphalos, each guarded by one of the 5 sovereigns. Han Shuo and the others entered through the checkpoint guarded by Wuxia's subordinates. The gods guarding the checkpoint had cold and gloomy eyes. They looked at Han Shuo and the others with greedy eyes. It seemed as though they wanted to take everything valuable from Han Shuo and the others. They did not look at their divine tablets or ask any questions. However, each person who entered the Omphalos had to pay an additional 100 black crystal coins for every day they stayed in the Omphalos. After paying 800 black crystal coins, Han Shuo and the others officially entered the Omphalos. In most of the other cities in the 12 dominions, one would only have to pay a few purple crystal coins to enter the Omphalos. But in the Omphalos, one had to pay 100 black crystal coins, which was hundreds or thousands of times more expensive than ordinary cities. Moreover, one had to pay another 100 black crystal coins for every day they stayed in the Omphalos. Even though Tanai only had 5,000 people in the Omphalos, the tax was 500,000 black crystal coins per day. What about a month, a year, or a decade? It was no wonder that the 5 sovereigns would work together to manage the Omphalos. The tax here was simply astronomical, thought Han Shuo. Even though he was in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he could not help but shudder at the thought of the amount of black crystal coins the Omphalos produced every year. Due to the constant fighting and killing in every corner of the fringe, those gods with weak strength but enough black crystal coins would not hesitate to spend their black crystal coins to stay in the Omphalos. They were spending their black crystal coins to save their lives. The fringe had long ago led to the existence of the Omphalos, making the Omphalos a crazy money-making district on Elysium. Father, if we take control of the Omphalos, we will never have to worry about black crystal coins again. Little Skull Han Hao whispered to Han Shuo as soon as they entered the Omphalos. In truth, the Omphalos did not have a particularly strong defense. It was only guarded by squads of guards from the 5 sovereigns. These guards were responsible for maintaining order in the Omphalos and collecting taxes. After paying the taxes, a small badge would always shine on the chest of a god. After one day the badge would stop shining. At that time, the badge would have to be refilled with that special energy and pay black crystal coins again. When the guards of the 5 sovereigns noticed that the badge on the chest of a god had stopped shining, they would immediately demand that the god pay black crystal coins to refill the badge. If the god did not pay enough black crystal coins, the god would be mercilessly banished from the Omphalos. Only by paying the required amount of black crystal coins would the god be allowed to stay in the Omphalos. Han Shuo stroked the badge on his chest and released a strand of his consciousness to secretly probe the energy within it. The strand of bizarre energy seemed to have its own consciousness. Before Han Shuo's consciousness came into contact with the badge, he immediately sensed the vigilance of the energy. Han Shuo was shocked. He was certain that the badge contained a strand of the Overgod's consciousness. Just like the strange energy in Ebony's body, it had its own consciousness. Of course, Han Shuo could easily obliterate that strand of consciousness. However, doing so would definitely alarm the person who released it. In that case, Han Shuo and the others might immediately face the interrogation of a monarch. Perhaps a great battle would be unavoidable. Han Shuo had no intention of starting a war with any of the 5 sovereigns for the time being. After withdrawing the strand of consciousness, Han Shuo nodded at Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others and said softly, "Don't touch the energy in the badge." After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that the Omphalos was not fundamentally different from the cities in the 12 dominions. There were also many shops, streets, and gymnasiums. The only difference was that everything in the Omphalos was very expensive. The most common were the trading stalls that could be seen everywhere. Many of the looted goods would be displayed everywhere, and one could buy or trade them with black crystal coins or some special materials. The gods who entered the Omphalos were usually powerful villains from various regions. They would take advantage of the opportunity to sell the goods in their hands. In addition to that, there was also a special occupation in the Tanai, guardian. It was an occupation similar to that of a bodyguard or a mercenary. The fringe was notorious for its chaos. If one did not possess enough strength, the chances of dying in the fringe were just too high. It was because of this that the guardians would naturally appear in the fringe. As long as one had enough black crystal coins, they would protect one's life. Most of the guardians were the direct subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. There were also some who belonged to powerful forces. They were generally quite popular in the fringe. With such a large group of guardians guarding the Omphalos, only those who did not have a powerful background would have the guts to leave the Omphalos. Of course, the guardian's price was often ridiculously high. It could easily reach tens of thousands of black crystal coins. However, in order to survive, many people were willing to pay that price. Otherwise, they would be killed the moment they stepped out of the Omphalos. After wandering for a while, Han Shuo gradually gained a deeper understanding of the situation in the Tanai. All in all, as long as one was strong enough and had enough black crystal coins, one would be able to live comfortably in the fringe. Otherwise, the only thing that awaited one was death. "I like this place," said Little Skull Han Hao softly after making a small circle. Rose stared blankly for a moment before she took a deep look at Little Skull Han Hao. She thought to herself, like father, like son. They are both equally eccentric and unpredictable. Isn't that Rose? Aha, you actually dare to come back? Suddenly, an unpleasant and maniacal laugh sounded from a distance. A skinny, bald, and ugly old woman flew towards them. Chapter 837. She was skinny and didn't have much meat on her body. Her skin was greenish-brown, her eyebrows were sparse, and the wrinkles on her face were like deep ravines. When she grinned crazily, the wrinkles squeezed together, giving a strong visual impact. So ugly. Perhaps everyone who saw her appearance would involuntarily give birth to such a sigh. She floated towards Han Shuo and Han Shuo. There was an obvious aura of death on her body. She was a mid-stage high god. Even in Tanai, such strength was rare. Behind her were 7 guards. 3 of them possessed early-stage high god strength. Every one of them was hideous and had cold, gloomy faces. Normally, when faced with her valiant strength, people would never speak the truth about their feelings in their hearts. No one would point out the flaws in her appearance to avoid angering her and causing trouble for themselves. However, on Han Shuo's side were people like Han Hua and Han Mu who had no scruples. Before she could reach Rose, Han Hua suddenly shrieked, "Wow, what a monster! So ugly. I have never seen a woman uglier than her. Damn it, how unlucky." Han Mu also cried out loudly. His face was filled with fright as he retreated to avoid the attack. The reason the two had ridiculed Han Shuo was because they had sensed the woman's hostility towards them. "Bertha, it's you?" Rose's face jolted. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with murderous intent. The hideous old woman let out a sinister laugh. She greeted Rose with a sinister smile. Then she turned to Han Hua and Han Mu and said, "You 2 reckless brats, I won't argue with you here. But you better not leave the Omphalos or you will die." "Ugly woman, are you afraid of being criticized for your ugliness?" When Han Hua heard Bertha's threat, he immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "Your face looks like it's rotten. Even I can smell a nauseating stench coming from it. You still dare to show yourself in such a state? I must say, I admire your courage." Han Mu did not waste any more words. He kept as far away as possible from Han Hua. The disgust on his face was very obvious. Bertha knew that her appearance was unbearable to look at, But this was the first time anyone had ever ridiculed her with such vicious words. She suddenly glared at Han Hua like a viper ready to kill. "Bertha, don't cause trouble here." Suddenly a warning came from afar. A group of Amphalos guards looked at them coldly. Suppressing the rage in her heart, Bertha stared coldly at Rose and said in a low voice, "I've been looking for you for a long time. I thought you would be hiding. Hee, I didn't expect you to show up in the fringe. Good, very good. The moment you leave the Amphalos will be the moment of your death." After that, Bertha nodded at Han Hua and Han Mu and said with a hideous smile, "You two brats, when the time comes, you will know the consequences of trying to please yourself." She then waved her hand and said, "Let's go." The guards who had followed them all looked deeply in their direction, memorizing the faces of Han Shua's party in their hearts before they left apathetically. "Who is she? What grudge do you have against her?" asked Han Shua in a soft voice after Bertha left. Rose had been staring at Bertha until she disappeared from view. She then explained to Han Shua, "Bertha and I used to be friends in the fringe. But when her son tried to harm me with a potion, I killed him." After that incident, Bertha went on a killing spree. She never stopped looking for trouble until I left the fringe. "Any man would want someone like her?" asked Han Mu as though he was making a fuss about nothing. Her current appearance was caused by a serious injury. Before she was disfigured, Bertha was quite pretty, explained Rose indifferently after shooting a glance at Han Mu. "Don't worry about her. If we run into her when we leave the city, she will be courting death." Han Shua did not take Bertha seriously at all. To him, a mid-stage high god was far from being a threat to them. Bertha might be easy to deal with, but her husband, Buzz, is a different story. Rose let out a soft sigh and explained, "Buzz possesses late-stage high god strength and cultivates in the Edict of Destruction. Back in the fringe, he was known for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He had a large group of criminals under his control. When Bertha saw that we possess extraordinary strength, she will definitely send a message to Buzz. I believe that it won't be long before Buzz arrives at the Amphalos. Buzz is quite famous in the fringe and many people have to give him face. By that time, once we leave the Amphalos, we won't be able to escape from Buzz and Bertha's pursuit." Rose's face turned gloomy. She looked at Han Shua and sighed, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to cause you so much trouble." Han Shua shook his head smilingly and said, "Although there are countless ferocious and ruthless people in the fringe, the 5 sovereigns are the only ones I care about. No matter how powerful Buzz is, he's just a high god. Don't worry, if he dares to show up, I won't mind giving him a taste of what it's like to offend us." "That's right, she's just a whore who spoils her son. Why would we be afraid of her?" Han Hua comforted Rose. Han Shua's impression of Rose had changed ever since the incident at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City, where Rose was attacked by a large group of assailants and asked Han Tu and himself to leave first. In Han Shua's mind, Han Shua was the most powerful person in the world. He had a blind trust in Han Shua and did not believe that anyone could defeat Han Shua. This blind trust came from their past experiences. They had been serving Han Shua for many years and had never seen Han Shua suffer a loss. As time went by, their trust in Han Shua grew more and more blind. "Father, as long as you can deal with Buzz, we won't lose." Han Hao, the little skull, was not as blind as Han Hua. As his strength rapidly increased, he was able to see things more intuitively. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Han Shua put on a confident smile and continued, "Come, let's continue our stroll. Let's see if we can get any information about Kage." As long as one had enough black crystal coins, one would be able to obtain the information one wanted in the Amphalos. There were people in the Amphalos who specialized in selling information. There were many caravans passing through the land of chaos. If the fringe dwellers wanted to plunder, they could get the most detailed information from Wind Spirit in the Amphalos. In the beginning, Wind Spirits only sold such information. But gradually, Wind Spirits sold all kinds of information. As long as one was willing to spend black crystal coins, Wind Spirits would be able to get all kinds of information. Han Shua threw out 1,000 black crystal coins and learned about Kage from Wind Spirits. He learned that Kage visited the Amphalos 5 days ago and went to pay tribute to Salus. Kage should be on the Empyrean peak of Salus. Although Tyre, Log, Asura, Salus, and Wasis were in charge of the management of the Amphalos, they usually did not come to the Amphalos. There were countless famous mountains, rivers, lakes, and abysses in the vast fringe. Tyre, Log, Asura, Salus, and Wasis lived in the most dangerous and mysterious regions. Salus lived on the Empyrean peak. The Empyrean Peak was 100,000 meters tall and looked like a gigantic sword piercing through the clouds. The Empyrean Peak represented Salus' authority. His subordinates would come to the Empyrean Peak every year to pay tribute to him. Under normal circumstances, Salus would not leave the Empyrean Peak. He would only show himself when his subordinates couldn't solve a problem. As soon as Han Shuo heard that Kage was currently residing on Salus Empyrean Peak, he knew that it would be impossible for him to capture Kage for the time being. Not only was Salus in the Empyrean Peak, but his most powerful subordinates were also stationed there all year round. The Empyrean Peak was densely covered with boundaries. Han Shuo knew that with just Han Hao, Rose, and the others, he would be in big trouble if he tried to force his way into the Empyrean Peak. Han Shuo did not intend to go to the Empyrean Peak and challenge Salus immediately. He would have to wait until Kage left the Empyrean Peak. Not long after Kage, Han Hao, and Rose wandered around Tanai, a group of guards approached them. They were led by a cold-faced, arrogant, late-stage high god of darkness. "My friends, I heard that you have offended Bertha and Buzz?" the leader of the group asked as he raised his head. "What does it have to do with you?" replied Han Ho impatiently. He was annoyed to see Duanling Tian acting all high and mighty. "You still don't know when you're about to die," shouted the guard coldly. He looked at Han Shuo and his party. Perhaps he felt that Rose was the strongest among them. He turned to Rose and said, "There are not many people in the fringe who dare to disrespect Buzz and Bertha. They are waiting for you outside the Omphalos. Once you leave the Omphalos, you will be hunted down by Buzz and Bertha. If you want to live, hand over 1,000,000 black crystal coins and I will escort you out of the Omphalos. What do you say?" Rose did not reply but turned her gaze to Han Shuo. The guard was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized that he had targeted the wrong person. It turned out that Han Shuo was their leader. He was very flabbergasted. After carefully observing Han Shuo for a moment, he discovered that Han Shuo's body did not give off any particularly intense energy fluctuations. This baffled him. "No need." Han Shuo shook his head and refused. The guard did not continue to pester Han Shuo. He sneered and nodded. He waved his hand and was about to leave with his party. It seemed that he was certain that Han Shuo and his party would die. "Wait," said Han Shuo again. When the guard turned around, Han Shuo smilingly asked, "May I know your name?" "Aralai. Have you changed your mind?" said the guard arrogantly. "I want 1.5 million black crystal coins. Otherwise there's nothing to talk about." Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and said, "No, I don't think so. You don't seem to belong to the 5 sovereigns. Your subordinates are quite strong. Are you interested in following me?" Aralai was stunned. He looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a fool and said in a mocking tone, "Ask around in the fringe who I am. Even the 5 sovereigns tried to recruit me but I refused. Who do you think you are?" Aralai waved his hand and said, "Let's go. This man must be crazy." Chapter 838. "My lord, is that guy out of his mind? What a joke. He's just a lowly mid-god and he wants my lord to submit to him. My lord, we should get rid of him," shouted one of Aralai's subordinates as soon as he left. From his point of view, Han Shuo's actions were enough to get him killed hundreds of times over. "What a lunatic. No wonder Buzz wants to kill them. They are courting death," said another of Aralai's subordinates disdainfully. "We don't even need to do anything. As soon as they leave the Omphalos, death will be waiting for them." Aralai's face turned gloomy. He did not expect that Han Shuo would dare to utter such arrogant words. It was a great humiliation to him. Aralai was one of the top characters in the fringe. Sometimes he wouldn't even listen to the 5 sovereigns. He had lived in the fringe for many years and had never suffered any losses. His reputation was even greater than Buzz's. That was why he dared to take on the job. He thought that under such circumstances Han Shuo and his party would be more than happy to spend 1,000,000 black crystal coins to seek his protection. After all, although crystal coins were precious, they were far less valuable than the lives of 8 people. Aralai did not expect that not only did Han Shuo not have the slightest intention of seeking protection, but he even dared to utter such arrogant words. That was not the way a normal person should think. "Lasha, stay here and keep an eye on them. See when they will leave the Omphalos. Once they leave, send me a message. I want to see how they will die." Aralai coldly groaned and instructed one of his subordinates. A high god of earth nodded, turned around and went into a complicated street. He hid in a dark corner and watched Han Shuo and his party from afar. "I have never heard of Aralai before. But for him to dare to go against Buzz, he must possess extraordinary strength. "My lord, you are being a little too rude." Rose didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't understand why Han Shuo would make such a bold claim. No matter what, Haralai was one of the most powerful people in the Fringe. Before Han Shuo could prove his terrifying strength, he would only look like a joke in the eyes of others. Han Shuo had his own plans. He turned to Rose smilingly and said, "To deal with a proud and arrogant person like Haralai, we need to use some special means. Just wait and see, he will definitely feel indignant and secretly observe our every move. As long as there's curiosity in my heart, I'll drag him onto my pirate ship bit by bit. We're not familiar with the Fringe at all. If we can subdue Haralai, the local tyrant, it will be very convenient for us in the future. Father, Haralai will definitely keep an eye on us. As long as we can prove that we possess strength that far surpasses the average Fringe, and Father sincerely invites us to join him, we might really succeed." Han Hao, the little skull, expressed his opinion after thinking for a moment. To deal with someone as arrogant as Haralai, one must first overwhelm him in terms of demeanor and make him admit that he is far inferior to one in all aspects. Then one must suddenly change his attitude and invite him sincerely. That way the chances of success would be very high. Han Shuo looked at Little Skull and thought to himself, "It seems that Little Skull understands me the best. Rose doesn't have any experience in dealing with humans. She clearly isn't an expert in this aspect. Rose, you mentioned that you have some friends in the Fringe. Do you think any of them can join us?" Han Shuo bunched his brows and pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked. Rose stared blankly for a moment before she nodded and replied, "I do have some friends. But I don't think they will be staying in the Omphalos. They don't have that many black crystal coins to spend. If we want to find them, we must leave the Omphalos. But with Buzz blocking our way outside the Omphalos, it's going to be a little difficult. Then let's leave the Omphalos first. The battles outside the Omphalos are more suitable for us." Han Shuo rolled his eyes and said, "There are some people who are paying close attention to our every move. It seems like we're quite popular in the Fringe. Are we really leaving the Omphalos?" Perhaps it was because Buzz and Bertha had left too deep of an impression on her that Rose wasn't as straightforward as usual. "Let's leave the Omphalos," Han Shuo affirmed before he leisurely made his way to the checkpoint of the Omphalos. He could sense that there were several people watching them from the shadows. Those people were probably Buzz and Haralai's subordinates. The streets of the Omphalos were lined with stalls selling various kinds of goods. Along the way, Han Shuo even had the mood to squat down and observe the goods. He would buy whatever he liked without hesitation. The origins of the goods in the Fringe were usually unusual. The sellers were usually the representatives of various factions. Many of these people were also engaged in special trades. They would first sell the goods to the buyer to see if the buyer had enough black crystal coins. Then, as soon as the buyer left the Omphalos, they would immediately rob the buyer of the goods. Not only would they rob the buyer of the goods, but they would also rob the buyer of the black crystal coins and the buyer's life. There was a strange phenomenon that often occurred in the Fringe. Someone would sell an expensive product at a very low price. Then, a day or two later, that person would reappear and sell the same product. Then, a few days later, they would reappear at the same location with the same product. That was what they were doing. Rose was very familiar with this trade. When Han Shuo bought a few high-grade chalcedony crystals and bones of ice at a very low price, Rose would remind Han Shuo what kind of trade those people were doing. Not only was Han Shuo not worried at all, he even excitedly asked Rose, "Keep an eye out and see who else is doing this trade. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. But once we leave the Omphalos, they will definitely surround us like flies. We already have Buzz and Bertha outside the Omphalos, and that Haralai will not let us off easily. If there are other factions here, won't we be surrounded by powerful enemies?" Rose was used to being a lone wolf. She had always kept to herself when she was in the Fringe and did not provoke powerful enemies. So, she did not understand why Han Shuo would do this. "That's exactly what I want." Han Shuo chuckled and urged Rose, "Don't worry about it. Just point me to the people who are doing this trade. Since we are going to make a scene, we need to make it big. Otherwise, how are we going to make a name for ourselves in the Fringe so quickly?" Rose could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. She wondered if it was the right decision to bring Han Shuo to the Fringe. If Han Shuo were to do this, he would offend all the factions in the Fringe. If hundreds or thousands of experts from the Fringe were to gang up on them, Rose did not know if she would be able to leave the Fringe alive. Han Shuo took a glance at Rose and guessed what she was thinking from her expression. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have been with me for so long. When have you ever seen me fight a battle I'm not confident of winning? With these little fellas around, even if the 5 sovereigns come, we will be able to leave the fringe with ease. Don't you worry too much." Although the 5 elite zombies themselves weren't necessarily very powerful, their innate abilities were incomparably miraculous. Just the Earth elite zombies' ability to burrow through the ground allowed them to shake off layers upon layers of pursuers. In addition to the metal elite zombies' unimpeded movement between mountains and rivers, and the wood elite zombie's ability to conceal himself in the forest, who could catch them? "All right then, I'll point them out to you." Rose took the lead and walked in front. She secretly pointed out some special products to Han Shua, hinting to him that those people were special people who specialized in this trade. After paying close attention, Han Shua discovered that those people had very strange gazes. They would pay close attention to everything around them. They would secretly observe the person's strength, the clothes they were wearing, the capacity of their space ring, and the expression on their faces when they took out their black crystal coins to purchase their products. Through such detailed observation, they could determine the general strength and wealth of a person. They would then use their own channels to contact their buddies outside of the fringe and assemble suitable forces to block the person's path of escape. They would then rob the person of his life and all his valuables. In the end, even without Rose's guidance, Han Shua was able to identify those people who specialized in this trade with just a glance. Along the way to the checkpoint in the Omphalos, Han Shua would happily purchase a lot of cheap treasures. In his heart, he had the same ulterior motives as those people. Gradually, more and more people followed behind Han Shua. Not only were there Buzz's and Haralai's subordinates, but also those people whom Han Shua had purchased goods from. They secretly followed behind Han Shua and acted as scouts. Outside of the Omphalos, the various forces were busy gathering at the checkpoint where Han Shua was going to exit. "There's a big fat sheep here. Brothers, keep your spirits up. Damn it, that brat has at least a few million black crystal coins in his hands." Just now when Fengji was selling things to him, he took out several big bags of black crystal coins. "As long as we kill him, we can rest for a long time." "Hey, isn't that Buzz's subordinate? Damn it, how did he receive the news as well? Looks like we're in trouble this time." "Ah, Haralai's men are also hiding in the dark. How did that kid offend so many people?" "Brothers, retreat for the time being. Don't be in a hurry to act. Let's play it by ear." Several forces slowly gathered outside the checkpoint. Many of them were familiar with each other. Each of them wore gloomy expressions as they waited for Han Shua's group to exit the Omphalos. "Lord Haralai, there are already 23 forces coming from all directions. It seems like they are all targeting that group of people." Someone in the dark said in a low voice. Haralai's face turned ugly. He cursed in a low voice, "Lunatic. That guy is really a lunatic. He actually attracted most of the ruthless people in the vicinity. What is that guy trying to do? Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't do this." Chapter 839. Finally, Han Shua arrived at the checkpoint at a leisurely pace. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Han Shua discovered that groups of people had gathered in a dark corner and were waiting for him to leave the valley. "Friend, the situation outside doesn't look too good. Why don't you pay 800 black crystal coins and stay in Tanai for another night? Otherwise, I believe that you will be dead on the streets the moment you leave the valley." A guard at the checkpoint looked at Han Shua with sympathy and kindly reminded him. He observed the surroundings for a while, and had long since found out their target from the crowd that had gathered. This group of guards was secretly curious as to what kind of person could attract the attention of so many bandits, so they had been keeping an eye on him all this time. Ever since those forces gathered at the outskirts of the checkpoint, those who intended to leave the checkpoint would either take a detour or stay in Tanai. After waiting for so long, only Han Shua and his party had arrived. And as soon as Han Shua and his party appeared at the checkpoint, excited gasps could be heard from the outside. It was obvious that Han Shua was the target of those ferocious beings outside. "Thank you for your reminder. We are leaving the valley." Han Shua smiled and did not take the guard's words to heart. The guard nodded and said no more. He waved his hand and the checkpoint opened up a wide path for Han Shua and his party. Reckless fool. Another guard curled his lips and stared at Han Shua in disdain. He was hoping that some powerful expert would show up. But when he discovered that it was only Han Shua and his party, he was greatly disappointed. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting." Han Shua was the first to leave the Omphalos. Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose and the 5 elite zombies followed closely behind him. Other than Rose, no one else was nervous. They just weren't as spouting nonsense as they used to be. The dusky yellow sky gave off a very uncomfortable and oppressive feeling. As far as the eye could see, masses of dark gray airflow were scattered in the dense forest near the checkpoint. Each mass of gray airflow gathered a group of fierce people who were waiting silently. A faint murderous aura was faintly released in the air, letting people know that they were all up to no good. After Han Shua and his party walked out of the checkpoint, the guard who kindly reminded Han Shua again said, "If you change your mind, you may return to the valley at any time. Although it is only a step away, Tanai will be safe. I admire your courage to offend so many forces at once, regardless of your actual strength. I wish you the best of luck." Han Shua was stunned. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the guard. He smilingly nodded and said, "Many thanks. Try not to stray too far away from the checkpoint. Otherwise it will be too late for you to retreat," the guard added smilingly. Han Shua had no intention of turning around. He put on a smile and led Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose and the 5 elite zombies away from the checkpoint. He did not take the guard's warning to heart. By doing so he showed that he was fearless. Haralai, who had been observing Han Shua from the dark, was astonished. He softly cried out, "What is this fella relying on? He knows that there are so many people after his life and yet he dares to advance recklessly. Isn't he just throwing his life away?" "My lord, he's dead meat. There are 8 of them. Only 2 of them are high gods and none of them is a late-stage high god. They are not a match for any of the forces. The way I see it, Buzz and his men will annihilate them," one of Haralai's subordinates calmly judged. As Han Shua advanced, he released his consciousness and secretly observed the forces gathered by the clusters of gray air currents. At such a short distance, Han Shua did not need to use his demon generals. His consciousness could detect the true strength and aura of his enemies. He could even sense the agitation and excitement of some. After a short while, Han Shua had gathered 26 forces. Almost every force had a high god. The more powerful forces had a few high gods, while the weaker ones had 1 or 2 high gods and a few dozen mid-gods. When Han Shua was just a short distance away from the checkpoint behind him, 5 or 6 forces hiding in the dark immediately blocked Han Shua's path back to the checkpoint, preventing Han Shua from retreating to the Omphalos. At the checkpoint of the Omphalos, the guard who was watching Han Shua's party from afar with his brows bunched sighed when he saw that the party had blocked Han Shua's path of retreat. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that I'm going to die this time." He had said all that he could, but unfortunately for him, Han Shua did not heed his words and continued to act recklessly. There was nothing the guard could do to stop Han Shua. All of a sudden, Han Shua and his party were surrounded. They had fallen into a hopeless situation. If Han Shua did not possess sufficient strength to intimidate everyone, the final outcome would be inevitable. Han Shua and his party had fallen into a desperate situation. Under such circumstances, if Han Shua didn't possess sufficient strength to intimidate everyone, the final outcome would be unavoidable. It was as if there was only death ahead. At this moment, Bertha, who was the first to arrive, and a burly man with purplish-green skin and a ferocious expression suddenly walked out from the shadows. The ferocious-looking man's eyes were filled with endless jealousy and hatred. His gaze fell on Rose's body as if he wanted to skin Rose alive. Obviously he was Buzz. When he reached Han Shua and the others, Buzz suddenly raised his hand and looked around. He then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I know why you are here. I'm sure all of you know who I am. Give me some face and let me go first. They have a blood feud with me that needs to be settled. As long as they die, I won't touch a single black crystal coin on them. Once they're dead, I, Buzz, will leave immediately. You can decide how to distribute the remaining black crystal coins." Upon hearing this, the other forces that had come out from the shadows hesitated for a moment before remaining in place and silently watching Buzz's group from afar. Their goal was different from Buzz's. Buzz's main goal was to kill while they were only after money. There was no conflict between the two goals. They were glad to hear Buzz's words. Therefore, they immediately stood in place to show their stance and allowed Buzz's men to surround Han Shua and the others. Buzz's eyes glinted fiercely. He looked around and saw that all the forces had given him a large area. He then cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Thank you. I promise I won't touch a single hair on them. I just want all of them to die in my hands." The atmosphere was very oppressive. Even Han Hua and Han Mu, who usually spoke without any scruples, were unusually silent under the gazes of so many ferocious people. Little Skull was holding his bone spear tightly in his hand. His purple demon eye was glowing brightly. As soon as Han Shuo gave the order, he would immediately start a massacre. Rose, you should have known that you would end up like this since you dared to return to the fringe. Buzz sized up Rose viciously and said, "It's your fortune that my son took a liking to you. You didn't know what's good for you and killed my son. Today I will let you be gang raped in front of everyone. Even if you kill yourself, you will not be able to escape the fate of being raped." Upon hearing Buzz's words, the animals that were hiding in the shadows chuckled in excitement. Their faces were filled with anticipation. In the fringe, power was the only thing that mattered. This kind of thing was too common and many people liked it the most. Especially when Rose's beauty was so outstanding that it could satisfy some people's perverted desires. Being stared at by hundreds of malicious gazes, coupled with Buzz's vicious words, Rose felt a chill run down her spine. Fear surged in her heart and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She was afraid. Suddenly Rose felt a warmth on her palm. She turned around and saw that Han Shuo was holding her hand. Strangely, Rose's terrified heart gradually calmed down and her body stopped trembling. It was as though with Han Shuo holding her hand, she did not have to worry about the sinister gazes around her. "Buzz, is it?" Han Shuo put on a smile and said, "Rose is with me. Don't you dare touch her. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you. No matter who you are, as long as you are with this bitch, you will not escape death." Buzz opened his eyes and did not look at Han Shuo. He waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Buzz and Bertha had 37 subordinates. Other than Buzz and Bertha, there were 4 high gods. Most of the high gods possessed mid-stage or late-stage mid-god strength. Each and every one of them was a ferocious warrior. At Buzz's command, the 4 high gods attacked together. Each of them led 5 or 6 mid-gods and charged at Han Shuo and his party. 2 of the 4 high gods cultivated in the energy of death and were at the early stage of the energy of darkness like Rose. The last one cultivated in the energy of fighting aura and was also at the early stage high god realm. The high god cultivating in the energy of darkness stared coldly at Rose. He had made Rose his target. Whoosh! The 3-meter-long bone spear in Little Skeleton's hand pierced through the air. It carried a terrifying aura of death as it charged straight at the high god of darkness fighting Lolth. As soon as the bone spear was shot out, Han Hao's purple demon eye glowed and he charged at Han Hao like a phantom. His 2 arms suddenly turned as shiny as the edge of a blade. Dense killing intent soared from his body. That high god of darkness who had intended to kill Rose saw a flash of light in the air. A bone spear descended from the sky. The terrifying aura of death pressed down on him like a tidal wave, completely suppressing his aura of darkness and preventing him from taking another step forward. The aura of death on the bone spear was suddenly released like a torrent from a breached dam. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from the point of contact between the bone spur and the dark clouds. The dark clouds, which were formed by the dark clouds, seemed to have been slashed by thousands of wind blades. They were torn into pieces like rags. Rays of misty green light suddenly burst out from the 3-meter-long bone spear. The green light was bizarre and evil. It contained a soul-sucking pressure. When the light shone on the high god of darkness, he immediately felt dizzy and powerless. He was unable to exert more than 70% of his strength. Han Shuo was amazed. He carefully examined the bone spear for a few seconds and immediately sensed that the bone spear contained corpse poison. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Chapter 840. Tomain could affect both the human body and the soul. Once the tomain entered one's body, one would be lucky to be able to exert 80% of one's strength. It was not easy to extract tomain, and it required superb skills to fuse the tomain into a demonic weapon. The fact that Little Skull was able to produce tomain from his bone spur was enough to prove that he had some expertise in refining weapons. The tomain stealthily seeped into the body of the high god of darkness with the help of the misty green light. It affected his divine body and divine soul, preventing him from exerting his full strength. The bone spear glowed with dazzling green light. At the same time, Han Hao arrived at lightning speed. He grabbed the bone spear with his sparkling arm and charged to the side of the high god of darkness. Immediately after, he unleashed a torrent of attacks. Bone spears, bone prisons, and corpse explosion spells landed on the high god of darkness. He had no choice but to unleash his darkness divine energy to defend himself. It was obvious that Little Skull Han Hao's strength was superior to his. In just a few moments, the High God of Darkness had fallen into a disadvantageous position. His divine body was lacerated by Little Skull's bone spur. Crimson blood flowed out from the lacerations. The Tomane seized the opportunity to wreak havoc in his body, disintegrating his will even faster. On the other side, the three high gods flew towards Rose and the 5 elite zombies. Rose and Han Shuo were not worried in the slightest. They did not join the fight either. The 5 elite zombies gathered together, coordinating with each other from a distance, calmly waiting for the 3 high gods to attack. Those forces who were watching from the outside were astonished when they saw how ferocious Little Skull Han Hao was. They did not expect that Han Shuo and his party would not break out of the encirclement but stay behind to fight the enemy. Haralai's pupils constricted as he focused all of his attention on Little Skull Han Hao. He too was shocked. He did not expect that the ordinary-looking Little Skull Han Hao would possess such terrifying strength. In a head-on clash, Little Skull had the upper hand and did not give the High God of Darkness any chance to retaliate. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Buzz's subordinates finally arrived in front of Han Shuo. They split into several groups and charged at the 5 elite zombies, Rose and Han Shuo. At this moment, the smile on Han Shuo's face became even more gentle, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful arc. Suddenly hundreds of demon generals flew out from Han Shuo's body. The demon generals were as fast as lightning, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. With Han Shuo at the center, they flew towards Buzz's subordinates. The tragedy of Hushvale City repeated itself. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals revealed their sinister appearances. They opened their bloody mouths and let out ear-piercing screeches as they attacked Buzz's subordinates in groups of 3 to 5. The demon generals could turn corporeal and ethereal. Their attacks were almost impossible to defend against. Once the demon generals got too close, the demon generals would fly into their divine bodies and devour them. Once the demon generals drilled into their bodies, they would immediately feel an unforgettable pain and fear. The sound of the demon generals devouring their divine bodies would intensify the fear in their hearts, making them feel as though they had fallen into the depths of hell and were being skinned alive. Miserable howls rang out from their mouths. In just a few breaths of time, under the attack of hundreds and thousands of demon generals, all of Buzz's subordinates were devoured. Their souls were sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon, and their divine bodies were devoured by the demon generals, rotting and hollowing out from the inside. Withered corpses fell to the ground one after another. These corpses looked as though they had been weathered for thousands of years. There was no blood, flesh. They looked like corpse demons that had been summoned. They were shriveled, withered, and pale. Without exception, all of them had an expression of extreme fear on their faces. Those with ulterior motives who were waiting for Buzz's good news had been laughing and discussing heatedly about how they should divide the spoils of war. However, when the withered corpses fell to the ground one after another, dozens of corpses littered the ground around Han Shuo. In just a few breaths, they suddenly fell silent. The silence was oppressive. Everyone, including Haralai and Buzz, had the same expression of fear on their faces. Their gazes were all focused on Han Shuo, who was wearing a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Han Shuo was undoubtedly the center of attention. During his stay in the Fringe, the cauldron of myriad demon had absorbed a large number of divine souls. The number of demon generals in the cauldron had finally exceeded 1,000. Among them, there were dozens of spirit demons of the highest grade refined from high god souls. Under the sudden and frenzied attack of thousands of demon generals, the mere dozens of Buzz's subordinates were simply not enough to kill them. Other than the High God of Darkness and Little Skull, who was still struggling against Han Hao, all of Buzz's subordinates, including the 3 high gods, were devoured by the demon generals. The smile on Han Shuo's face remained the same. He looked around and took in the marvelous expressions on the faces of the crowd. Then he coughed lightly. The demon generals that filled the sky like dark clouds were sucked into Han Shuo's body like a whale sucking in water. In just an instant, not a single demon general could be seen around Han Shuo. Han Hao, finish him, instructed Han Shuo with a faint smile. Little Skull Han Hao, who had been staring at the High God of Darkness, suddenly shot out 7 bone spurs from his back upon hearing Han Shuo's order. As soon as the 7 bone spurs shot out, Little Skull's strength once again increased by a large margin. Under Han Hao's control, the 7 bone spurs whizzed past the High God of Darkness and shredded the dark clouds that shrouded the High God of Darkness into dust. The High God of Darkness was already struggling to fend off the attacks of Little Skull Han Hao. Now that the 7 bone spurs were unleashed, the high god of darkness could no longer hold on. Caught off guard, a shorter bone spur pierced into his chest. Then something strange happened. As soon as the bone spur pierced into the high god's body, it drilled into his body as though it had come to life. It wriggled and squirmed like a little snake. Suddenly, the high god of darkness aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair turned white, his eyes became sunken, and his face was covered in wrinkles. All the characteristics of an old man appeared on his body in just a few seconds. But that was not all. Gradually, his eyes lost focus and his body started rotting. His life force was rapidly drained away. A middle-aged burly man died of old age in an extremely short period of time. The boundary of aging, one of the 3 major boundaries of the energy of death, was added to the shorter bone spur. Whoosh! The bone spur returned to Little Skull's hand. The high god of darkness collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Cracking sounds could be heard as even his bones were broken. It was obvious that his life force had been completely drained away. It was also at this moment that the onlookers realized that Little Skull, who had not used the 7 bone spurs on his back all this while, had not used his full strength. Buzz's plan had completely failed. In just a short period of time, apart from himself and Bertha, all of his subordinates were slaughtered. Moreover, their deaths were more miserable than the last. Each of them was more chilling and terrifying than the last. Han Shua, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies did not even move or take a single step before the battle was over. The demon generals that mysteriously appeared had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the dried corpses that littered the ground, the onlookers might have thought that the terrifying scene just now was a one-sided illusion. It's that simple. Haralai, who was silently observing the battle from the dark, suddenly felt his lips turning dry. He looked at Han Shua with a complicated gaze. "My lord, I think I know why they rejected our proposal." Haralai's subordinates, who had thought that Han Shua and the others would die a miserable death, put on a bitter smile and shook their heads. They thought that they had looked down on Han Shua and the others and thought that they were weak sheep that could be easily bullied. Don't make a move, but amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. All of a sudden, more than 20 forces that harbored malicious intentions in the vicinity slowly retreated a large distance and made way for Han Shua and the others. The few forces that had blocked off Han Shua and the others exchanged glances and took the initiative to make way for Han Shua and the others, as though to show that they had no intention of making things difficult for Han Shua and the others. The guard who had been warning Han Shua waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I think we have done more than we should. They don't need our help at all. No wonder they dared to offend so many forces at once. They have nothing to fear." The crowd wore different expressions and had different plans in their minds. Among them, Buzz and Bertha were the most remorseful of all. Buzz and Bertha, who had been running amok in the fringe for so long, were slaughtered in an instant. The 2 who had no soldiers and no soldiers at their disposal, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Buzz's face turned ferocious and he was ready to go all out. But before he could open his mouth, Bertha stopped him with a glare. Bertha squeezed an even uglier smile on her ugly face and said to Han Shua in a gentle smile, "Friend, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." "I don't see any misunderstanding between us." Han Shua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Han Shua had no choice but to play along with how thick Bertha's skin was for her to be able to say such things in front of everyone's eyes. "We only have a grudge against Rose. We don't have any personal grudges against you." Bertha immediately made her stance clear. She hastily said, "We still have some foundation in the fringe. Friend, as long as you promise not to get involved in Rose's matter, I am willing to offer you 5 million black crystal coins. What do you think?" Buzz's face sank when he heard Bertha's words. He didn't look too willing. But under Bertha's glare, Buzz had no choice but to let out a loud harumph to express his unwillingness. Not only did Bertha not want to avenge her men, but she was even willing to offer 5 million black crystal coins to keep Han Shua out of the matter. This was a great humiliation to Buzz. If it wasn't for Han Shua's shocking performance, he would have charged at Han Shua a long time ago. Han Shua smiled and shook his head under Bertha's expectant gaze. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't lack money. I only want your lives." Chapter 841. As soon as Han Shua said those words, it meant that there was nothing left to talk about. Both sides could only fight to the death. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo felt Rose's hand grabbing onto his hand with great force. Han Shuo turned to look at Rose and discovered that her eyes were filled with gratitude. There were also some unusual emotions in her eyes. It appeared that under the immense pressure, Rose was displaying emotions that were rarely seen. Han Shuo put on a smile and said in a gentle voice, "You are one of my people. Of course I will stand up for you." "Thank you," replied Rose in a soft voice. Her beautiful face revealed a rare smile. It seemed that she was in a very good mood. There was no turning back now. Bertha let out a shrill laugh and said, "Outsider, do you really think that we are afraid of you? The fringe has its own rules. You have offended so many forces in one go. I don't believe that you can leave this place alive." Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Bertha. He impatiently instructed Little Skull Han Hao, "Little Hao, kill her." Han Hao didn't say a word as he fiercely shot out the bone spear in his hand, launching a flurry of attacks at Bertha. Bertha only possessed mid-stage high god strength. She did not have much chance of winning against Little Skull. As soon as the two clashed, Bertha was pushed back by Little Skull. Buzz was infuriated. It was never in his nature to admit defeat. When he saw that Han Shuo did not know how to appreciate his kindness despite being offered 5 million black crystal coins, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He roared, "Do you really think that you can defeat us? Let's see who will leave this place alive." Upon finishing those words, Buzz charged at Little Skull Han Hao instead of Han Shuo. Buzz had seen with his own eyes how Little Skull Han Hao killed one of his mid-stage high god subordinates. He was certain that Bertha, who was also a mid-stage high god, was no match for Han Hao. Buzz had no choice but to help Bertha get rid of Han Hao. Otherwise, if he were to fight Han Shuo, he would not have the chance to protect Bertha and Bertha. As soon as Buzz made his move, Han Shuo followed suit. Like a phantom, he suddenly appeared between Little Skull Han Hao and Bertha. He raised his hand and blocked Buzz's path. He smilingly said, "Your opponent is me." This time Han Shuo did not summon a sky full of demon generals. With one thought, 17 flying swords shot out from his body. The sinister and terrifying flying swords let out ear-piercing whistles as they streaked across the battlefield. The demonic energy they emitted corroded everything around Buzz. He had no time to deal with Bertha. Rose watched helplessly as Han Shuo and Han Hao stopped their enemies. Although she wanted to lend a hand, she was worried about the 5 elite zombies behind her. Therefore she stood still and stared at Han Shuo and Little Skull Han Hao with burning eyes. Whether it was Han Shuo or Little Skull Han Hao, it would not be difficult for them to deal with Buzz and Bertha. Both of them possessed strength that far surpassed their opponents. It would not be surprising for them to emerge victorious in a one-on-one fight. The 5 elite zombies had completely relaxed. They grinned as they watched the battle between Han Shuo and Han Hao. They casually commented on the battle as though they were spectators. Their faces were calm and unruffled. Little Skull Han Hao's bone spear had reached the acme of perfection. It created layers of gray clouds of death that completely shrouded Bertha. Meanwhile, the 7 bone spears on his back were restless as though they were waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Bertha was greatly astonished. It was only at this moment that she realized how terrifying the strength of the youngster before her was. It was only after the fight that she realized how bizarre the Little Skull's energy of death was and how much more terrifying the power of the demonic art was mixed with the energy of death. The green hazy radiance radiating from the bone spears caused Bertha's divine body to grow weaker and weaker. Bertha knew in her heart that this was not the way to go. Barring any mishaps, she would be killed by the emotionless youngster. Although she did not know the true strength of Han Shuo, judging from Buzz's face that was filled with fear, she knew that Han Shuo's situation was not much different from hers. This won't do. If this goes on, both of us will be finished. Damn it, when did that bitch Rose hook up with such a terrifying guy? Bertha cursed in her mind. While defending herself with all her might, she thought of a way to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Bertha exerted all her strength to temporarily break away from Little Skull Han Hao's bombardment. She seized the opportunity and shouted, "My friends outside, we have the same goal. Let's not hesitate any longer. Only by working together to eliminate these outsiders can we have a foothold in the fringe." Upon hearing those words, those indifferent onlookers seemed to be tempted. But when they recalled Han Shuo's astonishing skills, they became hesitant. They were weighing whether or not it was worth risking their lives and the lives of their subordinates in the fringe for the sake of a single treasure. We only want them dead. As long as they are dead, I'm willing to fork out 5 million black crystal coins. 5 million black crystal coins plus the items and crystal coins they have on them is more than enough for us to share. Don't hesitate any longer. If they don't die today, how will we have a foothold in the fringe? Bertha cursed in her mind when she saw those onlookers hesitating. But when she saw Little Skull chasing after her, she hastily raised the price again. 5 million black crystal coins was a sky-high price to those onlookers. It was equivalent to Buzz's savings over several decades. Bertha's offer immediately tempted those onlookers. Suddenly, those onlookers' eyes turned bloodshot as they looked at Han Shua's party. Under the temptation of 5 million black crystal coins, many of them had forgotten how terrifying Han Shua was and were ready to gamble with their lives. There were also some forces who had a clear understanding of the situation. They knew that if they did not seize this opportunity to kill Han Shua's party, it would be much more difficult for them to do so in the future. They were only doing special deals and they would never want a troublemaker like Han Shua to exist. For the sake of their own future profits, these people were tempted. They who had retreated a long time ago once again surrounded Han Shua's party. It seemed that they were ready to join forces and kill Han Shua's party. There were also a few forces who did not make a move. They only came after hearing the news and did not do any special deals. Haralai was one of them. When Bertha called out the 5 million black crystal coins, even Haralai was tempted for a moment. However, he resisted the temptation because he wanted to see what other trump cards Han Shua had up his sleeve. He's in big trouble now. Even if he possesses extraordinary strength, he will not be able to survive the encirclement of so many ferocious people, muttered the guard at the checkpoint of the Omphalos. His brows were bunched as he repeatedly reminded Han Shua to be careful. Brothers, let's kill these troublemakers. Suddenly, the leader of one of the major forces shouted. Like a thunderclap, nearly 1,000 notorious fringe dwellers from more than 20 major forces joined the fray. They charged at Han Shua, Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose and the 5 elite zombies. This group of people were all powerful figures in the fringe. It was almost impossible for them to join hands to deal with a single person. This time their killing intent enveloped the entire area. Their momentum was earth-shattering. Haha, let's see how you get out of here alive today. Buzz laughed maniacally. He had been suppressed by Han Shua's 17 flying swords for a long time. He felt as though he would be killed at any moment. Suddenly the situation took a drastic turn. Many of the major forces who had been watching from the sidelines joined the fray. Buzz's confidence swelled to an unprecedented level. He couldn't help but shout and shout. Han Shua decisively retreated and stopped tangling with Buzz. While he was flying backwards, hundreds and thousands of demon generals flew out from his body. This time, the demon generals turned incorporeal and dispersed in all directions. Little Skull, Han Hao were telepathically connected to Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies and rose at the same time. Han Hao calmly gave up on pursuing Bertha even though he knew that he only needed a few more seconds to kill Bertha. When the 5 elite zombies saw that the situation had suddenly changed, they immediately surrounded Rose. The 5 stood in a 5-pointed star formation, silently waiting for Han Shua and Little Skeleton to arrive. All of a sudden, the demon generals that had dissipated into incorporeal bodies reappeared one after another. They started attacking the viciously charging at them. Among them, the demon generals formed from high god divine souls were in an incorporeal state from beginning to end. They did not even leave a blurry shadow behind. All of them were attacking the fleshy bodies around them with all their might. The attacks of the demon generals were met with wave after wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Those fringe dwellers below high god strength would be devoured by the demon generals if they couldn't find a way to get rid of the demon generals in a short period of time. The demon generals that devoured flesh and blood would become even more bloodthirsty. Their strength would greatly increase for a short period of time and they would continue to attack other fringe dwellers. Before those fringe dwellers could reach the 5 elite zombies, 50 to 60 fringe dwellers had fallen to the demon generals that filled the sky. Their faces were filled with fear and their divine bodies were shriveled up and lifeless. There were all kinds of cultivators among the 20 or so factions. Some of the gods who cultivated in the energy of fire and ice soon discovered that the demon generals would fly out of their divine bodies under the energy of extreme cold and heat. Those who knew how to use soul energy to attack also discovered that soul attacks were effective against the bizarre life forms like the demon generals. Loud cries against the devil could be heard amidst the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Gradually, those people learned the devil's weakness and began to target it. With that, It was impossible for the demon generals to sneak into the bodies of the fringe dwellers and kill them within a short period of time. The fringe dwellers could only gather in groups of 3 to 5 to attack. Their efficiency was greatly reduced. It was at this moment that Han Shuo and Little Skull, Han Hao finally flew to where the 5 elite zombies and Rose were. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shuo were connected telepathically. They had long prepared the penta-elemental undead formation. The 5 elite zombies immediately activated the penta-elemental undead formation as soon as Han Shuo arrived. Now they just had to wait for those fringe dwellers to enter. Chapter 842. Although the 5 elite zombies were very familiar with the penta-elemental undead formation, they had yet to put it to use in actual combat. Han Shuo was looking forward to seeing if the penta-elemental undead formation would surprise him. However, the 5 elite zombies seemed to be very confident in the penta-elemental undead formation. After positioning themselves according to the 5 elements, Han Shuo, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose gathered in a safe zone inside the formation. Just as the 3 stood still, the 5 elite zombies launched the penta-elemental undead formation. Suddenly the Earth elite zombies figure disappeared into the depths of the earth. The Wood elite zombie also merged into a towering tree at the side and disappeared in a flash. The Metal elite zombie brandished the golden cudgel. His entire body fused with the golden cudgel. The glittering golden cudgel grew larger and larger until it became a small mountain. The Fire elite zombie turned into a leaping flame, constantly drifting in that area. Wherever he passed, he brought out balls of raging flames. The raging flames rose to the sky, enveloping the entire area in a sea of fire. The Water elite zombie turned into a 10,000-year-old block of ice, standing motionlessly on the undulating earth. Suddenly, the area was filled with yuan energies of 5 elements and started undergoing earth-shattering changes. The 5 elite zombies could not be seen in their true forms. However, the earth in that area started tearing and forming ravines. Flames raged across the sky. Vines that resembled thousands of little snakes coiled around the area, sending sand and pebbles flying. Chilly winds blew. While the sky was filled with raging flames, the earth was bone-chilling cold. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was unknown where the colorful power came from, but it started to shoot everywhere in the penta-elemental undead formation. The penta-elemental undead formation, which originally covered an area of only a few hundred meters, was rapidly expanding outwards. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that had opened its bloody mouth to devour and destroy everything in this world. Earth-shaking and earth-shattering energy ripples emanated from the penta-elemental undead formation. The energy ripples were like raging waves that engulfed everything in the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. Of the thousands of fringe dwellers charging at the fringe, those flying at the front were the first to be engulfed by the penta-elemental undead formation. All of a sudden, an overwhelming energy surged towards them. It was as though hundreds of enormous mountains were crashing down at the same time. The fringe dwellers who were below high god strength vomited mouthfuls of blood. Some of them were caught off guard and were squished into meat paste by the sudden oppressive energy. Chilly winds howled. The chilly winds were as sharp as blades, ferocious as a flash, and as swift as lightning. Balls of boundless flames surged forth like an ocean, directly devouring the people. The raging flames' heat was terrifying to the extreme, and those people were all roasted into jerky. A series of deafening roars came from the depths of the earth, and a huge suction force came from the depths of the torn earth, directly pulling those fiend gods that had soared into the sky. Then the sky was filled with flying stones and they fell into the depths of the earth like meteors. Deafening screams sounded from the depths of the earth. Other than the leaders of the fringe dwellers who were struggling to survive, there were no survivors. Of the fringe dwellers who bore the brunt of the penta-elemental undead formation, except for a few leaders of the fringe dwellers who were still struggling, there were no survivors. Nearly 100 fringe dwellers were slaughtered by all kinds of inexplicable energies in an instant. Not even their corpses could be seen. The penta-elemental undead formation was still expanding. In just the blink of an eye, another few hundred fringe dwellers were engulfed by the formation. Another tragedy occurred. The energies of the 5 elite zombies continued to spread and fuse together, forming all kinds of bizarre attacks that dragged the fringe dwellers into hell. Although none of the 5 elite zombies had reached High God Realm, all of them possessed the 5 elemental treasures. With the help of the 5 elemental treasures, they could unleash strength that far exceeded their normal strength. The 5 energies came from the same source, and when fused together through the formation, their overall strength soared by tens of times. Miserable shrieks sounded incessantly from within the penta-elemental undead formation. The leaders of the major forces who had entered the fringe dwellers could only hold on for a short while before they succumbed to all kinds of energies and were engulfed. The demon generals that filled the sky attacked in a frenzy, not sparing a single fringe dweller. More than 1,000 demon generals gathered in groups of 10, increasing the pressure on those fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation and hastening their deaths. In just a few short minutes, with the cooperation of the penta-elemental undead formation and the demon generals, nearly 400 fringe dwellers were slaughtered. 200 fringe dwellers were still struggling bitterly within the penta-elemental undead formation. At the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, Han Shuo, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose stared dumbfoundedly at the earth-shattering commotion outside the formation. They watched helplessly as the penta-elemental undead formation created by the 5 elite zombies slaughtered every fringe dweller that entered the formation. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock and horror. Han Shuo had long known that the penta-elemental undead formation was very powerful, but he did not know just how powerful it was. It was only when the penta-elemental undead formation began to bare its fangs and devour all living beings around it that Han Shuo realized why the 5 elite zombies were so confident in facing the onslaught of so many fringe dwellers. When the 5 elite zombies were not gathered together, the 5 of them might not even be able to wipe out a small power. But when the 5 elite zombies started slaughtering fringe dwellers using the penta-elemental undead formation, the 5 elite zombies turned into world-destroying weapons that continuously devoured all living beings in the vicinity. Looking at the scene created by the 5 elite zombies, Han Shuo had to admit that the might of the penta-elemental undead formation could be rated as monstrous. It had perfectly fused the energies of the 5 elite zombies with the 5 elemental treasures, increasing the strength of the 5 little fellas by dozens of times. It had brought Han Shuo an unimaginable surprise. The penta-elemental undead formation was still wreaking havoc. Any fringe dwellers that were drawn into it would find it difficult to escape from the entanglement of the formation. They could only passively face the intricate and bizarre attacks and face the misfortune of death at any moment. Retreat. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded. It came from the leader of a power. At this moment, his subordinates were about to charge into the center of the penta-elemental undead formation. The leader could not see what was happening inside the penta-elemental undead formation. All he could see was a mass of grayish air that was crazily rotating. However, not a single one of the fringe dwellers that entered the penta-elemental undead formation managed to come out alive. This caused him great panic. Upon hearing the leader's roar, the remaining dozen or so forces that were about to charge into the penta-elemental undead formation turned around and dispersed. No one dared to recklessly charge into the penta-elemental undead formation again. As the 5 elite zombies had limited energy, the penta-elemental undead formation had a limited range and they could only maintain it for a limited amount of time. Gradually, the madly rotating mass of air slowed down, the strange rocks returned to their original positions, the dust settled, and the raging flames that filled the sky were extinguished in an instant. The fringe dwellers waited for a long while until the penta-elemental undead formation completely dissipated. When everything returned to the light of day, what entered their eyes was a devastated land, corpses, severed limbs, and rolling heads. Of the 500 to 600 fringe dwellers who had charged into the fringe, less than 30 of them were still alive. Moreover, all of them were exhausted and their faces were filled with fear. It was as though they had gone through the most miserable and cruel experience in their lives. The ground was covered with corpses and severed limbs. The ground was scorched black and deep ravines were torn open. Enormous rocks of unknown origin were scattered all over the place. Most of the time, a mangled body was buried under those rocks. Some of them were not dead yet. Blood was gushing out of their mouths and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. The remaining fringe dwellers that were fortunate enough to not enter the formation gazed at the hellish scene in the center of the formation in complete silence. They suddenly felt that their lips were dry and their divine bodies were somewhat weak. Other than the sounds of panting, there was not a single cry of alarm in the vast area. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps pounded on the fringe dwellers' hearts like the beating of a drum. Han Shuo, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose were approaching from afar. In this silent area, Han Shuo's footsteps were so ear-piercing that they woke up all the fringe dwellers from their stupor. At this moment they suddenly remembered that they were still in danger. Buzz and Bertha, who were covered in wounds, looked fearfully at Han Shuo and Rose who were approaching them step by step. At this moment, All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. There was no longer a trace of arrogance or ferocity on their faces. All that was left was endless despair. I didn't want to attack any of you, but you are too unreasonable. I have always granted those who want to die. Step by step, Han Shuo smiled warmly and said, Buzz, Bertha, do you want me to do it myself? There were less than 30 fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation. Buzz and Bertha were in the center. As soon as Han Shuo said that, everyone's eyes focused on Buzz and Bertha. Suddenly, as if they had a tacit understanding, the fringe dwellers around Buzz and Bertha attacked them at the same time. Before they could react, they were struck by the energy and died tragically on the spot. One of them strode forward and cut off Buzz's and Bertha's heads. He tossed them to Han Shuo and said in a deep voice, They are dead. I hope you won't pursue this matter anymore. From now on, I promise I will not be your enemy. Please be magnanimous and let us go. He was a tactful person. Although he had escaped the penta-elemental undead formation, his divine body had suffered severe injuries. Without Han Shuo's permission, it was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he had made a prompt decision to kill Buzz and Bertha to beg for Han Shuo's forgiveness. Han Shuo looked at Buzz and Bertha's heads that were rolling on the ground. He put on a warm smile and said, I've spent so much effort to gather all of you here. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.